these fans are gonna be louder.
일단 누가 오든 저희가 잘해서 꼭 우승까지 할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
This time we're in Paris, so we're gonna be the main characters.
Quelle belle journée, zéro souci. Demi-finale, Carmine Corp versus T1. Could we even ask for more, Ian?
Nah, this is what it's all about. Paris, are we ready for semi-final Saturday? 3 Korean giants remain, and the last hope for the West here in Paris in the sold-out STC Arena.
C'est plein à craquer, il n'y a plus de place à vendre, frérot.
Now, if you're a fan of League of Legends, you're a fan of Faker.
Okay, that's not wrong. But if you're a French fan of League of Legends, there's one thing that comes above in your heart than Faker, and that is Carmine Corp. Parce que quand on est un fan français de League of Legends, oui, on soutient Faker, oui, on soutient T1, mais il y a bien une équipe qui arrive avant tout le monde. Et cette équipe, c'est Carmine Corp.
Okay. Paris, who's here for T1?
Paris, qui est là pour Carmine Corp?
All right. It's loud in here, and it is now time to kick off this first semi-final. Lou?
Ok, oui.
Let's do it.
C'est parti avec le rêve d'un homme d'avoir la meilleure équipe du monde sous ses couleurs qui devient de plus en plus concret cette année. Mesdames et messieurs, Carmine Corp. What's the color? What's the color? I said, what's the color? Let's go!
Come on! I lost my voice screaming for this team, but I got a few more in me. Bring out T1!
Weeks ago, they swept today's opponent from the MSI stage. Yesterday, they dismantled the reigning MSI champions. T1 have arrived at the semi-finals with a warning for everyone left in Paris. When the stakes rise, so do they.
Casey's done the unlikely yesterday.
الو عشرين مرحبا بكم. أول ماتش في الدمي فينال ديال ليج اوف ليجندز EWC. ونبداو بماتش أسطوري كارمين كورب مع T1.
I like that. Unlikely yesterday, impossible today, as T1 takes center stage yet again. It was a task that all the fans said KC wouldn't be able to do, but they got across the line in the quarterfinals. AGAL was one thing, but T1 are another, as I'm joined for this magical tricast by Jack Spectra, also known as Tom Cruise, and at the very end, the very lovely Trouble Inc. to take us through maybe another European upset. We're not quite sure.
It's been They made it through AGAL. We didn't expect that through their road through MSI. So impossibles, possibles, it doesn't matter. We're here right now, full sold out arena, hands in the air with the phones and the flashlights shining. KC's in the house for them.
And it's been a tournament of upsets, right? Combo Life losing to T1, BLG losing yesterday to DK, Leon losing to Brazil.
Oh yeah.
T1
شو عم درافت.
and KC taking down AGL. It's just been upset after upset. So for me, I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to continue to see that trend today, especially when we were listening to the chants. I thought it would be kind of 50-50 between T1 and KC, but it felt pretty KC favored here today.
There's a big block over to the right side, or at least camera left that is right now all blue, all French, all supportive of KC. Two of the biggest organizations fan base, by the way. KC in France, and even when we go across LEC roadshows, there is always a big pack of KC supporters. But T1, anywhere in the world you go, there are fans to blow it all out, because here, I'll also say on our side, Jack, Trouble, there are a lot of T1 fans who've come out in Paris again.
I mean, I feel like everyone is sort of a T1 fan at
You have to be at this point.
You really can't be like the GOAT who's played for T1, has played for so many years. You gotta be a fan of T1, but you also gotta support your home, you know. And for most of the French crowd, home is KC. I'm not gonna lie, lads. I'm a bit scared. 3 LCK teams versus 1 ABA team. The last remaining home of the West.
Those odds. It's already a surprise. How much further can they take it? We're about to go into pick and ban. It is only a best of 3. I think that's the fans' biggest disappointment, that we don't get a full 5-game series like we did at MSI. For better or for worse, of course, T1 with a 3-0 at MSI. A disappointing, I guess.
اوكي دونك بدينا الدرافت. كارمين كورب كيباني اوريانا ونوكتيرن. T1 بانو بوبي ورينكتون.
Because Doran had a really good game on it against Zeus yesterday, and Kana had a really good game as well up against Flandre. So that's a pick that I could definitely see KC looking to take away really, really early here, or T1 looking to take it as well.
Both of them have actually been wanted respectively in their series. However, things like Cassior, Syndra, Jarvan also looming around. Jace, as Jack mentioned, not a surprise right here. I wouldn't mind
كارمين كورب بانو فاي. T1 بانو إزرائيل. كارمين كورب لوكاو زيغز وليسين. Je pense ليسين غيلعب كاليستا يلعب بزيكس. ما يجبوط يلعب. دوران يلعب بجيس.
Trouble, you talking about that Cassio Syndra, the option's going to be here for T1.
The funny thing about T1 is that Cassio Syndra can be played in the same composition for T1. They've done it before.
That's true.
They're interchanging Paze and Faker, having the Syndra and Cassiopeia. So they could be locking in this year right now. Miasma is so strong into Lee Sin. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the 1-2.
I do think that this Syndra probably could be going towards the bot lane, and then they can look to take the jungler here, match up into the
Syndra lock.
and then choose
لوكت عند T1 دونك فيكر يلعب بسندرا.
So it looks like it's going to be the Sin Sao for owner. Ooh, they take away the Camille instead. I'm a little bit of
كيري يلعب كامي.
I'm very happy about this. I think Camille has been the biggest bait pick of the tournament. I would love to see KC just lock in the Leona every time. I feel like we've seen this matchup. Leona just survives the laning phase fine, and then you get level 6. I'd 10 out of 10 times rather have a level 6 Leona than level 6 Camille.
I do actually see the takeaway right here from Carrier taking the Camille away. Doing mobile lady carries for T1, dunking the bomb of Ziggs on a Camille ult would have been pretty much deadly for T1. So taking it away from our hands to free us, but also as a gift as well. Now the Shen could be going into the hands of Kana. We have seen Flandre played a lot over on the top side of the map. Or just straight up into the Camille down bot lane.
Yeah, I think it's going to go into Busio.
كيسي لوكاو Shen.
Huge Shen player. He of course does play the Scion here and there, but I would like to see him on the Bruiser instead, something more of a carry that he can play towards. I think the weakest link of T1, even though Doran has been performing better, is still Doran, and that's the lane that I want to see KC abuse. I think their solo laners have been playing fantastic this tournament, so leaving Kana, or leaving Kalist and Busio rather, on this 6 Shen, you have the global mobility of Busio on the Shen, can help out those laners. I would love to see that.
Regardless, so if it is going to be Kana in the end, I have a lot of faith. Kana, as you said, had a great tournament versus Doran. What a time for him to step up as well after quite an abysmal showing at MSI. Now, Akali's going to be banned away. Silas as well. A lot of dive options being taken off the table for these mid laners. And again, it's not really showing any of the cards or the hands of where this Syndra / where this Ziggs.
كارمين كيباني وسايلاس.
I'm looking for a 4th pick right here for KC.
وريكساي.
Some that will go into Doran's Jace. Things like the Gnar pop out of mine. Rumble as well has been playing into range champions.
T1 بانو أكالي.
Completed the LPL route, Doric is super potent into something like the Jace. Anything that can shut down the side lane, and especially the weakest quote-unquote link for T1 would be great right here for KC.
Yeah, usually into the Jace you have 2 options. Either you can fight fire with fire, or you just go a tank, which a lot of people like to opt into.
It was fire.
But I think, especially when you already have the Shen support, you want to pick a highly volatile matchup. Look to skill check Doran, have Yike on the Lee Sin, play around you top lane. So I think on this pick here for KC, it should be something explosive, like you said, Trouble. The Yorick I would like. I think the Ambessa could work. There's a lot of options for Kana here, and we'll have to see what he goes. You could even go to Vayne, but like you haven't really seen enough for Vayne to really make sense. As are we not locking in a jab?
Please, no pick ban. Oh my god, no way.
This is a Mirwin classic.
شيفانا أول مرة نشوف شيفانا.
Yeah, I mean we saw Mirwin
تيوان بنوا كاسيوبيا.
with Ignite teleport going this Bruiser AP build. And the idea is that as soon as you get your ultimate, you can always all in the Jace. It plays similar.
يمكن كان يلعب شيفانا.
Jace matchup. That as soon as you get that level 6, you have so much all-in threat that it's very difficult for the Jace to play. Although we haven't seen Kana on this pick before, so we'll have to see how he does.
And now I make Syndra a volatile solo laner, so I'm leaning more towards that.
أونر يلعب شينزاو.
Because you definitely would not want to leave Syndra on the side lane now that you know Shyvana is looming around. So I'm expecting.
البارح لعب مخير بشينزاو. وكان لعب نيت مع دوران بجيس. صباح النور سي ياسين، كيف بقيتي مزيان؟ مرحبا بك يا جميع. تي1 لوكو تاليا يلعبوا بيها في الادي سي في البوت لين. بيزي يلعب كاريا. البارح ما لعبش بها مزيان الصراحه، لكن في النهار الاول كان لعب مخير بها كونتر جام.
Swap's going to come through. You're seeing in KC right now, just before that swap does come through, is that final round out.
ايه هو غيلعب
Victor locked in. Okay, so
فيكتور في الميد.
yeah, obviously the Ziggs will go bot, and that Shen again was support as you pulled out earlier, Jack.
فيكتور كونتر ساندرا.
I mean, where the hell do you start with this? We've got a lot of AP damage outside of Yike on KC.
Yeah, the AP damage is a bit of a worry.
Outside of Shyvana, obviously going to probably go for that Shojin build that we've seen.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how Shyvana's damage profile is, but I know it's definitely leaning towards more magic damage. So it does make me worry a bit that if T1 starts stacking that MR, they don't really have any big beefy frontline, but Sinsao can get quite a bit of MR, Camille can do the same. So it's something to be worried about if you're KC, but it's not like they're playing into a Sion Cassante that can become completely unkillable.
I actually love the KC draft here, especially since you mentioned all the squishiness coming from T1. It's a wombo combo, right? The Victor ult, double the Ziggs ult, double the Shyvana ult. If those three things stack on top of anyone from T1, except for the Shinsa perhaps, then somebody instantly dies. I feel like that's what Karmikor were really good at doing versus AJL, turning their numbers advantage into one skirmishes. So right here with their wombo combos and the very quick spikes of damage through the AP profiles, I feel like they've got a pretty good chance for those quick skirmishes.
Well, spiking with damage is going to be ideal then, especially for Kana running into Doran's Jace. Comfort for Doran versus a champion that Kana has only played once before. In 2022, he piloted this in LCK
okay, but
Summer.
that's like old Shyvana, so it's kind of
I know,
now.
because I'm looking at the build and I'm like, wait, it was versus DRX, versus a Sejuani top.
That is a crazy build.
And we're seeing Iceborne Gauntlet, Demonic Embrace. There's a Warmogs in there with a...
Let's go. الماتش غيبدا.
It's going to be a little bit different. But how much so? Is it going to be different in score? Is it going to be different in feeling? T1 had their number at MSI. As we run into Summoner's Rift, it is KC's home arena, and they've shown that that home crowd advantage has had major effects. T1, they always like the underdog story if it goes towards them as well. They don't care.
I mean, so I kind of prefer the T1 draft, at least with how I see it playing out.
Okay.
I think they have really good pick tools to be really annoying.
وهنا كاين انفيد من عند كاسي على اونر. ياك يقدر يهرب، واش بونس كلشي غيهرب، ما تكونش حتى شي داث هنا. وكاين اونر لو بزاف، كامي كاينه حداه دونك جو بونس با واش كارمين كوربا يفكروا ينفيديو. بوسيو هنا غيعاون ياهو. برافو بوسيو الصراحه. هنا يقدروا يجيبوا الفيرست بلاد على كيريا. نو ما يقدروش، كيريا هرب. ياهو دابا غيلعب معذب شويه، فيكر فيتو بزاف في الهيلث. هيكس فلاش هنا من بوسيو غيحاول يشد فيكر. فيكتور غيحاول يدمج شويه فيك. او فيكر غادي يفلاش اوت وغادي يهرب من بوسيو. برافو فيك.
At taking names, and right here, flash off of Faker is pretty huge because we saw Yike on a super creative pathing yesterday versus AJL.
هنا كيري غيحاول يغانكي بيز. واش يقدر يقتلو كاليست؟ كاليست هنا غيقدر يهرب. كاليست بوحدو. شين كان مغانكي يهو في الميد ولكن يقدر يهرب.
Picking Camille, because this is how you need to play, and T1 and Carrier are one of the few people that can actually pull it off. You need to be proactive every second of the game. But as we take a step back, as we slow down the game a little bit, what I was saying about the draft is T1 have a lot of range. They have the Jace poke, they have the scatter the weak.
هنا كيريا يعاود لي غانكي عاوتاني بيز. هنا بوسيو بغى يرجع ولكن لقى كيريا حداه. ياك قريب غيقدروا يجيبوا الفيرست بلود. برافو ياك ما كانش كاع عوال على هاد الفيرست بلود. كامي غامرات صراحه في هاد اللعبه هادي. ما كانش عنده فيجن. كان تقدر تجيب صراحه الفيرست بلود على بوسيو ولكن ياك كان في المكان المناسب.
Was so chunked level 1 that is clear would be more delayed, so he would have time to play in that 1v1 up against Busio, but he didn't have it, and he ends up going down. It's a first blood for Yike, and a great start for KC.
Feels like a bit of relief for KC's bottom lane as well, since those chunks were coming through onto Kalist, onto Busio. Maybe a bit of reprieve here as Busio gonna know that Carrier is in Fogaball. Level 2 support, this is the meta we're in. Carrier looks for more info.
They're both just hungry for blood. Carrier wants to try to zone Busio from re-entering bot side here. And now they're looking towards mid. Yehu wants to try to fix this wave and crash it, but it's a 3 versus 2 for Faker.
Here comes Owner. Scout of the week not going to connect. Yehu is safe then. Dropping a couple of dark spheres. Faker gets the chunk out again.
Yeah, I don't think they can fix that wave at this point. I feel like they need to be a bit patient. Yehu is going to go back to base and come back, and I'm pretty sure Busio is still going to be there, so that Chen is still going to assist him if his wave needs help, which he will need help with what Faker is doing here, freezing it almost right in front of his tower. However, the positive thing right here for Yehu is that
كيري عاوتاني كيغانكي بيز وما كيقدروش يقتلوا كاليست. اكس فلاش عند بوسيو غيحاولوا يغانكيو دوران في الطوب لين ولكن يقدر يهرب دوران فلاش اوت.
I think Busio kind of tried to go for the predict there just after Doran flashed. I thought he would flash more up rather than just to the right. Still though, Busio being incredibly proactive on the map here, getting flashes all across the board, helping out his mid laner as well. Although the fact that Yehu had no TP and the wave was frozen, it means that Faker now, with a really big CS lead, nearly a full level up on Yehu, and not the start that Casey was looking for in the middle lane.
Solo lane's doing pretty well here.
فكرة وصل ليفل 6 دابا.
Even though Kana gets a bit of a support, that's a pushing wave top, so Doran should be up a little
still level 2, by the way.
They are not leveling anytime soon. They're trying to sap mid. Seismic shove though. Look at Pays. Onto Khaleesi gets chunked out. The mage allegations we come into today, wondering how he's going to play. So far, he's been bullied.
كاليست وبيز بجوج وصلوا ليفل 6. كاليست لو بزاف. اونر هنا غيبدا دريك ياك عنده فيجن. جو بونس غالبا غيكونتيستيه. بروبليمو ما عندهمش بريوريتي في الميد. يحاول يدخل ما عندوش فيجن غيفلاش اوت ويهرب. ما يقدرش يكونتيستي هاد دريك.
But maybe he just wanted to look for the steal, ends up just burning the flash. Not the end of the world for him. It does mean though.
لكن غيحاول ياخذ دجاج الاونر. اوه هنا فلاشين مع بوسيو. فيكر لو. اوه بوسيو غيموت. فيكر تا هو غيموت. 1 for 1 تريد مزيانة.
Jike now ticks over to level 6 and is looking for more blood.
And Yike's Q there got cancelled by Faker Scatter the Weak. I thought the play might turn ill for KC, but they still had so much damage with Victor's ultimate that they were able to get the 1 for 0. A great play from KC.
I feel like that was a very advantageous play for KC right here. They get to push out bot lane and mid lane at the same time. It was actually Paze that had to absorb the mid lane wave, so Faker did
فكر هنا غيهبط للبوت لين يتبادل مع تاليا باللينز. هنا دوران بوشي اللين ديالو وعنده فيجن. بوسيو ما يقدرش يغانكي كانا. بوسيو ما يقدرش كلير فيجن. ياك هنا مازال ما شافوش دونك غيدخل يبدا يغانكي ولكن يقدر يموت. اونر هنا غيدخل يقدر يجيب كيل على يايك وغيهرب. كان هنا ما بغاش يدخل يكوميتي ويقتل اونر. فضل انه يهرب. برافو تي 1 فايت زوين ربحوه هنايا. هنا كان عاوتاني غيتغانكا كيريا غيقدر يعاون دوران باش يجيب هاد الكيل هادي. ما يقدرش يهرب. كان ما كانش عنده يقدر يهرب. ما كانش عنده فيجن. وكيريا دابا لاعب مخير كيعاون لينز كاملين. يقدر يجيب ديجا كيل وجوج الاسيست. الهكس فلاش من عند بوسيو ولكن دوماج ما قدروش يربحوا هاد الفايت. تي 1 تعادلوا معاهم. هنا كاين فايت بين فيكر وكاليست. كاليست غيقدر يهرب. بوسيو هنايا بوزيسيون صعيبة ولكن تي 1 ما يكوميتيوش عليه يلعبوها سيف. تي 1 مسيطرين دابا. عندهم ديجا 1000 افونتاج د الجول. ديجا خداو الدريك الاول وثلاثة ديال الجروبس. اوه هنايا يهو غيحاول يغانكي في البوت لين ولكن بيز قدر يهرب.
Playing really proactive this game. I'm really happy with how both supports are playing. Carry is finally showing the strength of this Camille support, but I feel like Busio is kind of matching him pound for pound, finding his own angles as well.
The story of yesterday's game for KC when they looked so good versus AJL was Yike and Busio linking up and basically not allowing AJL to make any plays. Carrier is one of those supports that is just so hard to track down, and I feel like Busio has been doing a fantastic job at tracking them. Sure, some of the skirmishes are not gonna go their way, but so far both supports have been super damn proactive on the map, and they have landed a bunch of kills for the team.
I think the annoying thing is Carry is so independent as well. It's like, we talk so much in League of Legends about jungle support synergy. I feel like a lot of the time Carry is just building the synergy around him with his initiation. And for now, 3 out of 3 KP for Carrier, 2 out of 2 KP for Busio, the cornerstone of this game number 1 at EWC 2026. We look towards what's up. 30 seconds for the Dragon. T1 got the first. Setup is deep vision here on the bottom side, while Owner looks to be clearing his top camp, maybe getting a quick reset in so he gets the Thunder Sky / Titanic, and then move towards that second Drake.
And pretty much all of the gold lead on T1 is sitting on Doran right now, having a fantastic performance on this chase.
Angle.
Although Kana is looking to try to cheese him here, he does have Yike and Busio on top side of the map, so even though Doran has full vision, if Kana gets the ultimate, they might be able to get on to him.
دوران هنا يقدر يهرب عنده فيجن. اوه كيجد وحده التوريت ثلاثة عليه كيدخلوا 3 بيهم كيدخلوا عليه. دوران يقدر يجيب الكيل. برافو دوران كريزي. ما يمكنش يقدر يقتل واحد 1 في 3 وقدر يخرج بتري. وهنا تي 1 يقدر ياخذ الدريك الثاني. Crazy,
But
Doran.
on the other side are more than happy to take the favorable trade top and the dragon.
Yeah, KC, they recognize that they're not strong enough to try to fight for this dragon, but the cross map does not go how they would have wanted it. Just the 1-for-1 here. It's a nice attempt by Yike. He wants to flash over and then kick Doran.
هناك ضيع الفلاش
Piece of chain from Kana.
ومات
Doran has time to flash. He dashes onto Yike.
وضيعت الدريك.
Power is able to trade 1-for-1 and remove a lot of that cross map power from KC and making it a really good trade for T1.
It's so contrasting to MSI, where Doran was really copying it. And again, from the community, took so much bad feedback as the reason
فكر غني ياخذ هنا بليتس ديال الطوب.
their failure. Here at EWC, it's a completely different Doran. As we said, he's up in gold. He's clawed back some of the missed out from the trade kill, but regardless, Doran 2-1. It's a good story as Top gets pushing with Faker.
بوسيو هنا غيحاول انفيدي اونر.
Stand United, he's trying to get proactive as well.
12 minutes in.
يقدر يشيل الفيجن ويرجع.
Coming up,
There
which
is
is
the
kind of
same.
huge. On the Thunder Sky, on the Shinza right here, I feel like it's so important that Owner is allowed to build Thunder Sky first instead of Titanic Hydra, because he has a lot of champions that want to play directly on top of him. Does not need the Titanic Hydra to stick onto his targets, because his targets are sticking onto him anyway. So earlier power spike for the Shinza, and I'm pretty sure that Owner might be looking to fight.
Sonic Wave got away from Faker with the fancy feed. He's got a turret under him now as well. Gravity field. Not going to be slowed down, not going to be stunned. Another Sonic Wave, but that one's going to miss. Owner's coming to cover. Casey has to leave.
KC keep looking for these plays. And Busio is covering for Keria, but
Yeah, he's got no mana. He's deep in this wave. Flash away.
إيه هنا خصو يهرب كيف فلاشي
The stun up from Faker.
وكيقدر يهرب. اوه هنا كيريا غيغانكي البوت لاينر ويقدر يقتلو. كان صعيب يهرب.
Him up the Shen ulti as well. But an auto from Doran.
بوسيو تا هو صعيب يهرب وغيجيبو الدبل كيل هنا لدوران.
Controls game one.
دوران غيكبر
KC pace.
الجولد ادفانتاج ديالو.
We've seen him be so proactive.
1600 جولد.
As Faker wanted to be a bit cheeky, take away the blue buff, but now they're keeping back in on ball.
TP, so it's going to be dodged, but Doran just jumps under.
ايوا هنا تيليبورتا باش يحاول يتري يدير كيلز صحابو ولكن مات
But two turret shots
حتى هو.
as well.
هيك هنا يقدر يقتل كيريا. صعيب يهرب.
But it's more blood over to the carries that matter in T1.
What a heartbreak for Yehu right there. TP's right on
كتبقى
the
فايت
three.
واعر لتيوان اللي يقدروا يجيبوا 3 الكيلز
Shadow Dash owners coming to
ويخسروا غير واحد.
Faker will be mute.
I think we're starting to see some of the problems of KC's team.
جيسون غيتيليبورتا للبوت.
Their team comments, it's very
يحاول يشد يايك ولكن يايك يقدر يهرب.
if you are engaging with a fight with them. They have such short range engage with the Shyvana ultimate, with the Shen taunt, that it's only really going to be a fight on T1's terms.
دوران هنا غياخد التورت
Ultimate to generate space.
الاولى
They have
في الماتش.
mill engage that can be so long, but now
اوه هنا كان كي تيليبورتا وكيبط عند دوران.
Under the turret, he's already committed a TP for this. Can't think enjoy.
ولكن دوران
Yike's probably calling it off and
متانكي مزيان.
has an open wave in top that Yahoo has to go and manage.
يقدر يهرب.
There are no more TPs outside of Kalist on KC.
That was a really nice communication right here. I think it dropped from Calais. They pinged instantly Talia, falling into fog of war.
هنا ريبلاي ديال الفايت.
This one, and now we'll see again. Shen is literally
كامي
in front of
ما قدراتش تهرب.
interrupted by the Talia, right? It's not like an extra person got into the fight.
شيفانا زعما ما قدرش تهرب.
Unfortunately, KC lose the skirmish in numbers.
And a big problem there as well is just Kana's not strong enough on the Shyvana. He still doesn't have his first item, but KC found pace.
He's got nowhere to go. He's got a flash, but he gets kicked into the wall before that happens. Shut down. He doesn't want to burn it, and so he'll get punished.
Really clean.
يايك هنا غيقدر ياخد الشت داون على
Opportunity to flash with Kalea.
فايز.
Disrespectful walking in front of the face of owner, but expects it that
وكارمين كوربا ياخدوا اول نوترال اوبجيكتيف ديالهم غالبا.
try and choke this surroundings of Herald.
Kalist needs to be really careful here in rotation. Keria can
ولكن 3 فور 3 كاليست يقدر يعاون.
Work out. Look for Kana. No TP.
بونس با واش تيوان غي كونتيستيو هذا الريفت.
They see it going down.
ياك غياخد الريفت.
Yike's going to get Herald, and it's a decent win for KC.
Yike has been active this entire time. He's got 100% KP on that Lee Sin. Every single play for KC that's resulted in the kill has started from Yike. And we actually had a lot of question marks. We've seen that Lee Sin banned versus KC. And we talked about the fact that when Yike comes to mind, Lee Sin doesn't. It's more like a Kha'Zix or something. And he has been doing fantastically well on the pick. That Talia pick on the top side resulted in the Rift Herald, which could open up that mid lane that will make it very scary for champions like Talia and Syndra to step up for a win.
Yeah, I agree with you, Trouble. Yikes had a phenomenal game on Lee Sin thus far. And KC, they have some good news and some bad news. Kana has the Triforce, but Dorn has Mana Mute.
Oh no.
So 2 items on Doran now, 2,500 gold lead, but Casey, they still want to try to contest this 5 versus 5. They need to find and engage fast before they get poked out.
For the Doran poke, speaking of,
هنا غيكون فايت على دريك.
with a dragon,
كاسي غيحاولوا.
nobody's spotted out.
كان انا يدخل بوحدو وغالبا غيموت ما يقدرش يهرب. نايس غيوتي اوت وغيهرب.
Gets a kick out, but Carrier will
برافو كان يقدر يهرب
drag in the help.
ولكن
Not in Casey's
الهيلث بار ديالهم
T1, who hold the advantage. Great
ضعيفه بزاف. ياك هنا غادي يحط الريفت في الميد.
Ultimates burned 3 actually for Casey.
اونر غيدخل على الدريك.
Look to contest here.
زيكس يقدر ياخذ التورت
Carry is not there.
ديال الميد.
Leeson can steal.
هنا ياك غادي يشفر دريك
Yike will die, but who
لتيوان
Doran for the follow-up finds Busio, but he shadowed
وغادي يضيع عليهم
the rain. Floods ulti. Busio down.
ال-
It's 2 members in the ground.
السول بوينت ولكن في المقابل كيخسر حياته حيت كيموت هو وكيموت الشين حتى هو.
Ready to die for another kill that goes to T1.
And Casey attempted some fancy footwork to try to outplay that.
يا حتى هو كيموت.
They have the numbers, they have the
وكارمين كورب خداو
get the kill.
دراجون
The mid tower.
ولكن خسروا 3
The dragon.
ديال التيم ميتس.
They're in firm control of this game. They might even look on Kana here.
فير تريد هنايا عند تيوان.
Dragon, he's going to try and use the mini wave to stack that up quickly, but a seismic shot pays. Not going to find his target. It is a small movement from Kana to get him out of that kill shot.
A little bit miscoordinated in that dragon fight.
دوران غياخد التورت ديال التوب لين.
While Leeson goes in, so there was a bit of a back and forth out there for Casey when they weren't necessarily sure who the target was, and through yes getting the dragon.
كارمين كورب غيحاولوا يلحقوا دوران ولكن
Squad's got to come in. 16 kills.
ما عندهمش الوقت.
Want to build that bridge.
دوران غيقدر يهرب.
A little bit further away. Doran has a big bounty on his head. If they can take him down, a bit more gold for KC as we look towards mid. Kerry's been tagged out. Kallis looking for the chokehold. There's the ulti.
هنا يتيم عند زيكس. كاليستو واش يقدر يقتل كامي. يس كيقدر يقتل
Carrier down first as pace gets a little bit low. Yike
كامي
on the energy.
ولكن
Low on that.
بوسيو هنا ما غاديش يقدر يهرب غيموت. دونك تريد واحد اخر من عند تيوان.
Both top laners.
تيوان كيقدروا يتريدوا كاع الكيلز اللي كيكونوا عليهم. برافو عليهم.
The sacrifice that both supports made here with all these roams, they're so incredibly squishy and they fall down so fast. As we head into the replay here and watch this dragon fight. as
هنا
he
ياك
finds the steal
كانت عنده الفيجن وقدر
played by him, jumps
يشفر
out, but then after this,
دريك.
this T1's fight, they're able to chase them down.
ولكن بعد كيموت وكيموتوا جوج د عشرانو.
And a nice sidestep from Kalista on the scatter the weak. And Yehu sidesteps the shuffle from pace as well, but he still ends up falling with how much damage T1 has.
Come back to live. There's no dragon, but it's Baron coming through. Dragon.
هنا التي ديال شيفانا حاولوا يشدوا كيريا ولكن
Smooth.
كيريا كيهرب.
Ultis to dodge Yike, then flashes out.
But flash is so important for that Camille to get the hookshot flash onto vulnerable targets, and Carrier will not have it available. Must be a sigh of relief for the next couple of minutes for KC as they can possibly play a little bit more aggressive.
هنا غيحاول ياخذ بليت ولكن فيكر غادي يدمجيه بزاف. كاينه تيليبورت لتحت. هو صعيب يهرب. او بيز هنا ما عرفش فين كاين. يهو بوسيو كي ألتي باش يجي يعاون. يهو
I think a little bit preemptive there, Busio with the ultimate. I think T1 weren't quite sure if Casey was going to match them with the numbers, so it ends up being a teleport for the Shen ultimate, but you can see how T1 are able to continuously push in all these lanes, and Casey are not really able to find a breaking point in T1's formation to actually get pressure off their own, as T1 is matching them every step of the way.
Love our observers zooming in. That is not a Krug, that is a Gromp, but he's got too much health for us to even consider that possibility. And he has not died to Krugs this tournament, so W Doran.
I don't know, man. He's 3.6k up,
I mean,
5-1 and 3
he's
of
not
that
dying to any
chase.
camp.
دوران عنده افونتاج ديال الجولد ديال 3600.
Thing is that I don't think he's dying to KC anytime soon.
He could fight like
Unless-
كريزي سبايك.
Yeah,
At least.
50 Krugs versus Doran. Who wins?
And two of KC members in the mix, you're
Take
right.
that condom piece.
ديجا عنده 3 ديال الايتمز. كان مازال ما كملش حتى الايتم الثاني ديالو.
The raids is very worrying, and T1 has been playing so careful here. Busio is looking for the flank.
It's his ankle that could change everything. Owner walking over a bouncing bomb. Carrier moving into position as well. That ward from KC giving them full information who's in the river. That won't be spotted out yet. Carrier looking, feeling.
كيريا يحاول يباكي. بوسي عنده الفيجن.
Maybe he's going to stop this back. And then
اي دينايي وياك غيهدا. اوه انا فيري جود فايت.
sneaky for a minute. Pays off.
بوسي يقدر
And Casey are showing
يستوني.
creativity. I don't think we've really seen really nice
كامي
moves here from Boots.
وزيجز ألتا.
Yeah, it's a little bit greedy, unleashing power from the start of the week. Not going to die though. Faker's ulti now down, but the Raptors are going to go with it. Red buff as well. Full control on this bottom side of the map. 30 seconds before the Drake.
I don't know if I necessarily like that pick right there. You've got no Ziggs ult, you've got no Lee Sin ult, and those are tools that are very scared to try and take over from the next Dragon, which will be so point for T1 if they manage to secure that one. So yeah, really nice flag from Boost.
بوسيو هنا.
They have to actually use to get back into this
لعبها
and contest. Yes,
واعرة.
50-50 when Yikes in the pit, but he has to get there first.
For me, this pick and the aftermath of it more just speaks of the state of the game. The fact that you still lose your red buff and bot side jungle control, even when it's a 4v5, I think it just shows how strong Doran is. Wherever he goes, it's incredibly difficult for KC to be able to fight. As they're going
دريك
to
دابا
approach this bot side fight.
الرابع
He takes his one empowered shock
و
blast.
T1 هنايا عندهم
I think KC's dreams.
لا بريوريتي في الميد.
16, 3
بوسيو
items, Dragon begins.
غادي يحاول
Hover around River with Doran dealing with the wave. KC
يدير شويه ديفيجن هنا باش يوجد هذا الكونتيست.
still only a Trinity Force, but it's a Dragon to send up.
الفايت مازال ما بداش. اونر كيحاول
It's meaningful.
يهبط
3K
الهيل ديال دريك وهنا التي ديال تي ديال تاليا وبلو ياك عاوتاني يقدر يشفر دريك الثاني وهاد المره غيهرب بلا ما يموت. فيري جود وين لكارمين كورب هنا.
Absolutely beautiful execution right here. Yehu becomes the wall behind KC and in front of Doran. Doesn't allow the guy with a 4,000 gold lead. He's all the gold lead of T1 to enter that fight, which means KC is now playing in even ground. And when Yikes in the pit, I'm sorry, it's just never a 50-50.
Trouble, I think we gotta apologize to Yike. I didn't think his Lee Sin was like gonna be it, but he has been playing fantastic this game. I feel like you can tell that KC has a really clear idea of what they want to do in every single fight. Ascana has no ultimate. I don't think he'll be able to chase Doran. Doran is 4,000 gold up. Make no mistake, it's still a very T1 favored game, but KC are giving hope to the crowd here.
They are indeed. How will that be shattered? Or can T1 get it across the line? Baron is up. And for KC, as they hover around this top side of the map, it is Faker who continues adding pressure with Hayes having immense wave clear through that mid lane as well. This is a quick reset, I believe, from Busio. As Hexac Ultimatum.
وهنا كاين فايت في التوب سايد ديال الجانجل. T1 ما قدروش.
1k gold lead himself. Rabadon's almost picked up. And every time T1 have to face check him, there is significant damage hitting them in the face.
And he's really close to that Rabadon, which is a huge power spike. He took Pace to half HP there with just the Phosphorus Bomb and the Minefield. So when he gets that Rabadon, he's going to be a real threat for T1.
Damn, why is this the best of 3? Oh my god. It's been so enjoyable so far.
Hey, we can complain about this for game 3 perhaps.
Yeah, we can maybe.
Right?
Maybe we get asked for a do-over, ask for a remix so we can get 4 at least.
Yeah, both teams just agree. Let's play again.
Yeah, let's do it again. I was just going to bring up that Kalista, though he's back at the time, it looks like he's waiting for mid-wave. Wolves.
He's still in jungle.
That's a good sign. That's a very good sign.
He's there, right? You think?
Yeah.
Let's see. He moves back. He's looking for next mid-wave. Owner going to be a threat here on the Scrying Lord. 4 members of T1 moving up. Faker has top push as well. This is dangerous for KC.
T1 هنا غيبداو
This is the classic. T1 will rush by
البارون.
even on timer. They're not letting Ziggs get his death cap, and now KC are forced to face check.
This is a TP from a Shojin recently picked up with the Dragons descent up.
عندهمش فيجن على البارون دونك يقدروا ياخذوه T1 ايزلي. هنا خصهم غير يديزونكاجاو وما يدخلوش في فايت حيت كارمين كورب غاديين بخمسه بهم. هنا التي ديال شيفانا كتموت شيفانا ياك تا هو كيموت. دايم كارمين كورب هنايا كانوا تايقين في راسهم بزاف ودوران التي تيليبورتا غيحاول يشد كارمين كورب اللي باغيين يرجعوا. فكر هنا غادي باكي وغادي تيليبورتا يقدر يجيب كيل هنا يمكن. هذه هي النهايه الا قدروا يقتلوا ياهو وبوسيو. ياهو كيموت. بوسيو يقدر يهرب ولكن يخسر صحابو كاملين. T1 هنايا خداو واحد لافونتاج كبير بزاف وغالبا جي لتي1. صعيب كارمين كورب يرجعوا دابا.
Look at top lane, look at bot lane.
خداو التورت
They've taken any
ديال الميد الثانية، تورت ديال البوت الثانية، وتورت
Baron right after the fight. There's been no
ديال البوت حتى هي غادي طيح.
Look at this one more time, and that's at the
اوه دامج رهيب هنايا من عند دوران. كان هنا غيموت وبوسيو غيجي يلتي يعاونو وغتا هو غيموت. اتس جي جي. برافو تي 1.
KC here. It's 5 versus 3. They can look to open up the base. I think Faker wants the base. Owner's low on mana, but they really have the freedom to do whatever they want on this map right now.
ياك هنايا.
I think Doran knows that he wins it. He's going to flash over, kick away, but Doran has a shock blast, an acceleration game to speed him up, and Yike is going to have to try and Sonic Wave and safeguard his way out, but Paze is going to find him eventually as well. Yike will die. Soul will not be there, but Soul point for the stat.
دامج كريزي عند دوران.
Everything and more, just like they did in the previous fight.
دامج رهيب.
I think it all comes down to this Jace pick. The fact that Doran was able to get it, I think the Shyvana pick that Kana tried to pull out, not been successful. It's not been the Kana that we're used to seeing.
Yep.
He was losing lane up until from minute 5, really. Never been a strong point in this KC lineup, even though Busio tried to play around him, tried to help him out. They were losing every single skirmish just due to the fact that Doran was so much stronger, and their cross maps were denied by Doran as well.
هنا السول بوينت عند تي 1 يقدروا ياخذوا الدريك الثالث.
You really need a winning matchup for Kana, because I think that's the biggest avenue for success that KC can exploit. Because we see now if Kana's strong, if he's comfortable, then the rest of T1 are flying.
T1 have been so good at playing with their range that KC have never really found the wombo combo that we set up over in draft with Ziggs, Shyvana, and Victor all one on top of one another. And they are actually very, very strong. They might look here.
They're going to try and find Doran finally. Mega Inferno Bomb, but he's running for his life.
دوران هنا غادي يموت. شت داون. ولكن فيكر وكيريا افونساو بزاف في البوط وحلوا البيس. اوه كاريس كيقدر يجي بالشت داون على فيكر. هنا اونر خاصو ضروري يربح هاد الفايت هذا. نايس. اونر كيربح الفايت وكيكون ايس لتي 1.
This was not that bad for KC. This could have been the end of the game here, but due to the fact that Faker died and Pace died, T1 will
كيريا هنا غيحاول ياخذ الانهب.
anything much more than getting the
اونر غيحاول ياخذ تاور ديال التوب ومع الانهب.
but the Nexus
It's
remains
still
alive.
up. The Nexus is up. We've already seen once in this tournament the Nexus being up the most important thing. So, you know what? We can cope for a little bit longer.
اونر هنا غياخذ تورت بوحده وغادي يرجع
It's only the mid
ما يدخلش حتى الانهب.
and it's the easiest one to defend.
And Owner might be overstaying here as we head into the replay. Let's see this. I mean, they go for Doran. They recognize that if they just let T1 siege, they're going to be completely outmatched. A really nice flash sonic wave there.
هنا التي ديال كاليست زوينه.
Pace goes to help out his teammate alongside Owner, but Kana gets the fear onto Pace. He's able to take down Pace alongside Busio, and this really saved the game because if Pace lives here, he can just join carry in the middle lane, and they can just end this game together.
Also, meanwhile, huge play from Kalist taking out
True.
Faker. Because
So much damage.
yeah, even Carrier would have probably ended the game right
Yeah.
there. They had the numbers in the base. The TP coming
go.
through, looking for Doran again.
I mean, finding Doran again, still
Shen,
bit of gold on
كان هنا
Kana.
تيليبورتا
Sent good shadow dash.
بوسيو إلتا ويقدروا يقتلوا دوران عاوتاني.
Is also able to defend the mid-wave, guys. Let's cope more.
I'm telling you, this wrap down bot lane can hold waves forever. Case
التاور ديال البوت لين الثالثه كطيح حتى هي.
as long as Ziggs is alive, it's really hard to push.
It's a great pick from KC, but Kana might be the one caught.
اونر غيدخل على شيفانا هنا. التي ديال بيز. شيفانا هنا صعيب
For KZ, Kana survives for now as well.
سرفايفو ولكن كاين تي بي وكاين اوتي
I feel he flashes away. Owner looks for him, burns him.
ديال
T1 are taking a 2v4.
اوه
They can't do it.
كان من كورب هنايا كانوا قراب بزاف ولكن خسروا كلش.
Before that, they took down two. And
باغي كاليست وكاليست تا هو غيموت.
Celeste next up with a Hextech ultimatum. A triple kill for a Camille support.
اوف اوف اوف
Pace
اوف.
played that so incredibly well. Kalist
ما
tried to
يمكنش.
be the hero for
Support.
KC, but it's not enough.
ديال تي 1 لعب ماتش اسطوري.
Yike wants to try to save it. Maybe the game isn't over just yet. Let's see the death timer. It's 15 seconds on Yehu.
هنا صعيب.
Don't look tall.
يايك
I think Faker might be
يدفندي الانهب نوكسس جي جي. برافو تي 1 كيربحوا الماتش الاول. فيكر مفوكس غير على نوكسس. تي 1 يقدروا يربحوا الماتش الاول. برافو عليهم وبرافو كارمين كورب اللي تا هما لعبوا مزيان صراحه.
down the Paris crowd in game one. It was hard fought by KC. Some really nice creative plays that we haven't seen from them in the LEC. They tried as they may, but T1, as always, they remain.
I feel like T1 were just so methodical. KC was finding the skirmishes that didn't necessarily result in much. Yike stole 2 dragons. That didn't result in much. They got a rift out. Didn't result in anything. T1 were so firmly ahead this entire game, and they knew they could just win through sheer range. And double TP right here. 2 very squishy carries from KC in the midst of a Shinsao. Not that great.
I mean, Owner holding the knock up there. So as soon as Yahoo TP's in, he gets knocked up and gets pretty much one-shot. It's just, you see the mechanical prowess on this T1 roster in every single team fight. And KC, they were able to match 80%, 85%.
But not 100.
It's not good enough.
It's not good enough. They've got to step it up even more. A commendable game from KC, but it is a best of 3 with T1 moving to match point, as Dagon is going to tell us how bloody good T1 is.
First, let me start with how great that TriCast is. First one here at EWC. Great job, y'all, as it is T1. After a fantastic start by KC, they were rocking and rolling. T1 then put the clamps down and stopped the fun that the fans were having here in France.
I mean, it was bloody game since like level 1. I think they tried to force the flash from level 1. We could see 2v2 in the mid lane with the mid lane and support and a lot actions in here, and I think it was just an amazing game. But once again, they underrated Doran. You know what happens if he open up the Jace for him?
What happens?
I think we're gonna see.
All right, let's see.
So this was an attempt from KC to capitalize. Doran had been ahead in lane against the Shyvana pick. Even with the shock blast missing, able to turn it around and make it a trade. And then a little bit after this, we moved down to Doran being on the bot side of the map, and then setting up a play on the back of Carrier's engage, and he just got so fed on the back of these plays.
I mean, he was already so far ahead in gold, and I think the lead that he had, he can just 2v3 like whenever he wants, you know. So that's why he brought up the players around him, and I think T1 really did well about using the man advantage and also the item power spike around Doran. I think whenever Doran gets the lead, it was the missing part from T1, because I think they didn't really like try to play around him, but this time around it worked really well.
Yeah, this is the Doran that we had last year, and especially when supports are more free to play on the map. Carry enabled on this Camille, able to get Doran so far ahead, and he did so good with that lead.
And you can also see a little bit at the end of that play where KC start pushing a little bit more, maybe a little bit too much, and all of a sudden it starts snowballing out of control. They find an angle to go at the Baron, and I think it's just a little bit over-eager by KC trying to take this fight here as Kana explodes.
Yeah, T1 get the Baron, start to disengage. Some low health bars, like Pays half HP. Kana's like, I can make this happen. But even though the fear connects onto Fake, he gets some initial damage. Look at the turnaround, how quickly the Shyvana gets deleted. Yike is quick to follow, Doran shredding through them, and KC quickly realized they were not in a position to punish. The TP flank comes in as well, and it's just absolute curtains for KC in the situation.
It looked really good for KC at the beginning, but in fact, they were really behind in gold. So I think when T1 can actually just be on the same page and to turn around, it was just a great moment for them. And again, I think Shiv is not the pick to play against Jace. And as Jack Spectra said in the cast, KC needs something that you can get the advantage from the top side. Otherwise, there's no options here.
Yeah, and it is a best of 3, so I am always a fan of trying the gamble there. As soon as the Shyvana came up, you're like, Ooh, like how's this all work? I guess this is where it goes. Let's see if this is the trump card that they have ready to go. It really did not work out, and from there, T1, as they always do when they have that big of a lead, start to put on the show and make sure they take care of everything, dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's, and in the process, make quite a show here in France.
It did get a little chaotic. You know, we saw KC looking to punish Doran, but I think towards the later stages, you saw the goal lead they had, and Ona and Carrier were just thriving in their chaos, fighting, scrapping. We have this moment in the top side of the map where, crazily enough, you have your support Camille getting a triple kill on the back of this play. But there were multiple times where Casey are trying to take out these squishier targets, and Ona is just in the melee, just fighting in the arena.
I mean, this is one of the great games that you can just pull it off with Camille's support. I think from level 1, they tried to play really aggressive as support Camille and Shen, like Busho, Carrier together. But I feel like whenever Shen gets really late, level 6, it's it has no advantage like from picking Shen, right? So I feel like Carrier just had really good game plan overall, and this really helps the team to snowball.
Yeah, something we've seen really successful into the Camille has been the Leona. I know Jack Spector was talking about how he was expecting the Leona to come in. Throughout this tournament, that matchup's been very Leona favored. Instead, going for the Shen, and then I feel like not really able to get that much value out of the ult. Later on, they were using it to jump on targets, but I think just having the more solid lane, the more solid frontliner of the Leona would have had a lot of value.
I mean, I think the reason why you're picking Shen is because you can actually look for the kills in lane. I think it has really good kill potential, but with Ziggs, it's really hard to look for some kills because I don't think Ziggs has a burst damage in the early levels, right? I think they try to pick Shen away because they could have Talia Shen combination on the bot side, which is such a global ulti, and also it's really like high prior in this tournament, right? So I feel like Camille can still work with the Talia, right? Like Camille does so much damage, and I think you can just still play around the map, but I think T1 had just overall better idea around the bot side here.
Yeah, Coach Reaper said after their victory against AGAL, it was a relief that it was I guess, it helped them realize they are going in the right direction. They were wondering, are we doing the right thing? Am I the right guy? After that victory, it helped. This gamble here did not, and he's going to have to go back to the drawing board to bring this Parisian crowd back to life because it roared when it started, but once T1 got rolling, the T1 chants were all over the place here at the STC Arena. After this short piece of content, we're going to come back and see, will it be T1 closing this one out 2-0, a step closer to becoming the first ever organization to be a two-time game winner, or will KC push us to a game number 3?
In Korea, you are either a winner or you're a loser.
This would be the first reverse sweep in an international finals.
History will be made as two titans collide.
I'm here with Knight, who is our only left-handed player in the tournament, and we have a beautiful Lenovo Legion setup here that I was thinking maybe, Knight, we could jump into game, and then you could show me how your setup normally looks like since you're left-handed. I wanted to ask, do you feel like being left-handed has been an advantage or a disadvantage for you?
我觉得没有优势也没有劣势吧，就我用左手和别人用右手是一样的感觉，就没什么区别。
I can see that you got the mechanics down. And did you ever experiment with other ways of like having the mouse and keyboard? So I was wondering, did you start with this or did you at first play differently?
我一开始就是用左手吧，因为我出生就是左撇子嘛，就我吃饭什么写字都是用左手，所以玩游戏就自然而然的就用左手。
That's pretty much it for me. I mean, I'd lovely having you here, Knight, and wish you best of luck in the tournament with your left golden hand. And maybe you have some words for the fans that you want to say?
就有些粉丝就一直支持 BLG 支持 LPL 吧，就我也会就尽力发挥就更好的水平，就争取拿冠军给你们。
I'm over at the Kidia City Grid, joined with the lovely Glitter to give us an update on what's happening club championship-wise for Free Fire.
Yeah, because we are in our finals right now. We're only 2 matches in on the day. It was Bury Ram United Esports and Twisted Minds that won the first 2 matches. So already kind of going in the CC direction, right? But we do still have Falcons in here. We still have AGAL in here. We have RRQ, SAUL, we have MIBR. So there are a lot of CC teams that could potentially get some points on the board for themselves. And considering this is Falcons' last opportunity this week to really do well for CC, this could be big for them.
This has to be, right? But Twisted Mind's actually a great organization to mention. Because last year as well, they were pretty close. They're getting there. They were placed 4th.
Yeah.
So if anything, this could be the year for them to turn things around. But thank you so much for that update. I appreciate it. We'll keep you updated, guys. Anything Club Championship report related. So stick around.
T1 on match point in this best of 3 versus KC. The home arena wasn't enough. KC fell short. I'm Sturgeon, joined by Jack Spectra as well as Troubling. We're going to take you through this game 2. Hopefully only a game 2 and not the last one.
Yeah, and if I had to pick an MVP for game number 1, it would have to be Doran.
It would be Doran again.
He carried so damn hard that game. I think he finished the game with a 7,000 or 8,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
And he was just a big contributor. The biggest reason, really, that T1 was winning skirmishes back-to-back. And I really think it's up to Kana to step up in this game number 2 to make it more competitive for KC.
And no less, it was a B1. Any B1 has to be the most valuable pick for your team.
Yeah.
And Doran made it work. He's had some incredible NAR games, and people were like, oh yeah, but that's because he's so good at NAR. That's why he made it work. I feel like he's been making it work this entire tournament so far.
He really has, and look, you know, on the side of KC, let's be real, the Shyvana wasn't able to punish. We know Kana as one of our best laners in the LEC. That's his strength.
But he's not Mirwin.
But he's not Mirwin, where Mirwin, at least in the 5v5s, can
اوكي ليتس جو ماتش الثاني تي 1 غيباني وعاوتاني بابي ورينيكتون فاي ونوكتيرن كارمن كورب تي 1 غيباني واكالي.
For KC, especially because they were kind of getting outpaced, I'd say, by T1. They tried to match the pacing, but now I think it should be slower, more methodical for them. As we'll see if maybe the Casio will be the first pick for T1 here, especially with that Syndra being taken out.
And Jarvan also, right? That's an owner pick, and Casio, obviously with Syndra out the way, Orianna banned, becomes the primary pick. Really hard to find a counter for, especially with
فكر يلعب كاسيوبيا هذا الماتش.
from the side of T1. And let's see what Yahoo has in store right here to play into the Cassiopeia. Hasn't necessarily been an easy lane for anyone.
And T1 took away the Akali as well that we've seen into this Casio. Is it just going to be the Sylas like that? I'm not a huge fan of picking Sylas before you see the ultimates, as I don't think the champion has enough value if it doesn't have great ultimates. And we'll see what KC decide to pick up. The Anivia, I mean, we've seen this Anivia quite a bit.
Got it yesterday.
اوكي انيفيا في كارمن كورب
Very well here into the Cassiopeia can be really annoying.
وبارد
Slows, and it's the Bard. I wanted to
بوسيو
talk
يلعب
about
بارد.
earlier. I mean, Bard, both for Carry and Busio, are such standout picks. Like Keria, best bard in the world. Busio prided himself on being best bard
in the LEC.
First he was best bard in NA, then he was the best bard in the West, then he was best bard in LEC. Just a highly competent bard, and I think taking it away from Keria makes a ton of sense, but now you have the Jarvan, as you talked about, trouble.
T1 اختاروا Jarvan.
Rather than trying to structure something, I think that is the correct way to possibly play that game too. If you want to play a little bit slower, give comfort to your players. Honor with the Jarvan, of course, makes a super strong 1-2 in the mid jungle. And what they're going to just pair this up with, because there has been some support sliding in on 3 here, but it could just be just a blind top.
The Ambessa blind here.
Full top side?
Ambessa, I think, is a very, very strong champion.
T1 Lockout Ambessa.
Not a whole lot of answers.
But you can also, I mean, I will just say, you can also flex that in if you're up in the top lane as well. For the Ambessa early, how annoying is it with the long cooldowns?
I would assume that as the game progresses, that would be pretty scary for the Neve, especially once that Ambessa gets level 6.
That is fair.
In a side lane, as long as she has that public execution. I love the Estral for Kalist. He's been so good on it.
Especially against
as well.
the Jarvan.
Yeah, it's great into the Jarvan, great into the Ambessa, even good into the Cassio as well. And it's also kind of a takeaway from Pace. We saw Pace absolutely smurfing on the Estral as well. And Estral Bard, it's a known combo. It's great. Both of them love to play against each other. Estral can just clear waves, Bard can go roaming around, and Busio can do what he does best, working with his jungler and helping out his team.
It's been permabanned versus Kalist this entire time on EWC, so he has another chance to do that. And this is a very uncharacteristic structure of draft for KC. We're very used to seeing them pick their entire top side in the first 3 for a couple of drafts now. So they have broken that standard just a little bit. So now they need to try, and emphasis on try, and ban Keria out. And what is very scary towards that bot lane, because they're banning the Pyke, which is very fair, a very heavy roaming champ. However, Keria has made
كاس اختاروا إسرائيل. دونك كاليستا يلعب بإسرائيل وبنوا بايك.
KC, they got away with a draft that I really, really like thus far. I wonder if they want to try to take out some enchanter supports, perhaps. I think the hyper carries for
T1 يبنوا Vayne.
Unless they want to send the Cassio down in bot lane. I think they're going to put the Cassio in mid lane, because Cassio into the Bard and Estral, especially after level 6, once Bard gets that Tempered Fate, is going to be really, really annoying for the Cassio to play into, as you also get outranged by the Estral. So I think something that can have some either engage into the Estral or match that range, something like the Jhin, as we've seen quite a bit into it, would make a lot of sense.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Caitlyn Karma-ish lane. I feel like Karma is very empowering to the Jarvan in the early game, as well as the Ambessa later on in team fights. And it is definitely one of those lanes that does challenge any sort of Ezreal lane. And especially since you leave that Caitlyn alone down bot, she's pretty happy to farm in the early game and then start hitting those towers later on. And as the Lucian and Pyke are taken out, I feel like
T1 بنوا النار
lane would be coming through for T1.
وكارمين كورب براو لوشن.
They go for Mages again.
Yeah, we'll have to see, but Doran being set up for a lot of success here. 3 top lane bans targeting out Kana. We'll have to see what he can play into the Ambessa now with Vayne, with Gnar out. I would love to see something that's a winning matchup that he can look to abuse, but they might have banned all the good
Like
ones.
a Showmaker copy pasta?
A Showmaker copy pasta. Oh, like Cassante. But he doesn't play Cassante in the LEC. He nearly always prefers the Scion. He's going for the Rumble.
كان غيلعب برامبل.
I like it. It has a lot of damage. It has a great laning phase. He can look to abuse it. He had a great Rumble game yesterday. Has the equalizer. The thing that KC need to round out this comp is really some good engage, because they don't have a lot of consistency C.
Daze Loka Caitlyn.
Because you're assuming this Caitlyn gets locked in.
And it's Karma.
2v2, and it's got to be the Karma, as Trump said earlier.
If they go to Caitlyn, Karma makes a ton of sense. Karma's also great into the Rumble, because as soon as he puts down that equalizer...
لا مازال ما لوكاوش. لوكيو سيفير.
Sivir, Nico, Sivir, Lulu would make a lot of sense here. So that's what they go for.
سيفير نيكو.
Very traditional, and for Yike, he needs something to set up his team. The only thing I can think of to set up a team is a Skarner, potentially, with a big wombo combo. There's no way he goes back to his roots from Maokai. There's too much HP in the team. So what does Yike have up his sleeve to set up a team? Potentially even a Wukong?
Yeah, I think Wukong could be an option. The problem with Skarner as well, I think it's similar to Maokai, is you have very heavy magic damage. If he goes for this Kiana, I mean, KC, they're going to be quite crazy once again, because they don't have a great way to start fights aside from that Tempered Fate, and they have pretty much no front line. Probably their tankiest member will be the Anivia.
Anivia, yeah. And they must have seen this yesterday and thought, we can do it better, as we go to Lou, who's standing by with T1 fans.
It has been one of the first times probably that a team makes
كارمين كورب ما عندهمش تانكس كاع.
than for T1 in an arena, but of course we have to pay our respect
هذه فول دامج.
I am joined by Kifan, who's a Chinese fan who speaks French. Donc Kifan, merci déjà d'être là. Moi, je voulais te demander pourquoi est-ce que tu soutiens T1 ici à Paris?
Oui, je soutiens T1, grand fan de Faker, mais aussi fan de toute l'équipe T1. Voilà.
Évidemment, fan de toute l'équipe T1, so I'm a big fan of Faker, obviously. And my next question is going to be about, you know, the KC crowd. You're here in Paris, and they make a lot of noise for KC. So I want to know what you think about the mood, the vibes. Tu es pour T1, mais il y a énormément de fans français qui font du bruit pour votre adversaire. Qu'est-ce que tu penses du mood ici?
Le vibe, c'est vraiment impressionnant. T'entends tous ces bruits-là qui continuent de chanter. Aussi, voilà. C'est tout ce qu'on apprend à Paris avec cette ambiance-là.
A lot of respect. I imagine they make insane noise. This is very impressive. We'll see who is the best team on this game too. Thank you so much for joining me, and back to the game.
Yeah, the KC fans always loud, whether it is domestically or internationally. It has helped KC in the past, but game one is a very different story. T1, you count them out after MSI. They come in, you think, no, HLE are the favorites. No, BLG are the favorites. Those guys are gone. They didn't make it past the quarterfinals. It is T1's story yet again as they run into game two on match point versus Europe and the West. Last hope.
And KC are going to need that help from the fans, but it's a very different draft in game number 2. It's a lot more methodical. It's a lot slower. We're going to see how Yehu can pressure T1. We're going to see how Busio can land those tempered fates, and it's a lot of non-committal engage. If the tempered fate doesn't land, you don't have to go for the fight. If Yehu doesn't find the stun, they can back out. Yike has so much mobility, and they have the equalizer as well, and the poke from Kaliz. They have so much range that I think they can really look to showcase their league IQ.
I'm just a little bit worried because we saw, that's what I was saying, we saw Tarzan yesterday play Kiana with not many priority lanes, and unfortunately he was trapped inside his own jungle, not being able to make plays for a very long time. Those lanes don't have a lot of setup, and Owner is now bullying Yike.
ونر هنا غيحاول يمرض شويه يايك، ما كيخصو يحضر راسو حيت بوسيو هنايا. او يايك غيقدر ياخذ الدجاج وغيدخل وغيربح الفايت حتى توصل ليفل 2. نايس جي جي. بارد غياخذ الفيرست بلاد. Crazy Ike. Bravo عليه.
Nerves of Steel there holds it, but Yike recognizes that even though Pace is there first, he has the damage, he can take the bush, buy so much time, and he gets the first blood.
And now, because Nico was so chunked down, Botlane is going to be perma-pushed as we see the replay one more time. Keria pulls up, but he's super low HP. They have to burn the heal as well, and Owner is willing to take the 50-50. Well, guess what? It is never a 50-50 versus Yike.
And as you say, Trouble, so much credit has to be given to Busio here because he cheesed Keria in the bush, chunks him out, and buys so much pressure for KC because the Anivia and Kiana are really, really weak early, and Nico is really strong. So if Busio wasn't able to chunk Keria like that, then it would have been a really easy 3v3 for T1 to play. But due to the fact that he got that chunks, now Kaliz is going maybe a bit too far forward.
Arcane shift, wait for the tangle barbs. One thing's going to be dodged. Keria looking for the other. Pace taking autos.
اوه كاليستا انا غيقدر يقتل سيفير.
He's a top 10 ADC in the world. Top 10, top 5 with a performance like that.
Okay, calm it down.
I can't. Kalista solo kill Pays in a 1v2, Jack.
He did solo kill Ruler earlier in the tournament as well. An incredible performance by Kalist. An absolute showcase of mechanics there. He recognizes that he wins the 1v2. As now Doran might be in trouble.
Flame Spitter overheating the
دوران هنا يقدر يهرب من كانا وغادي يكونسومي البوشن ديالو. خصو يباكي.
They can see how KC are going to have a hard time later on as we gain the POV, lands the W, is forward to Procket, weaving in autos, and now he dodges the Nico Q, sees that he connects the first auto and just flashes forward to finish it off. That was nice.
Kalista is so clean on the Astral. Really nicely played by him there. And a great start for KC in game number 2 here. I think the KC fans are pretty damn happy right now.
I mean, I can feel the hype through, Jack. The Kalist kill means so much.
كارمين كورب بادينا ماتش مخير وصل ديجا 1000 جول ديفرنس في 4 دقائق.
He's just pathing around his jungle, having nothing to do. He just got double scuttled by Yike, and Yike still has jungle available.
فكر هنا قدر يقتل انيفا ولكن بارد غيجي. بارد يقدر يتريدي انيفيا.
And Yahoo wanted to bait Faker in, but Faker had a little bit more damage than Yahoo expected there, so Faker's able to make it a 1-for-1. So I don't think there's a
انا هنا غياخد شويه ديال الفارم من يايك بعد ما خسر جوج ديال السكوتلز. فكر هنا كيضيع بزاف ديال الفارم.
I mean, he clicked forward because he wanted to bait Faker in, and then as soon as he popped out of the egg, he died. So it's just like, yeah, it was.
I mean, pretty insane.
He had the right idea, but now Doran might be in trouble.
Yeah, we look towards Yike.
دوران هنا صعيب يعيش. غيدير فلاش اوت ولكن صعيب يهرب. يب اونر هنا غيقدر يتريديه ويقتل يايك. واش لا ما يقدرش ياخذ الكيل على كانت هو. برافو اونر. فيكر هنا غادي يحاول يبوشي ولكن ما عندوش الالتي. هنا كاليست صعيب يعيش. فوالا غيموت ولكن يقدر يجيب تري. وبوسيو هنا كريزي. بوسيو كريزي 3 الكيلز.
The more ego I see from this kid, Jack, the more I think my silly top 5 comment, at least in this game, makes a bit more sense. Historically, no, but Europe is feeling it. Paris especially, as Kerry looks to face check, sees Yahoo, use the clone for that as Yike looks towards level 6. He's half the way there. We can talk about that in a second as we look at the 2v2.
I mean, it's a really nice attempt by Carrier here, trying to land the Tangled Barbs onto Kalist, but Kalist reacts with the E, and it's the exhaust that comes in clutch. It makes it so that they're able to take down Saber, but we don't have time.
We are fighting again.
بوسيو كريزي. بوسيو فيكر كيموت وكيضيع الفلاش ديالو.
And he reclaims the title of best bard in the West as he showcases it against the best support in the world. Busio's all across the map taking over.
Best Polish support we've ever seen as Yahoo gets a push in the mid-wave as well. My co-casters shaking their head. The fans out there nodding furiously. Busio, the angle great, but owners waiting here. Maybe
بوسيو هنا غادي يطمع الصراحة. كان يقدر يهرب ولكن دابا الشت داون التي 1 كانوا يقدروا ياخذوا جوج حتى 3 الكيلز. ياك هنا ما يقدرش يهرب. فكر جايو من ليه ولكن يقدر يهرب. برافو. كاسيوبيا مازال تابع يايك. فكر هنا غالبا يقدر يقتل يايك اللي طمع.
So that the red buff is going to spawn there as now Doran is looking to fight. We don't have time to talk. Doran's here.
Kana's going to overload though. Doran might be in trouble.
دوران هنايا غادي يعاون. اونر هنا غيعاون دوران. كان يقدر ياخذ الكيل على دوران وغيهرب. كريزي كان. برافو. اوه كريزي. كاليس يقدر يقتل فيكر هنا.
It's Busio with the portal onto Faker. Faker has no flash, has no petrifying gaze, so Kalist and Busio can make light work out of him. That's kind of outplays on the top lane.
In all seriousness, please don't go back to NA. Busio.
برافو كارمين كورب.
4-1 and 2. He's riling them up. Look at the kill count. He might not have all the kill participation, but he started this game and he's really rolling with it here.
كان يقدر ياخذ جروبز.
to load into a game versus Keria playing bot on his skin and having this performance. Boost has been absolutely incredible, and KC have accumulated a 2,000 gold lead, the first lead in those 2 games that we've seen so far.
And it's 3 grubs for KC. T1 looking to try to match it with the potential Drake. But Owner still wants to clear his bot side camps. As Faker starts the Drake. Do they want to rush it? No.
I guess not.
Just checking.
First Dragon of the game, Pays, is he in trouble? Boost just spotted an award, crystallized down. Pays takes a heavy chunk, and with the Electrocute after the Glacial Storm, almost half HP.
But I think we're seeing the difference in composition here, that it's so much easier for KC to go for these chunks, to be really annoying against the T1 lineup, something that they didn't really have access to in the last game, where it felt like they had to go all or nothing in every single fight, and it makes it so much easier to play across the map, as Kana is looking to continue this 1v1 against Doran.
Doing pretty well, he's down in CS, but he's got 2 kills to his name after he survived the 1v2 before. Looking for that excess of Genomite up on that top turret. Will not find it for now. But Kana keeps on pushing up, and that's where also you're seeing a bit of the gold lead happen.
Really importantly, Trinity Force completed for Kalist, both of his summoners up, and with Dragon coming up right here, Boost is gonna reset, and they could probably look to contest.
X-Drinker giving Doran a bit more confidence here. Kana about to overheat out of the danger zone. One more flame spit.
T1 هنا غيبداو دريك.
T1, they have to be careful here. With Trinity Force on Astral, as you said, Trouble. Kalista is so damn strong, but
كيريا غير ألتي ولكن ما يقص حتى واحد. خاصهم يهربوا دابا. كيانا غادي تألتي وغادي تقدر تقتل نيكو.
And Kalist continues to read Keria like a book. He had no vision, but he knew that Keria might look for him. He reacts just in time, and Keria ends up falling. It's a Drake for KC, and it's full map control for KC in game number 2 here.
Bot lane push, mid lane push, Dragon taken, and Kana has been doing a fantastic job at building a lead into Doran. All lanes for KC on full force.
So where does it go from here? 3,000 gold, no objectives up. KC looking for that first item on the Inivir especially, but Yike will be looking to play for that first item as well as T1 got caught.
Yeah, pops the ult right here onto the Nico Kalist, just ease out. And then that was a beautiful roll for Yehu that forces Keria's pathing towards Yike's ult. That's how they capitalize on him, take the Dragon, push out the lanes. Beautiful sequence by KC.
And the Anivia Kiana synergy, haven't seen that one in a while, but they utilized it so well there.
Yep.
As I do think that the one scary thing for KC is the fact that Doran, while he is down 300 gold, he's still scaling very well this game. And as he gets his items, the public execution can have so much value in these fights, and he can really wreak havoc on this backline because there's very little CC once he gets on top of that backline.
كان من هنا غيحاولوا انفيديو في نفس الوقت كاين تيليبورت مع درامبل. وهنا اونر يقدر يلقى راسو. يقدر يهرب. كاليست بيز 1v1. كاليست ايزي اللي غيربح هاد الفايت هذا.
Let's see the POV is forward.
Crazy Israel.
W into the proc, exhausts, pays, and just flashes to style the last auto on him.
In live, the crowd is roaring with Kalist's name. Kometo can't believe he's about to take his headset off and throw it. He's
and this
absolutely
is the KC,
unreal.
When KC, they still have more fights here. I mean, the mechanical display from KC here. This is the case that we saw in LEC. They were able to outplay every single team in the skirmishes. I think their mechanical prowess is right up there with G2. And we didn't see that in MSI. We didn't see it whatsoever. But we all knew that it was there. And I'm so glad that we're getting to see that in EWC. Because this is a team that has such a high ceiling as Pays.
بوزيو هنا غادي ناي الريست ديال بيز.
Yeah, that's a one-bit item Pays. So even though he has been solo killed twice here by Kalist, he's keeping up in gold somehow. Credibility, T1 still, it's never out until they're out. I mean, we've got Herald coming up, we've got Dragon. First one went over to KC. But remember again, KC still have to run it home in this game too.
And I feel like Yehu has been doing such a fantastic job at depriving Faker of CS. He did something incredible with his wall that forced Faker to walk all the way around his jungle to try and catch a double stacked wave underneath his tower, which he missed a lot of CS of. whilst Kalista was 1v1 in pace down that bot lane. A 30 CS gap over in the mid lane in favor of Yehu.
Yeah, it's been really annoying. The one thing that I think T1 has is as the game progresses, Sivir will get really strong. Cassio will get...
لكن راح انفيدي اونر مع بوسيو، لكن كيريا وبيز قد يعاونوه. وهنا التي من عند كريم يقدر يقص حتى شي واحد. دوران هنا غيقدر يجيب الكيل على ياك غالبا، وغيديزونكاجا ما يقدرش. دوران ثقيل بزاف.
But that was 2 TPs from T1 that KC maneuvered around so fantastically. They didn't have the numbers advantage.
دوران مازال ما شراش البوت، يقدرش كاع يتباع. لعبة كارمين كورب.
So a play that's not been a T1 favor resulted in them getting the red buff stolen and their mid lane push.
Taker's level 9 to Kana's level 12.
As Flash.
Kana doesn't have his first item yet. I wonder if it's going to make a difference here. Faker, danger zone there, Electro Harpoon. Okay, now spotted out. Kana's going to back away while Yike and Yehu were moving up this river. Looks like Herald is what they're going to be starting off with Twin Fang after Twin Fang comes through. But
كارمين كورب هنا بداو الريفت. بقى 20 ثانية على دراجون. تيرت ديال المين غطيح هنا دابا غالبا. لا.
And the luxury of getting this mid tower so low is that you don't have to use Herald on it. You can get this mid tower with just the pressure of a move.
دوران افونسا في البوت لين.
Invest that Herald with either tier 2 bot or a tier 2 top, or break open the map and even use it for Drake.
And if you look at who's on the side lane, it's Faker and Cassiopeia. If you open up a side lane tower, Jack said, with the Rift Herald, Faker is in immediate danger, especially since there's a Bard in the game that can come at you from 3 screens away.
TP, will it be joining for this dragon that is now on the menu? Casey with the first, as stated before. No one looking at it for now as owners clearing topside. And Yike has a lot of camps up as well, so this is going to be a late Dragon Soul game if we do get to it, which again we talked about T1's scaling, especially with Sivir, with Cassio. Might be an advantage for them to stall it out.
Yeah, but Kaliz now having the mana immune, the Triforce, it's a classic 2-hour. Oh my god.
اوه كاليست هنايا كريزي. كاليست الدمج اللي كيدير. اوه شت داون لنيكو. واخيرا تيو نقدروا يقتلوا كاليست. هنا دوران يقدر يموت، خاص 10 يجيو يعاونوه دابا. كان تيليبورت كيقدر يموت. يقدروا يقتلوا دوران ويقدروا يقتلوا تاكيريا. كان التي وبيز صعيب يهرب. هاك غياخد دريك الثاني لكارمين كورب. فكر. غيفلاشي ويقدر ياخد الكي.
which will then make the equalizer hurt that much more when Faker gets slowed next fight. Let's watch this one more time.
هنا كاليست كان تيق في راسو اكثر من القياس، ولكن اونر دخل في الوقت المناسب باش يصوفي صاحبه ويجيب الكيل.
Criticized a lot for those missteps because they're so memorable, but with that comes the highs that we've seen in this game as well. And in this game, it's not just him who's strong, it's the rest of his team as well. So even if he falters, the rest of them can step up.
5.5k is what I saw before this replay. As, yeah. 2,000 people, we were told, can fill this crowd out, and it is filled. Tickets were sold out.
It is completely full.
All the way up. Like there's like 10 rows of bleachers. They're all completely chonked right now. As
دوران هنا غيتقانكا من ياك غيحط الريفت. دوران صعيب يسرفايفي. كي تيليبورتا نايس. تيليبورتا وهرب. اونر هنا كيفلاشي. اوه نيكو التوار. برافو شت داون الفيكر دابا. كان من كورب افونسو بزاف طوب. دوران هنا غيبوشي ويقدر يبروتكتي التاور الثانية ديال توب. فكر غيقدر ياخذ التاور ديال البوت لين واول تاور لتي 1.
Right, T1, and looking for deeper vision right here. It has been their objective. Carry is also looming around Owner, trying to help him steal those Raptors off. And of course, with a lot of towers going down and Faker pushing out that bot lane, you need to be setting up some deeper vision into the bot quadrant of Yike's jungle, and that's exactly what they tried to do. This is what KC can see. They don't know where Carry is.
Now they do. Going to be spotted out. Yike on the hunt. Here comes Busio's Bard as well. Trisha Barrage going to tag a little bit as that flies across Summoner's Rift. Doesn't even get the tail.
إسرائيل ألتا ولكن ما قدرش يختار. هنا غتكون تيليبورت من عند كارمين كورب. 4 كونتر 2. فكر كيموت ولكن نيكو هرب. دوران هنا غيقدر ياخذ تورت ديال الطوب.
It's a win for KC, but a very slight one as T1 get the cross map.
They'll eventually get the tower, so that's a consolation prize. They'll lose one, they'll take one over in the end. Yike has emptied the entire bot side jungle from Owner, but Owner is doing what Owner does in T1, a T1 Baron.
T1 غيحاولوا ياخذوا البارون immediately فاش كيبان. كان من كروب ما عندهمش كاع الفيجن. هنا إسرائيل غي ألتي وغادي يبانوا له. خاصهم يزربوا وياخذوا البارون. يس كيقدروا ياخذوه. اونر هنا خاصو يفلاش نايس يقدر يهرب. ياك غي ألتي وغيقدر يجيبو. كان من تي 1 خاصهم يرجعوا يباكيو.
They're the best Baron team in the world and they keep finding the angle. Owner starts it alone and KC don't think they have the potential to do it because Faker was dead. It was 4 versus 5 and KC were the ones in control of the map. As I don't think Faker wins this 1v1 even if he gets the petrifying gaze. We'll have to see.
فكر هنا كي انجاجي كونتر كانا. برافو فكر قدر يقتل كانا. 2 ليفلز قل منه وخا كيقدر يقتلو. بوسي هنا يحاول يتريدي غيوصل غيقدر يقتلو غالبا. برافو بوسيو. جي جي. بيز هنا كيبوشي الميد لين.
Kana does have the teleport, Faker does not, so it does mean that for this Drake spawning in 10 seconds, it's a big advantage for KC as Kalista is basing for his 3rd item.
It's a bit scary right here for KC to walk into Fog of War to get any semblance of vision around that dragon pit. But yeah, it doesn't need much vision, he just needs to be in the pit to make it advantageous for him. Behind them.
ياك يقدر يقتل اونر هنا. نيكو ألتي اوه ياك كيموت. درا خاصو يهرب. فلاش اوت. كان كيدخل ولكن ما كيقدرش يشد حتى شي لعاب من تي 1. كيسي هنا غياخدو دراجون وغياخدو سول بوينت. باقي دقيقة على البارون. هنا كارمين كورب خسروا تورت ديال الميد الاولى ومازال مبوشين تورت الثانيه. لهنا ما كيكوميتيش. سيفير كترجع بحالها. كيان الدمج رهيب.
Going down in a free fight for KC, but with that they get a slight cross map, some plates on mid at least, but it's still a big win for KC as they're now on soul point.
Busio has no tempered fate. Carry is going to be spotted out. Tangobar's going to connect on him as well. Busio looking for the angle. The rank shot's not going to connect on him either. Owner thinking about walking up now with pings getting spotted. Or rather, KC spotting out his rotation.
But KC need to be careful because Doran is opening up towards topside here and Kana has no TP. KC, they recognize, they back off, they reset. Busio's going to get his wards again and look up to set up this map once more.
It's really important that Busio walked behind enemy lines. There's literally 4 wards behind the barn pit to make sure that when Yehu pushes towards the top side of the map, he actually feels safe from the T1 threat. There is a very deep control ward inside Yike's jungle on the top side, which they could potentially use, but for now, Yehu feels pretty safe. Oh, he found it.
I feel like you can tell from KC's wards here that they don't want to let that Baron Nashor be snuck away again, as they've warded pretty much every avenue that owner could enter that Nash pit.
Doran doesn't have any autos to get his energy back. Pause for a second, he's just going to walk it out instead. Knows he's vulnerable as KC was setting up a play.
So a little bit of a lull state now as both teams are just waiting for that dragon to spawn. Although T1 probably are waiting for the Nash to spawn, as that is their comfort zone.
Super important. Time has timed and 3 items have landed in Sivir's inventory. This is where if FaZe gets a couple of ricochets around, a couple of auto attacks, KC will just melt. They do not have any tanky member to take those boomerangs, so we'll see if FaZe can actually carry whilst being 1-4 and many hundreds of gold down to Kalist.
And the thing is, even though Kalist has the 5 kills, I think Pace is actually stronger right now, considering the champion. Sivir at 3 crit items is going to be doing so much damage. The biggest problem she faces is that she's so low range that it'll be hard to auto-attack this long-range KC comp. And that also speaks to how KC want to play in general. They want to keep T1 at bay. They want to slow them down. They want to annoy them with Yehu's walls, with his slows, with his stuns, and make it really difficult for Faker and Pace to actually DPS.
Bell shield against this much CC. How it's used is going to be critical. Yike also won 3 items, by the way, so there is an explosion that comes from the Kiana, also with the Last Whisper to add in some of those tank stats, at least the deletion of Actualizer picked up by Faker. So a 3rd item here for the Cassio, who is 2 stacks away from that Rod of Ages. Baron up in 45 seconds. Soul is up for KC in 2 minutes. Faker's going to get tagged out as he spotted moving towards his jungle.
Very close to Shadow Flame for Kana as well. 3rd completion for Rumble would be huge before the next fight.
كان من كارب هناك يوصلوا ل 5000 gold advantage.
They mostly want to deter them from getting anywhere near again. Their sights are set on that soul, which is going to be infernal. What a huge soul to have with a full DPS composition top to bottom for KC. So they definitely want to take their chances. They have 3 out of 4, 1 more remaining. However, they need to set up some vision towards the both side of the map.
I agree with you, Trouble, but KC do Nash incredibly fast. Kiana, Rumble, and Nivea Ezreal. So if they get 5-10 seconds alone time, they would be able to kill that Nashor much faster than maybe T1 would expect. But at the same time, T1 are a team that's so incredibly intelligent at how they play around Nash, and with how much they love to sneak Nash off vision, I would be very surprised if T1 are caught off guard.
KC can't hold their fingers off the ward button for now. Control ward spots out nothing in the pit, and it is quite dark around that purple worm. There's KC with an entry ward as Kalist walks over it. And 1 outside of the shuffle zone of Baron right now from T1 as well. Bit of damage from Kalist obviously still hurts here. As Owner looks to face check.
There is a bunch of vision for T1
هنا
around that both side of the map. And that's
كحيد الفيجن ديال تي 1 وكي دير كونترول وارد في البارون. 30 ثانية على الدراجون. تي 1 ما خاصهمش يخليو هاد الدراجون يضيع حيت لا ضاع يقدر حتى الماتش يضيع معاه.
Lucio is bodyguarding this Drake pit right now as Kalist wants to try to get some poke.
كان تيليبورتا. كان من الكورب عندهم لا بريوريتي في هاد دريك. صعيب تي 1 يكونتيستيوه. نشوفو شنو يديروا. دوران تيليبورت ولكن عندهم فيجن غادي يشوفوه. برافو كارمين كورب قدروا ياخذوا السول.
Yeah, KC able to zone them off there. The owner getting chunked, Doran not finding the flank, and now he's in trouble. But T1, KC knows they have to be careful here.
Oh, he doesn't see it because he's around the corner, but the ward spots him out in the end. Blast going to take it up mid-air. Kalist just going to space him. Public execution used. Pop loss. Meanwhile,
اوه هنا تي 1 كيدخلوا على البارون وكيلتيو يايك. يايك كيموت. إسرائيل هنا. كريزي كريزي كاليست كريزي.
KC, they want to end the game. They've had the kills. Busio flashes forward. He wants to take down Carry, and KC want to go to game 3.
Against T1.
Bravo, KC.
Yesterday was almost impossible. Today seemed like it. But in game 2, the odds in KC's favor. They run through mid. Carrier gets on out, but it is the base that is being delayed. KC will run through mid. It is nothing but Owner to stop this onslaught. It is
أونر هنا بوحده ما يقدرش يدفندي تاور. نكسس داون. كان من كورب كيتعادلوا. برافو عليهم. كاليست بيرفورمانس خيالية. برافو برافو كارمين كورب. طموحات.
Busio with the roam, Kalist with his prowess on that Ezreal, in forward constantly for max damage output, solo killing Pace twice.
An incredible performance by Kalist Busio. Can't forget Kana either, clutching the fight after Kalist.
أنت كتشوف حمز شبكات 1-1. ما تنقول لك اصاحبي راه عندهم واحد داك الاديسي ديالهم كيضحكش الصاح. سيطر بعزرايل.
But all game long, Kalist eating forward. There was no pussyfooting around that Ezreal. That guy went in and only in to pull off some incredible moments here for KC. Match point, best of 3, final moment, and Kometo couldn't be happier.
And what's really admirable is sometimes when somebody slaps your hand, be forward, where he gets the exhaust and he gets shut down, he did it again. That didn't put him down.
As we go to stage to see what the commotion is about, I think I can guess.
Thank you very much. As it is a game number 3, a decider for
شو اصاحبي تي 1 ما كلاش معهم طريفة الخبز في هذا الماتش هذا.
never in doubt by Karmine Corp. They did what T1 did to them in game 1, where they took an early lead and slowly, methodically grinded them down.
I think Busio was massive in this game on the board, playing around the map, getting things done.
ابوسي عرفتي كي دار البارد فين يبان شي كيريا.
Absolutely massive.
عجب شي 5 الكيلز في 10 دقائق الاول. هبار. بوحد.
And several times I think KC they were down numbers but
كيلعب باش ما كانوا.
did 1v2 on the top side and the bot side at the same time. I think especially this 1v2 was huge that Ezra can get actually for the bot side pressure here.
Yeah, stacking up the lethal tempo and the Q flash auto, which he did to Ruler earlier in this tournament, pulls out again here, and in this situation
شو كيدير لهم اصاحبي شو عنده النص ديال الاتش بي وقدر يجيب الكيل.
Yeah, huge buffer on the arcane shift. He was going to be in turret range, gets out of that, turns that around, and all of a sudden, Kalist knows what to do with the lead. He gets it and closes the door on any comeback for that bot lane. There was a moment in the middle of the game where we had consistent shutdowns go the way of fate.
هنا غلط كاليست عطاهم شت داون ولكن كان صوفاهم.
And that gives T1 the confidence to look for a fight. But this is where Kana really shines coming in this rumble. Super fed, super fed.
Rumble crazy اصلا.
Starts melting T1.
Yeah, and
كده لهم.
this is the moment where KC had the insane gold.
T1 ما كلاش طريف الخبز.
With the Ezra down, we had Kana with insane lead on the top side. So I think overall KC was just so confident in themselves that even though we are down numbers, we can just take the fight. And I think the focus that they had in the team fight was just on the another level right now.
Yeah, but again, T1 continued to keep it close. They started giving up Drakes, but then maybe one too many as the Infernal Soul goes on over to KC, and then this final fight here.
I love this control that KC have because, you know, it's Infernal Soul. Of course, T1 want to contest this, but they don't get a chance because Yehu puts this wall down, funnels him into the choke, and the equalizer just chunks them down, so they get the free soul. Then they move to collapse onto Doran, and things start to get really messy.
So even though you didn't really initially take the fight, with their control, with their setup, it was just another great brain play by KC here. Yeah, I mean T1 tried to kind of bounce back with the Nasher here, but they couldn't really do anything against Azure at this point because the heat was too fast.
And again, a catch on the Yike there at the Baron Pit could have spelled doom, but Busio immediately ready with the Tempered Fate to buy time and kept him safe long enough.
Busio's Bard is phenomenal. I feel like a lot of teams pick Bard away from Carrier as a denial because he is that amazing Bard player, legendary Bard player. But Busio is also extremely proficient on this champion and showed it there. So not only are you denying it from Carrier for the rest of the series for that game 3, but also he just enabled his team so much with that pick and in those final moments.
I mean, in the game 1, I mentioned about the T1 having a great advantage on the both side picks because I think the reason why they were able to snowball with the Camille is because Shen didn't really work well with the Ziggs. I think in the game 2 it was opposite. I feel like Sivir Nika was not great into Bard.
ما نعرفه مفرد مازال عرفتي كاليست فاش كيلعب بماج في البوت راه كيسيطر.
Bot lane priority is the key for today. Yeah, sure, top lane also matters, but I think mainly support can roam around the map. That enables the top lane as well. So I feel like getting the bot lane priority, bot lane pressure is most important thing for this series.
Yeah, and we saw a couple times Carrier on the Nico pop some ults that didn't quite land or looked like maybe a little bit too early.
الله صاحبي كاليست راه كريزي يا اصاحبي.
Bot lane focus meta. It's whether it's utility, whether it's versatility, you're gonna play some mages.
شو باش ما جيتي يصلي.
Both of these squads have done that, but also in this series, both of them have looked out of sync, which has made it so exciting. So as we
ولكن أسطورة كان بناو له 3 ديال الشامبيونز ولا 4 ديال الطوب. حتى اللي اختار لهم رامبل ودمرهم برامبل. دابا خاصهم يفوكسيو على كاليست عاوتاني بانيو له الحمق ديال. ولكن لا باناو الكاليست الشامبيونز اللي كيلعب بهم الاخرين د الماج يلعب لهم كان بالرينيكتون. عرفتي كان بالرينيكتون كي كيدير. على من مقمر انا مقمر على تيوان فهمتيني ما كرهناش صراحه تيوان تربح ولكن المفاجاه غتوقع انا كنقول. تحياتي الساتمان الله يحفظك. كنقول تيوان تربح ولكن بحال البارح فهمتيني قلنا لك ما شكون هذوك اللي لعبوا كونتر كارمين كورب البارح واش بيلي ولا
from winning from defeating the first ever EWC title winner and the reigning world champion of League of Legends T1. We'll see how it all shakes up after this.
Nico no flash. Nico no flash too. Nico no flash too. Can you go injury?
Yeah, shoot no flash. I'm gonna kill Nico slowly.
Oh, nice try.
شو كاليست كذا لهم هنا.
Nico, yeah, we can cancel Nico. Yeah, only your one. Flash? I think no flash.
No flash. I have no flash.
We were there.
لا
For every click, every clutch.
انا جاي على ما يبدا الماتش.
We were there for the years of grind, and we're here.
كارمين كورب صح.
The proud founding partner of
Orange.
EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
I'm here with Yankelis. Now, a bit earlier, we did a bit of a scream challenge, and I absolutely dominated.
Okay, absolutely dominate is a little bit of a stretch. I let you win because you came all the way from an A. You know, I felt really bad for you.
Could we get a new scream now? That was 131.1. You actually beat me from before.
Okay, so we did that.
That was a great job. Now let's hear the fans scream.
Hey, that's good.
127, not bad.
I'm losing my voice here. Okay.
Casey! Not bad, bro, not bad.
Yes. Sammy, we need a real scream.
We need a big scream.
Go.
Casey!
Hey! Oh, that was good. That was good. That was really good. Okay, guys, as you can see, things are going absolutely crazy here. T1 against KC is coming up. We have a lot of French fans. I think the whole venue is full. Let's fucking go!
I'm supporting T1. T1? I support T1. AJL because I'm from China.
Taiwan, of course.
I'm a huge AJL fan. T1. Taiwan Live Sport. T1. AJL.
KC's gonna win. Fight it.
My favorite player is Faker. Faker and Keria.
Caliste.
Faker is parce que il est toujours très tranquille. Et après, il est très mignon. Moi, je suis, of course, AJL Bender owner. He's really hardworking and he always thinks for the team. Faker and Shen's.
Owner and carrier.
Faker.
Caliste.
You met your Shisansu. Everyone here is very exciting for it. We are supporting different teams, but we communicate with each other too, so it's very funny. I got to meet a lot of fans all over the world, and I can see like player in person. EWC is very great, it's very fun and very lively.
Everyone is welcoming, and I'm very happy to be a super fan here.
I'm definitely excited. The crowded, the fans, and the players, all the things are amazing.
I'm very excited at the EWC, and I'm happy to be a super fan.
I love being here as a super fan. Thank you, EWC, so much.
It is the pinnacle of our semi-finals at EWC 2026. T1 forced back and KC on the board. It is simply a best of three that has turned into one. And it is simply KC versus T1 for the final game to decide who goes to the grand finals.
And a great game from Dorn game 1. A great game from Caliste game 2. I think Pace game 2 with that Sivir going to teleport. A little bit, not cocky I'd say, but maybe a bit optimistic. I think he thought that it would be a much more chill laning phase, but Caliste, especially with the fact that he went the exhaust, decided to push him every way of the laning phase. So
We're back. شوف وجهي شنو فيه.
We saw it night and day difference from game number 1 to game number 2. How confident they can play when they have
حمزة غير محلحلة عاتمة.
in top lane. If Doran has a winning lane, that can be such an easy way to shut down Kana and shut down the rest of KC.
I feel like KC were playing fast and hard in game number 1, couldn't find the objectives. In the second one, I feel like their primary objective over the map was to take down those towers, isolate targets, play through fog of war, prioritize those strategies. And that was just a much more textbook play from KC, kind of like a 1, 2, 3 steps, not skipping any of them. And I feel like there are a couple of characteristic champions that they could get in their hands to try and play for that again.
Well, let's see, because they got comfort last game. It was the talk between you guys that the comfort from KC and the champions they rolled out with a perfect thing to get the job done. In game 3, they won't have to lean on that, or rather won't be able to, as Poppy gets banned. Seraphine take out a potential Ash Seraphine as we go to Fearless. Also, the double owner ban still exists as KC prioritizes a good fight.
شو اصاحبي في الخدمه خلي الخدمه وجاي يتفرج. هادو هما الوليدات المزيانه.
Decided to go for it in this tournament, and we'll have to see if he decides to go for the mage or something like a hyper carry, because he showed a lot of prowess on the
هو يبان لك سميتو كارمين كورب اي بيك ورينيكتون ما بناولهمش الرينيكتون.
game on the Seri Alistar. They were very weak in the early game, and it was hard for KC to really play much.
تيوان هما اللي بيكيو الاول يقدروا ياخذوا الرينيكتون هم.
We'll see what T1 locks in first.
Renekton was their ban for this entire time, and now it has been left open. Nar is
غالبا دوران غياخذ الرينيكتون.
has been seeming to be the theme to pick those top laners in the first rotation.
And I wonder, would Doran do that knowing that Kana's speciality has been his cannon throughout last year especially?
Okay, look how Rise.
How is the Rise? Let's leave that in the back of our mind. KC are a team who have solo laners who can really cook. Yeah, who's pulled this out before?
Kana as well.
Now they're flexing it too. You're right.
Kana Nar.
كارمين كورب بيكاو النار. كان كيطير بالنار. كان كريزي بالنار. تا هو كانوا كيبانيوه له. يا كيلعب بوكونغ.
I was about to say a good Renekton can solo kill Nar in the early game, and Doran
Olaf
is a pretty good Renekton.
A good Olaf can also solo kill the Nar here, as that's what Doran wants to go for.
Olaf يكونتر النار.
Up against G2 with Broken Blade on the Kled, and Doran did solo kill BB in that game, despite BB getting incredibly fed later on.
Oh, true. So, yeah.
We'll have to see what Faker locks in here on 3. Would be probably just a jungle answer into this Wukong. Could be the Skarner if you want even more CC.
I feel like
غير سالي 3 سعودات سمانا حمزة. حمزة غير محلها.
Pantheon has been sort of falling into priority, but it's one of those champions that can
Pantheon.
side lanes, and Nar is a pretty vulnerable champion, especially in mini Nar form that could
Nice.
someone like Pantheon hit inside.
يه هو يلعب بأني.
Same trajectory. CC.
أني ما لعبوش بيه بزاف في التورنو.
Yeah, going for the Annie for Yehu. We saw a lot of when he first joined KC. We mostly saw him on Annie and Azir. A lot of that, so it's a champ that he's also very comfortable on. And you see with how fast they insta-locked it as they head into second bans here, that this is something KC is very comfortable with. As we'll have to see what they decide to target, either the ADC or the support role for Keria. A lot of options here on the board. You can pair up like both. They are quite generalist. You can pair up a lot of
حياة الماعز ولا مش كيقولوا لا. قانون الغاب.
Look, with all these all-ins coming through from both of these teams, Jin could be infallible for both of them. Sets up
كارمين بانو بايك.
safe as well, and with no semblance of a tank on either side, he will always have some value. However, the problem is always Olaf, and the 180 carry that has always
Nautilus.
counter to Olaf is Kai'Sa.
Shabana.
Because when Olaf runs at you, you run at his backline.
بحال البارح. كلشي على بحال البارح. والبارح كلشي عارف شنو وقع البارح.
That can easily get ran down. Like we saw when Doran played the Olaf into G2, it was Hansama on Ashe Seraphine, and it was so difficult for Hansama to play any of those fights, since Ashe can't really do anything into the Olaf, so something that can play him, as we've seen Kalist do in game number 2, is what KC want to look for as they take away the Caitlyn as well, and a Nautilus ban for T1.
Something like a Lucian Lilio bot lane could be incredible right here for T1. There's a lot of CC you can cleanse over
Lulu, banu Lulu.
and Nar.
And the Nautilus and Lulu ban is
Akalista يعزل داب.
an incredible Lucian as well. So I'm thinking something like Kai'Sa on one side into a Lucian lane for T1 potentially.
Kai'Sa without the Nautilus into Lucian would be very difficult.
Where is Zaya Rakan in the midst of this?
That's another option. Rakan is really nice with the Wukong. So definitely could be something. The only thing is if you're blind picking it, Kalista's thinking here. They want to take away the
Lucian.
I was thinking that with T1's Lulu and
خداو Lucian.
it does feel like they were setting up for the Lucian themselves. We'll have to see how T1 respond to it.
Where do we go from here? Will be a Emilio take away to pair with something else, or with the Zyra
Zaya.
slammed in? Casey knew they were walking into this one. With Wukong, with Na, with Annie. the survivability of Pace is a must.
It looks like it'll be the Sire Rakan here. As they both teams deliberating heavily on their
Rakan. Xayah Rakan.
Milio for Busio. Lucian Milio up against
Busio Milio.
It's an explosive matchup where Lucian has quite a bit of agency in the early game, but as you get that level 6 on Sire Rakan, it gets a lot easier for them. And with Owner getting level 6 as well, you'll have a really easy
ميتش هذا ميتش.
I don't know if I like this into the Olaf. If by any chance Doran does pop off here, Lucian and Milio are so vulnerable to falling into an Olaf. There is no walls, there's no CC, there's no survivability other
you
than
have the mobility,
dash.
but you have the mobility, but the biggest problem is that you're quite burst heavy.
Yeah.
So if Doran gets ahead, as you say, Trouble, then it can be quite difficult. So you just don't have the sustained DPS that something like a Kai'Sa would provide, or a lot of other DPS ADCs. But I do still like a lot what KC has drafted. I think both comps are quite similar. They're quite low range, heavy engage, and I believe if game number 1 and game number 2 have given us a trend,
then game number 3 could only be the top as we go to stage to round out our first semi-final.
Bonjour Paris!
Les gars, game 3, KC T1, c'est déjà une dinguerie.
المقابلة الحاسمة.
KC T1.
We couldn't have asked for a better start to the semi-final Saturday here at the Esports World Cup. One game left to determine which of these two teams will get to fight for this trophy on Championship Sunday tomorrow, and a crazy amount of money. We've got a prize pool of $2 million. How much does the winner get?
$600,000.
Say it again, one more time.
$600,000 pour le gagnant.
That is a lot of money. Now, you've been teaching me Francais all week, but this is a bit of a weird question, but can you teach me one more word? How do I say prince in français?
Do you mean like the son of the king?
Oui.
Ah, en français on dit Caliste.
Caliste, the prince.
Caliste the prince, yeah, exactly. And I thought you had one more question before we get into the game for the French fan, especially on the KC side, I believe?
Yes, oui. What's the color?
What's the color?
I said, what's the color? Let's get back into this game.
Obviously one-sided in the crowd. It's KC favored. T1 fans still littered amongst. But we're in Paris. We're in that home territory.
I don't think we could ask for more than this. It comes down to game number 3. An incredible close series thus far. And both team comps looking so similar. I don't think the fighting will stop that we've been seeing in game number 1 and 2.
I think we've had 80 kills in about 35-40 minutes so far.
Yeah.
It has been explosive.
شبكة يا ولادي.
Littered themselves to that as well. Level 1 fighting, I will say, has been the most explosive I've seen all tournament, all MSI, all first stand. We have had level 1s going at it, but finally we get a bit more normality with supports as lanes start off the most normal this series.
This is a more individualistic draft for KC right here. They have managed to make counters throughout their lanes to try and overpower those, which will then release, hopefully, Yike to play a little bit more aggressive. However, I will say so far, the support with the biggest agency on the map has been the biggest playmaker and difference maker. And right here, Busio on the Milio will not be that big roaming force that we have seen him be on the other 2 games.
It relies a lot on Kalist here to really bring this game forward, as this matchup is really all about dodging these Rakan Qs, because if you don't give the Sire Rakan sustain, that's when you can really chunk them out and make their life really miserable. And it's once Sire Rakan get level 6 that it becomes a lot easier for them to play. I like a lot that Kalist went cleanse here, really good up against the Pantheon, and it also denies the exhaust from Pace, making it a lot less scary for him to dash in. Because if Pace could just exhaust him, then you could easily turn the all-in and just run him down. As Yeo's getting some good trades in mid lane as well.
Yeah, he tries to slow him out, but he still gets hit by everything, including the overload. So Faker gets some good damage down in response, but stun is being held here by Yehu. The threat now gone as he takes it with a disintegrate on a minion. Uncle is dashing forward. They got level 2 first here with the
مو فرنزيدو.
bottom lane in a great position with Owner heading up top.
We'll really have to see how T1's bot lane can weather this storm. If they can farm well under tower, get to level 6, then they're in a very comfortable position. But thus far, it looks like KC are playing the matchup really well, being able to punish T1.
Level 6 is what I'm looking at for T1. Pantheon ult, Rise ult, they've got so much side lane power that they can hit all at once. And it feels like, yeah, follow up into Fog of War, playing the Annie. It is a little bit scary playing an immobile mage and running into complete darkness. So we will see if KC can actually sustain that pressure ball, knowing that level 6 threat.
We should be seeing that attention. How pivotal is and what Doran can do. We know Olaf is a champion that wants to snowball the hell out of the game. So guys, I'm going to ask you, make sure you tell me properly, all roads lead bot this game, right? What do you think? Top.
I mean, I think all the matchups in this game can be quite volatile, as we see Yehu being forced to base here. Thus far, Doran hasn't been able to get much of an advantage for now. He's looking all in, he has the ghost.
New wave is gone though, so Doran fighting in the middle, but not going to be too good.
اوه كيري انايا شد اوه كي داروا له كريزي يا صاحبي راه كنستونا للزمر كامل هرب وليدي هرب اوه كي دار لهم ضد جاهم مسخوط بوسي ولا كي دار لهم تاك
And Pace gets his revenge for game number 2. A great flash from him. Kalist tries to predict it as well, but with the triumph, he ends up living so long. As we watch this, it's a really good grand entrance from Keria. Both Kalist and Pace flash
First
at the
blood,
same time,
Zaya.
protecting each other, but with the triumph, Busio's not able to take him down. They're able to chase down Busio and get his flash as well.
And this is kind of sad right here, because that KC bot lane needs to take off. Your Lucian Million need to be pressure in that bot lane, especially since your other lanes are gonna have a lot of pressure exerted. But now, Pantheon and Rise are rubbing their hands. Both bot laners for KC are without their flashes for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's a great start for T1. They couldn't ask for anything more than this, especially now, as you're gonna get closer to that level 6. That's when it really gets more tricky for this Lucian Milio. Once you have access to that Rakan ultimate, once Owner has access to his ultimate as well, as T1 want to keep the fights going.
انا كنقطع لك ليست ولكن ياك قريب.
They can't follow up. Kalist is low as well. And Yikes is going to have to stand here, watch while Owner doesn't care. His bot lane one out.
And that is worst case scenario. Kalist gets chunked out while trying to bait. However, nothing goes back to KCT. One only to they chunk him out. They'll get to push next wave as Kalist cannot back here as well. And this is a worst case scenario for KC. Kara will only
هنا كريز.
It's smooth. He stops the reset. That's nice. Owner gets his in.
كانت بيضة. بغا يدينا الباك ديال اني ديال كاليست. ناري مشى لز بالكيريا. اني جابت الكيل. بس الحيط مسكين.
But still, Kalist lost a lot of minions there, and you can see how annoying Keria can be. He still needs to be a little bit careful though, especially up against the
عنده جوج ديال السمايتس.
Actually, that was a beautiful swap that KC did. Putting Lucian in the shortest lane, now that he's missing his flash, who could potentially be punished down that bot lane, and especially since T1 kept pressuring the issue, Busio stayed just about outside of Fog of War.
ما كانش باين لهم ياهو.
Into Keria's screen is just too late.
Yeah, I don't think Keria was expecting Yehu to open bot there, as you say, Trouble. It just allowed Kalist to be able to farm some minions on mid. Now they swap back to normal lanes. It is still a 500 gold lead for Pace. But overall item discrepancies are not too big, as Pace had to buy the Cloak of Agility, which isn't really much of a power spike, but we have a gank on top.
ناري كان هنايا غادي اوه جا عنده ياك يصوفي ولكن اش غيصوفي اش غيصوفي وليدي ناري ما يهربش هيك ما يهربش شاف يا T1 مسيطرين في الاول.
And Doran is a monster master here at EWC. He outplays Kana 1 versus 2, forces Yike as well away.
والله لا دوران 1 v2 وحلحلهم.
The kills as we watch here the pro view of Doran. He pops the ulti immediately.
Yike تعطل.
He's too cocky. The fact that he jumps forward, even though he flashes away, he doesn't have the damage to get into Mega, and Doran is just so damn strong on this Olaf.
I feel like it was kind of a mistake, just jumping forward on the mini Gnar. If his Gnar barb was maybe a little bit more charged up, I could see it trying to get a big Mega Gnar, but that wasn't the case, and it forces Yike's flash as well. He would have died too as level 5, and think I'm gonna say it. This Olaf is now scary for the Lucian Milio. He's already pulled ahead. He's a threat on the 1v1 versus the Gnar, but also the 2v1 even if Yike shows up, because that CC that Wukong provides, Olaf doesn't care for.
Game number 3 here. It's the individual lanes from T1 that are outplaying, making it so difficult for KC. They also don't have the global pressure.
كان أنا ياخذ البليت.
It's going to be really difficult for them to ever generate a numbers advantage because of
شوية ديال الجولد.
Faker and Owner can so easily always.
اوه هنا بيز غير انجاجي مع كيريا.
losing the 1v1.
Oh yeah.
And you can see how cocky Carrier can play.
باغيين يهربوا التيرت الثاني مساكن.
It's so difficult to play into a Fetsire Rakan.
And that was a really nice respect back offer there from the KC bot lane.
البوت ديال كارمين كاربي يعاني.
Know that Pantheon is looming around, ready to ult. Carrier's so annoying.
ايش كيدير هاد كيريا؟
Just trying to get the backstop. He won't take any more turret shots. Owner walks towards.
بغا يدينا لهم الريسيت.
Yehu's face only taken no, not by Faker, but he runs in anyway.
اوه هنا يهو يتوفى.
He's going to find Yike right here.
نايس ياك عاونو. كريزي ياك. كريزي غيجيب الكيل على اونر. نايس. لا لا برافو عليهم قدروا يجيبوا الكيل على اونر. كانوا 3 كونتر 2 وخا هكاك هربوا.
But Kalist is losing so many minions on bot here. Pace is just able to continue hitting this tower. And Kalist really wanted to make something happen. At least Yehu is going to be able to TP, and they're going to get the grubs. But you have to question that move from Kalist.
كارمين ياخذ الجروبس.
Really able to contribute at all in the fight because the fight was already over. But Casey played this really nicely.
I feel like there is no way he can walk bot lane though. It's just been so pressurizing. Rakan playing between tier 1 and tier 2. Kalist has to make a play to get some gold. Even an assist works here. Getting down Owner right before Doran shows up is a big win for KC. Even if all Kalist did was just poke them down.
It was like Kalist was in a situation, damned if I do, damned if I don't.
Exactly, yeah.
Kalist down massively. Pay's got some time with that bottom lane turret. 3 plates left standing. And this bot lane's still a problem. Yes, KC found themselves something towards mid. Yehu is getting gold. But if this Lucian Milio doesn't have effect on this game, we sure know that Pays and Carrier will. They definitely will.
Yeah, Carrier has full control of this bot side, and oh my god, it's so annoying.
Very annoying.
I can imagine that the KC players are feeling the pressure right now with how much Carrier is putting on them. Pace now with the Essence River and a chunk from Yehu, but it's going to be just that, a chunk with the Tibbers invested. And now Carrier can base again. He's put full deep vision. You can see that the KC's bot side jungle is littered with wards. And it's going to be so difficult for Yike to be able to find any sort of angle because T1, they always know where he is.
Oh, Kalist, maybe a bit too far forward. Owner's looking to push Yike out. Yike's going to get his mind. He's about a level up, but Owner just fancies the 1 versus 1 knowing Faker from the way.
Good football kick here.
تي 1 هنا بهم 4.
If he gets stunned up, he will not be able to give that.
كارمين كورب هربوا.
One more minion will capture it, by the way, as interrupt there on the Carrier. Bit of revenge for how sneaky this guy has been during this game. T1 still maintain that 1k gold lead. Dragon up in 30 seconds.
This is going to be such a difficult game to play for KC. Yehu is the one guy ahead with 2 kills in his name. However, the survivability and the tankiness and the kits of the T1
بيست اوف 3 من ولكن راه ديجا متعادلين 1-1.
to chain CC them to the ground and then
دابا اللي ربح غيتأهل.
and then the Rakan comes through. It's just going to be so hard to break that wall for KC.
شي وانا يبداو الدريك الثاني وكونغ قريب.
You can see how T1 are choking
ما يكونتستيش.
with the pressure, and it's because it's so difficult for KC
ما عندوش بريوريتي كاع.
when they're losing the lanes individually. They don't have the Pantheon ulti that can come in. They don't have the Ryze ult. and with Yike always being on vision,
جاي كملت ترينيتي فورس دابا مازال دابا سابق اونر.
Playmaker of a support has been changing the map around, and that's why going even further back in draft, I didn't necessarily like the Lucian Miller right here, not because of the composition, but because it kind of changed Busio on top of Kalist, whilst Busio has been opening up the map for KC for 2 games straight.
Yeah, they put a lot of eggs into the Kalist basket, but
and rightfully so.
Yeah, but Pace has been better this game. They outplayed them in the 2v2, and with that, they've been full control. Still no Essence River on Kalist, so he's quite a bit weaker as Yike is trying to hover Yehu. If Faker actually steps too far forward, that could be an avenue for KC.
He's by himself. Mega fire kick, not bad. Kalist stepping up. The feathers
Kalist ulti على Pace.
Culling is going to go the rest of the minion wave. Kay's in trouble as well. Kalist going to get the feathers to full
Pace يقدر يهرب.
Busio running for his life.
وهنا اونر إلتا قدروا ياخذوا كيل على ميليو.
They don't have that global that owner has. They can generate the numbers advantage and Pace plays.
كاليست ما عندوش دامج، ما قدرش يقتل بيس. النار مسكين كيعاني. فلاش اوت. طمع في هذه، ولكن اونر غادي تريدي. كريزي يايك، برافو عليه. هنا يقدر ما يقدرش ياخذ كيل على فيكر. انا بوسيو توغل معاه يايك باش يقدر يجيبو شي كيل. مليون مشى مسكين. بوسيو مخورهم في هذا الماتش. نقدر. كريزي صاحبي وان شوت. فيكر كاينه تيليبورت هنا، ولكن فيكر التا اوت وقدر يهرب. يمكنش على هرب.
As now Faker's TPing back to bot lane, gonna protect that bot tower, and the game is slowing down a little bit as KC try to claw their way back in.
But it feels like KC are always in numbers disadvantage because of that. We're going to get to see this one more time. Timbus has already been popped, about 40% HP onto Faker. Combos with the electric right there. And the flash auto is just kind of not enough with the Q to finish him off.
Did he get the auto in before the Q?
I think he did, yeah.
So maybe that would have been the difference, but regardless. The pig's out. Faker picking the summoners afterwards, and he gets out of there. Nothing but S tier in mid lane as usual.
ولا فعل ثاني دابا قدر يجيب الكيل.
Doran is continuing to run on this Olaf. Regardless if he wins or loses, here we go. There's the all-in setup. Kalist gets out of there if only just.
ناري كيريا. عاوتاني كيهرب وان شوت. مسخوط هاد كيريا هذاك كيدير يهرب. كاليست ما عندوش دامج كاع. واش كيدخل عليه؟ لوسيان مخورهم في هذا الماتش. وكونغ ما يقدرش. شو كاين يا صاحبي؟ 1 اتش بي رجع جاب جوج د الكيلز، كيلو اسيست، وهو جاب كيلو واحد اخر. لا مات في التالي.
Doran knows he needs to leave. He doesn't have Ragnarok, so he's going to run it, book it out of there. The hop over. Kind of won't find the boomerang. The Pantheon there to support. And T1 still finding the gold.
ترى كان هرب. والله لا مساخ. كي داروا هربوا تي 1 وانا عارف.
From Yehu there is a disaster for KC. It's a 5,000 gold lead from T1, and Kalist is so difficult for him to play, but I really want to watch the replay there because I think it's a huge miscommunication from KC. It starts off with Keria going a little bit too deep, he gets incredibly chunked, but then Yike ease over the wall to the Raptors, and I think Kalist didn't quite think Yike would do that because Kalist is still playing as if Yike can back him up with how far forward he's clicking, and then after Kalist is already dead, that's when Yike has his cooldowns back up and he tries to flash onto Pace, but he gets outplayed as well, and it just feels like KC are so disorganized going in one by one, all dying.
I feel like it seemed like a bit of a desperation.
ولكن ديك زايا مسخوطة صاحبي عرفتي كيف يدير يهرب بيها
Big gigantic mark
بزاف
on top of Kalist. As we mentioned, this solution is going to be make or break for KC, and so far he's not really been stepping into his own shoes. Unfortunately,
T1 هنا غياخد الدريك وتكون عندهم السول بوينت حتى شي واحد يقدر يكونتيستيه ياك هنا غيحاول ياخد الريفت ولكن دوران هنا ما يخليش ياخدو مرتاح كرمين كارب هنا حاولوا يبوشيو الميد ما حد بانتيون فوكسي على الدريك ولكن دابا خصهم يرجعوا
KC thinking, how do we find him? And Kerry and Ona hovering to the side.
Meanwhile,
Faker is having his sweet old time playing EVM.
Yeah, KC, they get the Herald, but it's still T1 with full control of the map. They're gonna cross map for the bot tower.
رايز غياخد التورت ديال البوت.
See that owner is finally starting to catch up in CS on Yike. As it's 2 items on pace.
It's unreal, isn't it?
Yeah, full item up on Kalist. KC are gonna kind of need a miracle at this point. Because they're just not going to win in any equal number fight. And the thing is, they're not the ones with the globals, so they don't have the easy time generating that numbers advantage. It's going to need to be a creative TP from Yehu or Kana with the Meganar to be able to find an angle.
I feel like this was the best case scenario. The Trinity Force champion already have that one, Nar plus Wukong. And this is the time where KC will have 1 item and T1 1.5 apart from the Zaya, right? So this would be best case scenario to try and fight them on sort of equal ground. Once the second items get completed, T1 will just mega spike on their champions. The second death stance completed, Black Cleaver on Owner's Pantheon, it will be way too hard to beat them in a straight up 5v5.
Yeah, they will need to take that straight up 5v5 as the Ocean Dragon spawns in 3 minutes, but T1, they might not want to wait. They want to send 5 members up on the top side here and force this tier 2.
It's going to drop, that's for sure, or at least get the majority of plating. Kerry's going to zone off. Herald in bot, and meanwhile, KC looking to trade at 5,500 gold. T1 with his next wave. You'd think be able to walk this one in. Maybe not for now. Defended by Kalist well. Faker gets the stun up as Khan's about to go Mega Now.
أنا أخطر ريفت في البوت لين.
كارمين. Objective bounties. So the fact that T1 couldn't find that Inatara top is a big win for KC.
Yeah, KC being able to delay the recalls as well, force Faker to TP. A decent cross map for them. The gold lead is reduced to 4,000 as they got the bot tower, got some plates as well. Yike is forced to back away, but overall, I think T1 maybe got a little bit over-ambitious there going for that tier 2.
Oh, and Pace was so sneaky. He knew the red buff was spawning, so if KC stuck around, he was looming in that bush, waiting for KC to walk right into a 2 full item Zaya feather.
كيريا كريزي. الماتش الأول هو اللي ربحهم صراحة. الماتش اللي داز كان محلحل.
Solo killed by Kalist twice. Kalist on the Ezreal, very different from Kalist on the Lucian here. Set up from KC's bottom lane hasn't been successful. It's only been Ye who's maintained a lead. Also Yike who's got a bit of a lead himself on this Wukong surprisingly, but Carrier as he looks for a face check will be found by KC, but they need more than that to lock him down. Dragon up in 2 minutes, Baron in 15 seconds. It is Soul for T1. KC need to find a fight, they need to find an opening in those next 2.
And T1 have really good Nash damage as well. So regardless of where KC choose to invest, T1 can pressure the other side. You can see how deep they can go into enemy jungle, forcing Yike out.
T1 هنا ياخذ التورت الثاني ديال التوب. اوه دوران يقدر يقتل كانا. كاليست كيحاول يقتل بيز ولكن ما عندوش الدمج الكافي. يقدر يهرب كومان. ياك هنا غيموت ما عنده فين يمشي. دوماج. برافو T1 غياخذوا البارون وغالبا غيساليو الماتش. ديجا 6000 ديال لا ديفيرونس في الجولد.
T1 are just outplaying them in every team fight. You saw Kalist here as we watched the replay. It starts off with a great Realm Warp from Faker. It forces Kana to walk into Owner, and then they can one-shot him before KC can arrive. A really nice flash from Yehu onto Pace, but Kalist goes a bit too far forward here.
سخط أولاف ما كيبغيش يموت.
But Pace gets the root caller's edge, so he's not able to actually take down.
ما يمكن لك تستوني، ما يمكن لك تسلويه، ما دير له حتى لعبة. أنا ألتي ديال أونر. بوسيو غيرجع بحالته.
Ike and Busio now group up together. KC are moving in. They've got to fight fire with fire. 20 seconds for the soul. And T1 have 6,000 gold over their heads. Faker on a ward. Maybe an opportunity. The boomerang out from trying to get
هنا غيشدو فيكر.
Does he have it yet?
واش يهرب؟ قدر يهرب.
Helps out with the shield. A bit of a battle dance. Kahana has Meganar against his wall. He's done so many great things in the LEC, but now on an international stage he needs more carrier.
برافو T1 ما عطينهم حتى شي فرصة. كارمين كورب يحاولوا ياخذوا الدريك. T1 باغي يكونتيستيوه. كيريا توفى. كريزي. أولاف جا سيطر.
KC have numbers here, and Jack, I don't think it's as bad as we thought.
It's 4 versus 2. Doran has no ultimate. They'll have to come down to the smite fight. There's no smite.
الجنجلرز بجوج ميتين. ناري. تخور راسه ب T1 هنا. ولي. أولاف بوحده اللي بقى. ما كانش خصهم يدخلوا على ذاك الدريك بالرجول. شت داون على أولاف. ولي ربحوا 4000 د الجولد في هذا الفايت كارمين فور.
To see the replay again because it was in Yehu's hands. No flash, no exhaust.
كريزي. برافو عليهم كارمين فور والله الا برافو.
Hit the tippers. He walks forward and he is primarily the damage dealer. He creates space between two sides and splits up T1 after Faker's ult.
I think Faker's ult was a big mistake there. It split up the fight too much for T1. I was really surprised that KC was able to find this fight with how far down they've been in gold. But with that now, it's still no objectives on the 3 minutes. But it's a moment of breathe for KC as they might move for base.
ناري شو كاليست ولا كي دمجي بزاف الصراحة.
Bit of battle dance for what it is worth as Doran is now running down. We're looking towards the POV because there's a Pantheon who's moving into position as well. Yike on Grom. Owner did ulti there, by the way.
And just like that, the game is equalized. Look at the inventories. 2 items all across the board for KC. Almost an hourglass. He does have the Seekers for Yehu. Very important. He has been the playmaker and the one guy who's keeping this game alive for KC.
Infinity Edge on pace is the next big spike for T1. If he gets that, he's going to be a lot stronger than Kalist. He's still up 2,000 gold. Still 2,000 gold on top lane as well. So still, I think the fights should be quite favored for T1 unless
فكرة حل موفر الفضل.
Or Yike a great cyclone. But at least a lot closer than it has been in the last 15 minutes. There's the IE for pace. He is incredibly strong.
Kalist, I'd be curious, where does that BF sword go? Goes towards the IE. How close is he at this point in the game? He's going to back as well. As you said, Jack, it's 2,000 gold lead between AD carries, but this game is on a knife's edge. To overuse the term, it really does feel like the next fight could win it all. It is Soul to deny against T1. It is a comp that got ahead early with Isaiah Rakan. A Rise has been PVMing, and Doran, who found a lead in Snowball. But somehow, the resilience of KC needs to be studied as they found a way back in and a way to slow this game 3.
What is really critical now is for Kalist to try to hoover all the farm on the map so that he can try to get that Infinity Edge before the Nashor spawns. Because if he can match Pace's power spike, then they will have a pretty equal fighting advantage, but KC doesn't look dire just yet. So KC look like they want to try to fight. They're putting numbers in River. At least they want to retake the vision from T1. As Yeo is now forced to catch that top wave, and Faker will be the one putting pressure on mid, so KC will have to back off.
Even though no tank on KC, they can use the Wukong W to bait spells and also try to face check those pushes by T1 to straight up walk back in there. They've got the raw numbers, they've got the strength, and Yehu in their sights.
There's 2 people here. Kara's going to go out in quickness immediately, knock up Yehu, hasn't burned the summer, instead he goes golden.
يو هنا يغادر زونيا ولكن غيموت. اوه ياك هنا غيقدر. اوه دامج بزاف، قدر يقتل بانتيون ولكن توفى. زايا دابا ولا عنده 3 الايتمز صعب.
This is T1 showing yet again. KC thought they could handle them now, but boy were they wrong. The feather's going to fly out. Khan's going to run to the defense side of the turret, but T1 will siege top.
And T1, they have the wave. They can look to keep going. It's 3 people dead for KC. We'll have to see if they go for the end
شاو
here.
الزبل كارمين كور. T1 غي او مبغوش يساليو، كان يقدروا يساليو. لا انا غترجع دابا هي وياه. هنا التي ديال رايز التي ديال بانتيون.
Yike wants to keep the fight going, so he flashes forward with the Cyclone, and it's good damage from Kalis, but once Pace gets involved, you see Yike just gets destroyed by the Blade Caller, and then Doran's here with the flank. Kana's not in range to be able to help them, but luckily the death timers are so short on Yehu that it's not game for KC just yet, and they can still fight one more time for the Baron Nash.
See the Ragnarok timed out, and just as a Q came through from Busio as well, probably saved his life, probably saved more from falling in the base, if not all. Kalis just got Infinity Edge off the back of that fight, but T1 resilient with their gold once again as Yike is going to be spotted out, but T1 are on the Baron side, and Yike...
T1 ياخذوا البارون دابا.
T1 do this so incredibly fast. This Baron Nashor is already gone. KC will not be able to contest, but they have their eyes on the Dragon instead. They're giving up the Nash for a potential Drake fight here.
Positive part for KC is that T1 will waste some of that time to play for the Dragon, but if that is the final fight, this is not good news for KC, because T1 could just end.
Owner, ulti up, as I see and believe. An angle, puts up the shield, backing his Yehu. Must be an option available, won't be spotted out over the wall.
كارمين كور باغيين ياخذوا دريك.
T1, they're coming from behind the pit as Kana's going to spot them out. T1 are looking at the...
T1 غيبوشيو.
It looks like KC could let them in as Khan's going to Megana. Doran has just used Ragnarok. Owner's ulti.
التي هنا ديال بانتيون. وات كريزي.
Goes down to KC and T1 have been routed.
ولو 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 ضيعوا الماتش الصاحبي تفرقوا.
Fear of losing the game.
It's a huge
شتي صاحبي.
from Owner. He goes to
بانتيون التا في الريفر وفيكر.
and with that a fight, a situation for KC that looked dire. T1 could choose to push mid, they could choose to pressure top, they could
فيكر التا وسط دريك والاخر التا في الريفر.
held all the cards. They had all the options.
انا ما عرفتش علاش شي التا هنا شي التا ليه.
That baits them out.
Yeah, and at the start it's a very clear call. Let's push that mid lane and threaten those towers that we have Baron.
انا بانتيون التا هنا.
Suddenly you see the reset coming through.
واحد شويه ريز التا في الدريك.
Zero backup, and then Doran almost gets caught in the middle, ends up
Crazy.
going down. And this is now 2 fights in a row at Dragon where T1 have
باعوا الماتش اصحابي T1.
I think they're cooking a bit too much with the globals, with the Ryze ult, with the Pantheon ult. I think if they play a more standard front to back, where Pace can auto attack, Keria can get a good engage, they still should be favored with how strong this Olaf is, how strong this Saya is. But it's these small moments that have been going in the favor of KC that have led this to now being a 30-minute game. It's still a 3,000 gold lead, but at this point, gold kind of doesn't matter anymore.
And finally, sliver of anti-heal enters Busio's inventory with Olaf and Rakan. Even the slightest anti-heal helps massively, especially since Olaf wants to play as low HP as possible. Having that anti-heal really breaks the barrier of taking him down. And currently Kalis sitting on those 3 very important items onto Lucian has been dishing out a lot of damage. KC potentially on the verge of an upset for a game that T1 has been owing from game 1.
T1 does still have full control of the map currently. They have the Nash for another 20 seconds. As they're able to push in mid, Pace will now look to rotate, and Kalist will have to catch this mid wave. So T1 has 1 wave here where they can play with a numbers advantage.
I'm going to quickly mention items. With that top wave pushing in and adding pressure, Kana is close to Sterix Gauge. That's a big one here.
فكر هنا غيلتي غيدخلوا. هاد فايت مهم بزاف.
What are they doing? Shields are up, but Yike has got a
What the
cyclone in
fuck?
hand. The dive still comes through. Never mind. I can be wrong because T1.
برافو عليهم قدروا يربحوا الفايت.
The
كارمين كورب كيعرفوا يدوجيو السكيلز ديال لا، لكن برافو عليهم قدروا ياخذوا 3 الكيلز هنا.
From Faker, he recognizes that Callistus in mid lane. Now it's 4 versus 2. KC needs to do a miracle to hold on here.
They've got a huge wave pushing with double.
صعب هنا يربحوا، صعب هنا يدفندوا تاو.
Gleaming Quill gives some sustain, top wave pushing him, but T1 are going to back away. I don't think anyone.
لا المينيونز ديال توب كتار بزاف.
Yehu all alone under that tower. T1 sights on him.
حمقيات هنا. هنا ووكونغ دار الماكسيموم ولكن ما قدرش.
Instantly from T1.
And Kalist was so late to the play, but crucially, Kana and Kalist getting the HP bars of T1 so low is what allows them to not be able to end the game.
Faker actualizer, the damage from that fight, I don't think anyone would be surprised. I watched him 1000 to 0, about 2 carries.
الانهيب ديال توب رجع لكارمين كورب.
KC had one slight edge in this fight, and it was the GA on Yike and 0 GA onto Owner.
T1 عندهم الزر ربحوا بزاف، عندهم ديجا بزاف ديال التاورز، زعما كانوا ما افونساوش بزاف في الماب. كارمين كورب كانوا يقدروا يرجعوا. دابا كارمين كورب واخا كيربحوا الفايتس وكذا كيلقاو ما عندهمش كونترول في الماب كامل، ما خداوش حتى شي تاور في الميد، حتى شي تاور في الطوب، خداو تاور وحده في البوط و ما كيقدروش يبوشيو اللينز.
Back with an angle. We talk about the GA advantage that Owner now has. Up to 16 for Owner as well. Cyclone is up. Yike has had a pretty good angle on these Cyclones, but again, there's a lot of time been the trade that T1 have been able to find. Dragon in 40 seconds, still that soul. 2 Oceans individually picked up by KC. Carrier getting targeted. Good damage here from Kalist. Willing to step forward with Busio, especially since he has that Echoes of Helia and a bit of healing to make Kalist a little bit more tanky.
This might be bad timing right here. KC at least get to push out that mid lane wave, which is very important if they want an extra avenue to enter that river for the next dragon. It will be Soul for well when KC do have some poke coming down from Kalist. But right here, they need a way to enter this river, and T1 are blocking all entries.
And Kana needs to charge up the Mega Bar. He has nothing to charge it on right now, but a Mininar is not going to cut it in this potential final fight of the game.
T1 هنا غيبداو الدريك.
And they do this very, very fast. KC need to enter.
Realmob's going to be used. Faker's going to be
التشينا ديال الرايز.
faking. He's on an angle for himself for the time being. Yike looking for an entrance. Quickness going to be used. Carrier.
اونر هنا غياخذ الدريك ايزي.
Run goes. Doran, look at him through the front line. Dragon does go down to T1.
ولي ولي كارمين كورب شنو داروا؟
KC might have done it. They've taken down 4. We've taken down Owner. Can Owner get out with the Grand Swordfall?
He's going to try and he will succeed, but
إلتا اوت. اونر ولي كي داروا لهم.
What a huge win here for KC. They get to push that.
ما فهمتش شنو وقع ولكن قال لك كان سيطر النار. ولي غيسالي وصاب. شو الجمهور شابكه. النار هنا غيحاول يدخل. فايز وفيكر مازال لهم 15 ثانيه. اولاف كريزي قتل واحد ولكن توفى. اونر هنا غيموت ولكن ربح بزاف د الوقت. كارمين كورب ما يقدروش يساليو. اوف كريزي هذا الماتش هذا كريزي. ولي كيريا توفى ولكن تري داوه. وعلى الدمج ديال فيكر. اي كارمين كورب كانوا يقدروا يساليو صراحه. صعب كريزي هاد الشيء.
Oh my god, what a game.
What a huge defense from Doran and Owner taking down that wave in KC.
والله الا تيوان ما عرفتش كي داروا ديفنداو بجوج بيهم كونتر 4. تا اولاف عاونهم بزاف حيتاش واخا مات ولكن عنده الدمج بزاف.
It's a great stun from Yehu over the wall. That's what starts this off. It gets pace.
ويلي هاد النار راه كريزي هاد النار.
With a fantastic Mega Gnar, stuns 3.
كيبغيش يموت وشحال متانكي.
But because of the fact that Owner can Pantheon ult out of the fight, he doesn't end up dying. Him and Doran can actually mount the defense to save the game for T1. And now it's T1 with Ocean Soul, with Baron Nashor. And it's a very tough battle for KC. They found that fight, but that was Yehu finding the miracle flank.
شتي كون كانوا افونسين شويه في الماب كون كانوا واخدين شي توريت ولا جوج كره سالاو.
GA on Yike, no GA on Owner. Can Yike make the play here together with Yehu, all that CC? However, the 2 GAs on the 80 carries make it that much more difficult for them to die.
دابا كلشي ممكن دابا.
One more fight.
شي ما بقاش عندهم لافونتاج. شو كاليست كان فايتو بيز بشي 2500 جول. دابا صافي رجعوا متعادلين تقريبا. تيوان مازال عندهم بارون دقيقة ونص. او إلتا لتحت. غيديو الانهاب ديال البوت عندهم بزاف ديال المينيونز. هاد الفايت هو اللي غادي يصايد الماتش. كارمين كليناو شويه الويف.
KC's wave clear isn't great. Lucian's so short range. Annie has to hold on to her stun.
Nice
كريزينا ديم شراكان مشى اولف مشى اونر غيمشي حتى هو. برافو كارمين كورب والله الا دا كريزي بالله. بيز بوحدو اللي بقى دابا صافي جي كارمين كورب ربحو. ما يقدرش يهرب.
They need to kill him. They need to chase him. Take the GA because if there's another team fight that has to come up.
عنده جوارديان نينجا خصهم ضروري يقتلوه. يقدروا يبوشيو. يتليبورتاو الفوق. واو هاد حمق. شو المينيونز ديال تي 1 راهم في النكسس. خاص شي واحد يتليبورتا. الا تليبورتا شي واحد برافو كارمين كور. وعلى واش كريزي والله الا كريزي. وعلى ما حمق. برافو كارمين كور. على كمباك. قلت لك المفاجأة حمزة قلت لك المفاجأة. كارمين كورب والله لا كريزي برافو عليهم.
What an incredible game from KC.
The greatest best of 3 in League of Legends I think we have ever seen. And it comes from Europe. It comes
crazy comeback.
And T1 are out in the semi-finals eliminated. The expectations be damned. It is KC who have beaten the East twice over now in this playoff bracket.
برافو كارمين كورب. عاوتاني الفينال عرفتي كي غيكون مزيان دابا تأهلت فرقة فرنساوية غادي تشبك في ديك الارين. قال كتصعبنا دي بلاصة تلعب تأهل الفينال مع كارمين كورب.
Early on, Lucian shut down 3,000 gold up on Pays, and they kept pushing because the crowd kept pushing them.
The impossible series made possible.
لا يمكن كاميتوناش.
How they came back from that game is a miracle of League of Legends, and Lou is on stage with Yehu, who helped achieve it all.
This is amazing. I don't even find the words to describe what has just happened on stage. Congratulations, Yahuchkayo. Bravo.
والله لا سيطر على فيكر ديال.
Yeah, wow. What a way of taking revenge from MSI. can you tell us about what is going on inside your head right now and all the emotions?
일단 예우 선수 승리 정말 축하드리고요. 정말 명경기 중에 명경기라고 생각이 됩니다. 지금 T1을 이렇게 꺾고 승리하신 소감이 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
Hello guys, I'm so happy. This is KC.
نشاط أولاد.
Of course, I want to know about this revenge that you took. We know that in MSI it was very complicated. You said sorry to Kameto in interview. You said that you were going to be back. So what was different today? What did you make different in order to win the game?
사실 MSI 때 탈락을 하고 또 카메터 인터뷰에서 정말 죄송하다 이렇게 인터뷰를 또 했었는데 지금 돌아와서 이렇게 또 복수를 정말 극적으로 할 수 있었습니다. 뭐가 좀 달라지셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 기본적으로 저희가 좀 더 끈끈해졌고요. 그리고 이제 더 이상 카메토한테 미안하지 않습니다.
I think we are now more stronger as a team and more like tighter as a team. And that being said, Kameto, I'm not sorry for you anymore.
Kameto, je ne suis plus désolé, on s'est vengé, on est allé chercher cette victoire. And Yahoo, I have very good news for you because it's time to get to the key crusher and crush
الكي ديال T1 يتفرق.
here in Paris. How do you feel about it?
이제 키 부수는 곳에 가서 이제 T1의 키를 부수게 될 겁니다. 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
Hey, I'm so happy! Yeah!
crazy.
We're getting to the key crusher. I think we have Ian standing by with the fans. Do we have him? The fans chanting for Yahoo as he's gonna break and crush T1's key. Are we ready? Est-ce qu'on est prêt?
Olé! غتشبك فريك يا وليدي!
Out of the EWC, eliminated by Yahoo and the KC squad. Yahoo, you made
مساكن كيف
fans proud. You made KC proud. Now, I want to have your thoughts. We're going to go with the fans. I'm not going to ask you once again how you feel because I imagine that you feel amazing.
كان من كورب واش اول مره مع تمام في هاد الاي دبليو سي اول مره ولكن ديجا ربحوا دي تورنوا واحدين اخرين ولكن هاد الاي دبليو سي اول مره يوصلوا فينا.
진짜 프랑스 관중도 이렇게 앞에서 정말 뭐 감사하다 뭐 이런 말들 이제 하셨으니까.
ولكن دابا هما عاد فرقه جديده فهمتيني ماشي في شي فرقه اللي قديم فهمتي
앞에서 이렇게 경기하시고 그리고 또
كاع سميتو الكاش برايزز اللي ربحوا قبل ما يجيو الاي دبليو سي ما عرفتش شحال تقريبا شي 600,000 وكذا ودابا اللي ربحوا الاي دبليو سي غياخذوا 600,000 دونك ياخذوا داك تقريبا قد داكشي اللي ربحوا من نهار تاسسوا.
계속 노력했거든요. 그래서 기회 잡은 것 같습니다.
I mean, yeah, I was never good before coming to KC, so I'm really feeling great right now.
من تاسسوا
Yeah, there's nothing more to say.
You are insane, Yahoo. You are
ربحوا شي 580,000 دولار دابا اللي ربحوا التورنوا اخذوا 600,000 دولار. مسخوط مسكين ولكن دابا غيربحوا مينيموم 340,000 دولار راه بزاف برافو عليهم.
Thank you so much, Yahoo. Merci, 감사합니다, and good luck for the next game in finals tomorrow. Finals tomorrow.
내일 결승에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 정말. 예.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Welcome, my friends.
As we're heading to our second semi-finals, TK versus Genji.
Crazy.
Since its inception, I don't think there has been a greater upset and a greater moment
Bravo,
than this. Carmine Corp down, thousands of gold on the back foot, base in tatters, base race into failed base clearing, into another base race. Carmine Corp do it, put away the reigning world champions, the 2024 title winners. It is KC 2-1 over T1.
You see the respawns coming in, the super minions at KC's base. It was so close, so down to the wire. A moment, a clutch moment, and normally T1 is the team who thrives in that environment. But today, in Paris, in France, it's KC with the blue wall who come out ahead.
The emotions. Yehu mentioned in the interview that he was never good before joining KC, and now this is the stage that he proved himself. This is the stage that he shows him off, and he did it. I'm so proud of him, actually.
What a moment here as we take it all in. The KC fans achieving the potential that they've always dreamt of. The Parisian Prince finally delivering on one of these major upsets. And now KC one step away from a major title in the form of the Esports World Cup game winner.
It was 4 LCK teams and 3 LPL teams in the quarterfinals, and only one European team left, which is KC. And now we're gonna have LCK and LEC.
Standing by right now is the man that made all of this possible. KC, as you see him popping up and down right there. Kameto, welcome to the English broadcast, brother. How does it feel?
Oh, it feels amazing, especially after this MSI. Everyone was cheating at us. We were not playing good. They were right. So the team worked so hard to show their true skill and their true level, and I think they did today.
For you, what has been the biggest change, the biggest transformation within the team environment?
I'm sorry, I have troubles to hear you. The fans are so loud.
Yeah, they are very loud.
Wait, I will...
I was just trying to...
Okay, I can hear you good now.
For you, what has been the biggest transformation, the biggest change for the team mood dynamic that has led them to get this huge win compared to the MSI performance?
We play fearless. We play with confidence, and I think that changes everything. When we went to MSI, I think we were a little bit scared, and the coaches made an amazing work with the players, and now you can see it. We fight for everything. Even if you lose, it's okay. We will come back. We lose, we will come back. We win, we will storm. So fight for everything, and that's what the player did.
Kameto, we are now joined by your AD carry. Kalis joins us here after that. Kameto's right there. What do you have to say to him?
Well, it was a crazy series. It was really tough. I hope it was exciting for the people here and like on the stream. But
it was a little exciting, just a little.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little exciting for us also. Really happy with the win today.
Kameto, what do you have to say to Kalist here?
Thank you for trusting me since the beginning, and I will trust you till the end, bro. I know that you are the best. You're not top 10 at the carry, you're top 1.
Another step towards that done today. I mean, what were those last moments like? You went for the base race, it failed, it stalled out a little bit. They start pushing in with Baron. What were you feeling there?
Well, basically, we were in a really tough spot in the game, right? I think it was mostly for my big mistake in the 2v2 where I died, so the game went hard. And from there, the whole game was trying to find cheesy plays, a way to come back and stuff. And we ended up in this soul situation, right? Where we needed absolutely to go there and fight. And we won 1 time, we won 2 times. And then on the last fights, they had Nash, so it was pretty scary. They were pressuring the Nash and the soul at the same time. And we found a good fight, and then Yehu and Kana just were really confident on just go in, we can end.
Yeah, this was the moment where you actually finally win the game here. What was the call here, basically? Because this is the moment where you could actually lose the game.
I mean, there was no really call. Really? There was no call here. Like if you get to see our voice come, no one is speaking here because it's like there's so much tension. It's just everyone just focusing on themselves, right?
Yeah.
We were just saying they can't end, just play on the wave, play to poke and stuff, and then I saw a good angle on culling, and then they packed up, and then Yak saw a good angle to go in, and then we got a 3-man from there, and then we said we can end, just play to cancel the Xayah and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Because Yehu, in the interview, he said that we are so connected compared than before. So we could definitely see that from the team fight as well.
Something I've found really impressive about your play has been your aggression and you're willing to look for those key moments, kind of similar to how Jakilov plays. What gives you the confidence to always look for these winning plays, these intense moments in the game?
I mean, it's like we're playing at C1, right? And we're kind of the underdogs, and we really want to win. We really wanted to get revenge from MSI. So, like, no matter if it was hard or if it was too complicated and stuff, we were trying to just stay lucid and stuff, and just to play our game, our own game, what we think is good and stuff, and just don't back off if we think it's good, right? So the whole game we were just trying stuff, finding ways to come back, try to get picks, and try to make it as hard as possible for them.
I mean, I feel like the meta is like changing so many different times, and now like in the EWC, every single game has different draft plans. So do you feel like you're adapting to it, or you build yourself?
Draft-wise, I'm pretty happy. I think we kind of know what we want to do and which direction we want to go every time. And for me, I'm pretty happy with my adaptability between the mages and the carries. Also, I'm pretty happy with my form right now. I'm focusing a lot of myself, so I can like make sure I help my team a lot. So yeah, pretty happy.
You've gone step by step in an international, right? You first stand MSI, Worlds next, but now here at EWC, you're in the grand finals. How does this rank, this victory against T1 rank in your pantheon of victories so far in your such young career?
I mean, honestly, it's hard to say. The only problem is that we don't get the trophy by beating T1, right? We still have more to do. But honestly, it's one of the best win or the best win. It feels really great. I'm really happy to be in the grand final and play tomorrow. And yeah, just really happy with how it went.
You know what the next question is. Who do you want? You want Gen G or D+?
I would like Gen G. They beat us in best of one, and I want to take my revenge against them.
All right, there you have it. Calist, final words for your fans who have supported you throughout your career, and I mean, this was a packed house. Everyone wants to hear what you want to say.
I mean, I want to thank all the fans that are here first, and also all the fans that are supporting, like all the European fans, Carmine fans, G2 fans, anyone just that were supporting us today. And I want to thank also my family and my friends for supporting me since a long time now. And yeah, I just want to thank everyone who supports me. And today I will probably not be the player I am without them, right?
Gracious in defeat, grateful in victory. Calist, congratulations, but as you said, job not done. We'll see you tomorrow for that best of 5 grand finals. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, y'all, we are going to throw to some content. I don't know how we're going to try to bounce back after that one, but we do have a banger of a series. It is D+ Kia and Gen G, the reigning title defenders, after this.
Sorry. Here's here.
I can jump.
Yeah, jump.
Careful feathers.
I lost here.
Hey, no that, just pull me, no?
No. Yeah, you can push him in. We can chase. Yeah, we get 2 chase.
Yeah.
I got mid. Chase him.
Yeah. There's a top wave. There's a top wave.
Human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Oh, didn't see you there. I'm in the player lounge at the Esports World Cup playing some intellectual chess. So much to do here. Follow me around, are you? We're playing pool now. You're distracting me. Not too bad, but that's why we're here to practice. Chess, ping pong, pool, food, games, pictures, and friends. So much to do at the Esports World Cup Player Lounge. Anyway, I gotta get back to work.
안녕하세요. 디플러스 기아 미드 맡고 있는 쇼메이커 호수라고 합니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 디플러스 기아에서 정글을 맡고 있는 루시드 최영혁이라고 합니다.
네, 저희가 이번에 또 EWC 하게 되어서 또 파리로 온 만큼 이번에 한번 프랑스 음식을 먹고 한번 평가해보는 시간 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그냥 칩인데? 감자칩?
맞아? 프랑스 국민 과자인가?
뭐지?
치즈칩, 치즈.
냄새를 한번 맡아볼게요.
생긴 건데, 냄새가
냄새가 쉽지 않은데요?
과자에서 이런 냄새가 날 수 있나?
어떤가요?
응? 냄새랑 다른 맛이 나는데? 아닌가? 약간 우유 맛이 나는 느낌인데?
몇 점 주시겠어요?
저는 한 8.5점?
8.5점?
저는 진짜 맛있습니다.
저는 제 취향이 아니라서 2점 줄게요. 2점. 좀 제가 이렇게 뭔가
어떤 부분에서
좀 느끼한 것 같아요.
그래요?
제가 치즈를 막 엄청 선호하지 않아서. 오,
이거는 뭐죠? 이거 그냥 빵인가?
미니 쇼콜라?
안에 건포도인가 이거?
그냥 빵집에서 파는 빵 냄새가 납니다. 일단
무슨 맛이에요?
맛있는데요?
프랑스 콜라네. 초코 들어있는 거. 와, 아니 너무 맛있는데요?
맛있네요. 맛있네요. 제가 또 빵을 좋아해서 맛있습니다. 응? 뭐야, 이번에는 그냥 음료수인데?
오렌지 주스 탄산?
그냥 약간 그냥 오렌지 주스 냄새 납니다. 먹으셔볼게요. 그냥 오렌지 주스에 탄산 들어가 있는 느낌?
말 그대로 그런 것 같아요.
맛있습니다. 이것도 8점.
한 7점?
왜 감점됐죠, 얘는?
그냥 그저 그런 것 같습니다.
그저 그렇다. 저는 맛있었어요.
과자랑 비슷한 것 같아요.
뭐지?
치즈케이크 같은데요?
일단 되게 맛있는 냄새가 납니다. 맛있다.
케이크는 아닌 거죠?
점수 한번 매겨주세요.
저 한 5점?
5점.
Not my style.
저는 이거 9점 드릴게요.
와, 이거를 9점 준다.
굉장히 맛있고
이게 더 느끼한 것 같은데요? 다 드신다고요?
끝나고 몇 개 더 가져갈게요. 맛있습니다.
저는 빵을 더 갖고 싶긴 한데.
예?
이게 뭐예요?
버섯인가?
달팽이네. 먹어보고 싶진 않아.
엄두가 나진 않네.
냄새 한번.
가위바위보 진 사람이 냄새 나죠?
좋죠. 가위바위보?
안 내어진 거 가위바위보? Try it. Let's go. 네?
맡아봐.
이게 뭐라 설명 못하겠네. 약간 안 좋은 냄새와 뭔가 그
바닷가 냄새 나는데.
뭔가 그런 느낌도 있고.
점수요? 저 10점이요.
왜요?
너무 맛있을 것 같은데 못 먹어서 너무 아쉽고요.
10점이라고요?
네, 저 한번 트라이 해보고 싶은데 너무 아쉬워요.
저도 10점 드릴게요.
이거
저는 프랑스 하면 또 생각나는 게 에스카로고기 때문에
안 좋아하실 것 같은데.
이게 제가 너무 먹고 싶었는데 또 괜히 대회에 지장이 생길까봐
그렇죠.
나중에 한번 트라이 해보는 걸로 하겠습니다. 이렇게 한번 프랑스 요리 다양하게 한번 먹어봤는데요. 되게 맛있었던 것도 많아서 되게 재밌었던 시간이고 앞으로 EWC에서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026, and thankfully for the LCK, they cannot lose to KC if KC's not playing in this one. It's Gen G versus D+, a classic matchup in the LCK that always delivers. It's big names and bright stars about to step onto the brightest stage.
And now we are all down to LCK versus LCK. Gen G, they had such a one-sided game, and now here, but for D+ Kia, no one expected them to be here, especially against one of the best team in the world, BLG.
Jack, I just gotta get your thoughts, because you were on that cast a second ago.
Yeah.
How are you feeling, and how do you feel like this is gonna go based off of our last series?
I'm feeling incredible. Those games were just like, there's no words to describe it.
You're still there.
I'm still there. You know, like, I close my eyes, I see the final team fight. But I think the name of this tournament for me has been unpredictable. It's so hard to know what's going to happen because I didn't think DK would be here. I didn't think KC would be in the finals. I didn't think T1 would beat Hama Life. I didn't think Leon would lose to Brazil. There's just so much things that have been absolutely insane. So I could see like DK suddenly being the GOATs once again and taking down Gen G.
I will say there was one man in the pre-show that did predict who was going to win that last game. It was Wadid on the stage who called it. As we look to the past to try and predict the future here, Gen G and D+ have played each other multiple times, and it has gone the way of D+ early in the LCK regular season, but Gen G has been mostly that dominant force.
I mean, I gotta say, head-to-head looks like it's in Gen G's favorite, but you know how we call D+ Kia in Korea? It's European G2. I mean, it's Korean G2.
Yeah.
It's Korean G2 in LCK. So I feel like D+ Kia can bring some creative idea against Gen G today, especially, as you said, everything is unpredictable.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Wadid. And I think Showmaker has had such a fantastic tournament thus far. So for me, if there's one player that's like been standout for DK, it's him against BLG in the final moments. He stepped up massively on that Syndra, and his stats as well have just been insane.
Yeah, you can see the head-to-head between the two superstars as they will play against each other yet again. Who will rise up? Let's find out. But standing by with an interview with last year's title defender, Chovy, it's Jenny.
Thanks, Jigan. I'm standing by with Chovy ahead of his matchup against D+ Kia in those semifinals. I'd love to hear your opinion on whether or not it was your expectation for them to be the team that you're going up against in the semifinals, because they had a game against BLG yesterday, and you know, it feels like they've only recently been on form.
네, 일단 초비 선수 첫 번째 질문은요. 일단 4강전에서 D+ 기아를 상대하게 되셨습니다. LCK에서 또 굉장히 또 치고 박는 또 혈전을 또 주고받던 팀이었는데 사실 이번 굉장히 좀 폼이 최근에서도 올라왔기 때문에 좀 BLG와의 대전에서 상승하고 올라올 거라고 생각을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 누가 이길지 예측하기 어려운데 어제 경기를 보면서 BLG가 좀 많이 유리하길래 그대로 승리하나 싶었는데 D+ 기아가 버텨내면서 역전하는 모습을 보고 되게 인상 깊었습니다.
Yeah, it was a close call, honestly. I didn't really, it was hard to expect the outcome of the game, so I saw the BLG was ahead, so I thought BLG might take it, but yeah, DK actually turned it around, so I was really impressed.
Well, they're your opponents for this matchup, and there's no lower bracket. You have played D+ Kia quite a lot of times in the LCK. The games have always been close. Now that you have Canyon on your team and him being a previous teammate of Showmaker, is there any extra insight that he's able to provide the team for these matchups?
사실 팀원에 이제 캐니언 선수가 사실 그 DK 쇼메이커 선수와 또 오랜 기간 합을 맞추기도 했고 또 20년도에 월드 우승을 같이 한 멤버였잖아요. 그래서 쇼메이커 선수를 상대로 좀 캐니언 선수가 어떤 조언이나 좀 이런 것들을 좀 주었을까요?
아니요, 딱히 조언을 받은 건 없고 그렇다고 뭐 저희가 딱히 뭐 좀 잘하면 이길 수 있다고 생각해가지고 그렇게 크게 막 엄청 신경 써야 할 부분이 따로 있다고 생각하지 않습니다.
I mean, I didn't get much of an advice because I think we're a best team here. So I think overall performance, I think we're better. So yeah, I didn't really take much. We just play our game and prepare for ourselves. Then it should be good.
All right, well, thank you so much. Good luck with your game today, the defending champions of EWC. That's it from us. Back to you, Digon.
All right, we should be just under 2 minutes away from this huge semifinals matchup to join surprise grand finalist KC. And speaking of surprises, we've talked about the unpredictability. D plus Kia wasn't supposed to be the team that was here, Jack. It was supposed to be BLG.
Yeah, BLG had full control in this game number 3, but it felt like it was Showmaker with his scatter of the weeks. They just kept finding the members of BLG. Viper ends up getting one shot by Shiwu as well. And it was just like the team fighting from DK that was just outmatching BLG in the late game team fights that allowed them to win it, and it felt like it was all in the hands of Showmaker.
Yeah, Showmaker was stabilizing the game, made the game solid, and I think it was just so confident in themselves as well, because even like Siu was picking Aurora into Rumble, right? This is the matchup that no one really plays it nowadays, but he just took it, and I think he helped a lot Showmaker to carry the team fight as well. So I think overall, D plus Kia right now with a lot of confidence on the bot side, he picked Kaisa into AP bot lane. So there's so many comfort picks that they're just gonna pull out. So I feel like even their draft is really not preparable against it.
Jack, last thought here in this matchup.
I gotta go with DK. I think DK is gonna take this 2-1. It would be so picturesque to have KC versus DK in the final. And as well you said, it's the Korean G2, and I always support G2.
I mean, the thing is, we already have one European team in the finals, right? So I gotta go with Genji because Chovy is too strong, man. Chovy! It's Choving!
It's Showmaker, it's Chovy, it's great storylines along the way. Who will step up and rise above here in Paris? Genji and D plus do battle. We'll see you after game number 1.
일단 오늘 경기 2세트 같은 경우에 좀 많이 힘들었지만 좀 역전승을 잘 해내면서 이렇게 준결승까지 가게 되어서 엄청 기쁩니다.
네, 좀 역전승이어가지고 되게 극적으로 이긴 것 같아서 되게 기쁘고 아직 좀 몸이 열기가 아직 가라앉지 않는 상태인 것 같아서 좀 되게 기쁜 것 같습니다.
DK도 이제 LCK에서 많이 맞붙어봤고 충분히 저력 있는 팀이라고 생각하고 있습니다.
일단 젠지가 저희 이제 D 플러스 기어랑 좀 여러 가지 스토리가 있기도 하고 이렇게 숙제전에서 어쨌든 4강에서 붙는 거는 또 되게 오랜만이기 때문에
우리가 모두를 이길 거예요.
Welcome back to a sold-out STC Arena. Welcome back to League of Legends at the Esports World Cup. And welcome back to what has been a fairy tale in Paris so far.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of magic going on here in Paris as I stole Aurora's wand. Thank you so much, by the way. Wow, I may be biased, but I feel like this is one of the best games of League of Legends I've ever watched in my life.
Amazing.
J'ai plus de voix, les gars, j'ai plus d'énergie. On a tout donné, mais on a encore une semi-finale à venir, and it's gonna be insane. But before that, can we make some noise? Est-ce qu'on peut faire du bruit pour nos magnifiques cosplayers, s'il vous plaît?
Okay, so we've got one more semi-final to come. Who will face off against the formidable French in our grand final? And of course, one more key will get crushed.
Une autre clé va effectivement se faire exploser sur cette scène. On va avoir la chance d'accueillir deux équipes que vous connaissez très bien de LCK. Time to bring our teams.
Absolutely. We're starting with the reigning title defenders. Please welcome to the stage, Gen G! Last year, they stood alone at the top of the mountain. Now the title defenders are just one series away from another grand final. Unbeaten in Paris, every challenge has been met with the same relentless composure that made them winners in Riyadh in 2025.
Bienvenue à D+Kia! Their tournament has been anything but easy. Ils ont fait des upsets. Ils sont remontés hier face à BLG. Now, one final obstacle stands between D+Kia and the first Esports World Cup Grand Final.
One of these two teams walks away with the chance to compete for the Esports World Cup title. The other sees their journey end just one step short. Paris, faites du bruit!
Thank you so much, Lou and Ian, for that introduction of Gen G versus D+. I'm Atlas, and I made sure that we had an LCK Classic for an LCK Classic, as I brought Wolf and Orcs alongside me. Gentlemen, do you think there's something special in the air? Do you think it's D+'s time? Or do you think that Gen G are just going to remain undefeated and cruise their way to the final?
This tournament has been full of upsets. It's been so hard to predict. I feel like the power levels are all over the place, shifting constantly. I'm feeling the vibes. I think D+, Gen G cannot disrespect them.
Right now, I would say most analysts would predict Gen G. They look to be the cleaner team. They're the stronger team domestically. They have a lot more recent victories over D+. We have the history up, the recent history between these two squads. D+ only taken the one series. But right now, this has been D+'s tournament. They have been the biggest meta pushers in terms of moving the boundaries of what the meta is since MSI, and there is no denying that we don't necessarily know what D+ is prepared for their toughest opponent. Yes, sure, BLG was the toughest they faced up until now, but they toppled that. Now it's Gen G who they have to face to make it to the finals. I kind of feel like if I were to predict, I would say my money's on the team that has more to show in a meta where their bottom lane seems to be a lot more comfortable with experimentation.
Yeah, I actually do think that Smash has settled into this new meta quite comfortably, but we have seen Ruler bring out the Seraphine, bring out the Ziggs, which he's already kind of had in his wheelhouse. But we've only seen 4 games out of Gen G so far. There is still so much tape yet unknown.
It's just a super limited look at what Gen G has to offer. We've obviously seen a little bit shown off, but D+, even though they win at MSI, they played in that tournament against the Americas. Yeah, and we've also seen twice as many games from them in EWC, so I think Gen G still a lot to show.
Well, here we are into the draft for game number 1. Already, the Victor going to get banned. We actually really like this ban. It's a flex pick. Smashers looked fantastic on it. Showmaker brought it out for the first time in the LCK this year and looked fantastic on it. I think it's a very, very good multi-string ban there.
Syndra
taken away as well.
That's a Showmaker classic right now, as we'll see the Orianna and the Nocturne ban away. This meta is so up in the air in terms of pick priority. We even see first pick Nars, for example, with no Vayne ban here. Could be a consideration in this final spot. The Olaf counter pick has been working well recently, but we will have to wait and see what this final ban is. There's no clear and cut must ban here, and it will be the Jace.
Well, the Vi is up and available. That has been a very popular one.
Yeah,
that has sometimes snuck through.
Also, a pick Canyon is very proficient on. I do think with Victor and Syndra, two of the more popular mages going down the bot lane, I'm thinking like Ziggs still open and available as something that's pretty high priority. But the Cassiopeia is slammed down. Obviously, it flexes pretty much every mage is right now, but something Chovy's very proficient on.
Yeah, I do like this Cassiopeia pick that leaves open a Vi plus, a setup mid laner to play with it here for D+, so that one will come through. Ahri has fallen out of favor
in a big way this tournament. So Vi Ahri, one we used to see in the past. Vi Rumble, we used to see a lot in the past. Both of those not on the cards here. So using some extra time here, I think, to think about what they want to do into this Cassiopeia, because it's also a flex pick. So maybe we'll see something that matches the flex in a Taliyah. Taliyah Vi, also one of those older classics that's making a bit of a comeback.
I actually love this as well, because it's another one of these flex picks towards the bottom side of the map, so you don't necessarily know where it's going to be. Is it going to be Smash? Is it going to be Showmaker? Hasn't necessarily been Smash playing the Taliyah as much, but we know that Paze really likes it. We know that Viper really likes it, and it is something that they could definitely be experimenting with.
I wonder if Gen.G go towards Neferi here, which has been, originally when Neferi came to the meta, it was as a counter into Vi.
Yep.
I've seen Neferi Cassiopeia end up being pretty popular, and even though the Unraveled Earth can be a bit annoying, you have a lot of ways to circumvent that as a Neferi.
See what is going to be the follow-up here, because if you pick a bottom lane, then your flex falls away. You go for a top lane pick, it's going to have to be safe, and you can't go for Gnar here because there is a waiting counter pick of that Vayne right here. So ultimately they will go for the Shen, which is also flexible.
Hello, we're back,
we're back. Matchups, not the Chase, since it is banned away, but can be played in the support role as well. So this is the name of the game in draft, especially in game 1 of a Fearless series. I think I'm really excited for finals tomorrow. We get best of 5.
Oh yeah.
Keeping your cards close to your chest, especially in that first game, is what it's all about.
Looks like D+ not going to mess around with wondering where the Shen is going. They're just going to lock in a strong topside pick in the Ambessa. And this could be the top side of the map locked in for D+, but we still retain that Taliyah flex for now.
Already with these 3 picks from D+, though, if you're playing in a mobile pick, even if you're not, if you get hit by 1 bit of CC, you are probably
وماتش عنا اليوم Gen.G ودي بلس.
So if I'm Gen.G, I'm thinking, how are we going to protect our Cassiopeia and whatever our other carry pick is? So
Gen.G
D+ will start to
يلعبوا كاسيوبيا نفيري وشان. D+ Vi Taliyah وأمباسا.
I think bruisers and tanks are your biggest fear here if you're D+ kid, depending on what you want to play in the bottom lane, because this is a pick comp now, so having a front line could be problematic, especially if Cassiopeia is protected. That's just so much damage output that they don't have consistently right now.
One of the big value things of having mages into the bot lane into compositions like what D+ has so far is that you can build a Zhonya's, you can build a Seekers and not feel as bad about it. We've obviously seen sometimes 80 carries have gone in that direction, but playing into that sort of composition, the stasis is just so high value.
I wonder if Kai'Sa would be a consideration for Gen.G to ban, even though Kai'Sa isn't that popular right now. It works incredibly well with the dive they have set up here, and would throw a bit of a curveball towards Gen.G, who banned the Ahri, again, into that theme of the single target pick.
Yeah, also assuming that Taliyah could be flexed towards the bottom side of the map, so not getting surprised about that one just yet. The Vayne going to be taken away, full protection for the Ambessa, and 1 more ban to come in. One thing that is kind of intriguing is the Camille situation. Could be something that Korea could bring towards that bottom side of the map. We've seen it paired with this Taliyah quite a few times.
I also think, you know, an Akali could potentially be something scary. You've seen it picked into the Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
If that does go in the mid lane, fits on theme with all the dive quite well. And it's just difficult to pin down, especially when your CC tool you have at the moment is that Shen, and it's very easy to avoid the taunt with that. We will, though, get that Ziggs taken away, and obviously with point-and-click CC, Ziggs on top just makes things really difficult.
I don't think the Shen is likely to be played in the top lane into this Ambessa, so you could go support first and hold the flex of the Taliyah, or you could just line it up right now and wait until you get the additional information about the Shen to lock the support. So there's 2 options here. This is not an easy meta to be a draft coach, by the way.
Oh yeah.
As they're going to go for a safer option here in the Ezreal.
Yeah, putting that one into the bottom lane, unless, I mean, when Showmaker
D+
did have
local
that
Israel.
one game where he played 80 carry,
Smash.
he did hard carry the game as Ezreal. We do need to take note of that one, so he could theoretically be playing it, but not likely, and so that will kind of confirm where things are going, at least for the moment. Korea, though, will have that counter pick once that Shen is confirmed to be support or not.
Leona feels like it's the most likely option no matter what happens.
I actually think Leona is just really good.
It's
in this
big. They have so much single target, and Ezreal isn't dive like Kai'Sa. He's not getting on top, but when they can't move, you can't
Gen.G local.
miss your W's, you know?
I think the Jhin here makes a lot of sense, given the fact that you need someone that can operate from a long distance. Ezreal would have fit that bill, but obviously denied in this situation. And now we get to see what's going to be picked up for Keen. The expectation is Shen's going to go bot lane.
Could be
and
a
he's
Bard.
Gonna have a pick. But yeah, they could flex it in the other direction. And they're actually going to put that Shen in the top lane, go Bard, Jhin Bard together. And that also means when that layered CC comes through,
Jin
you actually
Bard,
have an out.
nice.
Yeah, and theoretically they
Udi
could go
plus.
towards the Camille here as well. We've seen Camille picked into the Bard to deny the magical
Israel
journey.
Karma.
Instead, it's going to be let's go toe-to-toe with this bot lane and really put the pressure on if this Karma does come in.
The Ezreal pick just really hits super hard for me now that I see everything that's come together. When the Jhin comes through, you know the Bard is like it, but it gave them so much flexibility because you can go Karma, and Karma often is a give and take. You get the winning lane, but you don't have engage, but the rest of their comp is all engaged, so it allows them to have the insane Ezreal lane here. They held the flexibility. Now they're playing into Bard. They need that wave clear and push more for this lane into the Jhin Bard, and now they have it. I think Genji's draft has a lot of great, strong moving parts and great setup. The one that sticks out a little bit like a sore thumb is that Nefiri pick that we had earlier. I don't think it fits the rest of the draft theme, doesn't follow up on Bard ultimates all that well, doesn't necessarily set up the Jhin that well, but the rest of it is top strong tier picks. But I think G+ got the better themed draft. You know exactly what this draft does, and it's got that power now in the bottom lane as well.
And it does confirm that the Shen is on the top side of the map as well into the Ambassador.
Yeah, to me, I think something that really worked out well is we had a heavy commit from D+ into things like the Vi, the Talia, the Ambessa, and the fact that you have, you know, an AD carry can operate from super far away, you have a jungler who can go untargetable, you have the bottled. I think Gen G have given them so many tools to navigate that initial engage, and I think it's going to come down to just that opening salvo from D+, Gen G trying to reposition, re-navigate, and then re-engage in return. But I do think they've given themselves the room to breathe that they needed in those 5v5s.
Well, I have a very clear idea as to which composition I like the most, and it's very easy for me. One team has Jhin, so therefore I think D+ has the winning draft coming out of this one. We did see Ruler get solo killed by Kalist in the Jhin versus Ezreal matchup. We'll see whether Smash can find a similar avenue to success in this game, or whether playing behind that curtain call is actually going to be able to get Gen G over the line, because the guy that's all about the DPS in this one for Gen G is going to be Chovy, and if all of your eggs are going to be in any basket, it's probably his that's going to be the most safe as we get onto the rift here for game number 1 of this best-of-3 semi-final between Gen G, the title defenders, and D+ Kia.
Let's go سيمي فاينل الثاني. شوف الفرقة اللي تلحق على كارمين كورب في الفاينل.
Through the qualifiers from, you know, Shiu's Alawi to insane outplays by Smash to get here and upset some of our major players in the LCK along the way.
They beat Homa Life Esports, didn't they, in the qualifiers in order to even get here? It's nuts what they were able to get done.
They were able to overperform, and KT was on the decline at the time, but KT Rolster could have been here otherwise based on how they finished LCK-wise in the first half of the year, lead up to Road to MSI. A bit of a trade here in the mid lane. Showmaker, a player who has loved Talia since she has been back in the mid lane. It was a jungle pick briefly a few years ago. So he's got a lot of experience on this one. Keen playing Shen is the reason why I thought maybe this is going to be a support pick. For those who don't know, or just watch international tournaments, or maybe just came here because you heard the news about KC, our region plays Shen support. We don't really do the top lane thing that much.
No, Keen though did learn that Shen was a top laner at first stand. He definitely did figure that one out. We have seen spatterings of it since, but like you say, it's not really a mainstay in the top lane.
Wasn't it them who played the Cog Lulu Shen in playoffs? I know one of our teams did and kind of copied it to the G2 draft.
Someone did, I can't remember exactly.
That did happen. I know that it was... The Cog Lulu was definitely played by T1. It was FaZe that debuted in the LCK this year, but I'm not entirely sure whether it was with the Shen as well. As in the meantime, we're having a look at Shiu.
اوه سايو هنا يقدر
Top side of the map does manage to even out the trade.
فيرست بلاد فوق على كين ولكن شن
There is a lot of back and forth here in these lanes so
مازال
far.
تانكي شوية.
I think bot lane, there is more of an emphasis now than ever before for this Ezreal Karma to come out ahead. You're playing into Bard, who does a pretty decent job of trading and mitigating some of the pressure to sustain. But when we get to the later points of the early game, he will be able to roam about and make such an impact. We've seen him do that and match up well into these more proactive supports because he's just so proactive himself. Whereas I feel like Karma, you need to put the hurt down in the 2v2 and hopefully keep Ruler in an uncomfortable position.
Yeah, again, there's not a lot of engage in this bottom 2v2, but it's about what happens with the rest of the top side of the map when we get to those 5v5s, the picks there. Playing through Ambessa, though, is not, I think, going to be the way they want to do this. I think they will still keep the focus bottom and mid, especially against this immobile Cassiopeia. Getting a flash early is so incredibly valuable when you are playing into Cassiopeia and you have Vi. You know, that is so easy to set up a kill. Point and click post 6 for Lucid, so pre-6 if they can get a flash for any reason here for Chovy, it'll be a huge win.
We'll be definitely glued to see where the first bit of action is going to come from. As speaking of action, Shiu looking for an angle towards Keen on this top side. Does not quite find it there as Duro just walking around, picking up chimes, having a good time on the bar. Teleport does come back, and yeah, gonna try and stop Keen from being able to go back home.
He has the health pod advantage right now. The wave's in a bad spot for Keen.
Horrible.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. Keen's in a little bit of trouble. He's gonna have to fight his way through this cannon wave. Should be able to do it, but not the back he wanted.
And it's gonna remain pretty annoying. As you can see, Lucid in the area as well, so even if Canyon comes over, likely to just be that 2 versus 2. The DK having that advantage already, given the fact that Keen is trying to deal with this wave state, sorting that one out. Might be able to naturally push back in a couple of moments, but not exactly the greatest of positions for this Shen to be in.
Yeah, looks like Canyon will move to bail him out, and if we ended up getting a 2v2 on the top side, it's so delicate because there's such high value skills like the Taunt, like the Q from the Vi, where if they connect, you can completely turn it in that team's favor.
Absolutely. It was scary. I'm not sure if that top ward is double warded with a ward for each, since the minimap kind of just puts the second one on top. But if Keen didn't have a ward there, it's even scarier, right? Knowing that Lucid was on the top side of the map and that wave was in a horrible spot, but ultimately he will be able to get that back off. But you can see now a significant CS advantage as a result of that freeze.
Yeah. Working out very, very nicely. First plate to go down to DK here on this bottom side of the map as well. If you're a Gen G fan, I mean, this isn't the end of the world, right? You're expecting the Ezreal Karma to have push in this lane, but they're going to have to try and weather this storm, see whether they can come out ahead.
Drake dapat spawn
feel a whole lot more valuable for quite a long time here in this
Vi
game, though.
غيبدا
Those first couple of items
instantly عنده ديجا جوج ديال سمايتس غيخدم السمايت الاولى كانيان غيحاول يشفروا له
Hey, look, at least I said Ezreal and I didn't say if it was any champion.
كانيان هنا 1 في 3 واش غيدخل غيعاونوا دورو ورولر نافيري صراحه كان خصو يرجع ولكن طمع فيها ضيع الدريك وضيع الفيرست بلاد D+.
For some reason, I feel like D+ are going to win this game.
I mean, I've been feeling it for a few days now, but especially after watching Casey get the upset yesterday, it feels like anything is possible. Now, this replay here, we're going to take a look at. Canyon's isolated, and they have full priority. Duro and Ruler are going to try to magical journey in, but the timing here of this charged Q is perfect. He waits for the untargetable to go away. They get Duro's flash, so they get a kill. They get the dragon, they get a flash. And I think contesting there from GG, I think going for a steal for Canyon, that's realistic. That's something you could have hoped for there, but looking for the 3v3 was just a bridge too far.
I feel like the value of the Fury W is so high into so many abilities, but into the Karma tether, once it's there, you can't do anything about it unless you break the distance. So lined up perfectly for Lucid to capitalize, and a strong early start for D+ here.
Yeah, that Jinrungi eating the key, by the way, next to the Eiffel Tower. That was absolutely awesome.
Love to see that.
Yeah, bit of artwork here in the crowd. As Keen, and she is still isolated here towards the top side of the map. As Keen does manage to get into his dodge field, but doesn't exactly get the most massive amount of value from it. She still with a slight lead up there in the top lane, but with just Caulfield's, it's not really going to be changing too much just yet. Does want to get towards that Eclipse before that power spike really lands.
Yeah, it doesn't feel super fun playing the Shen when you get your level 6 and it's not something that helps you with the lane. The Ambessa gets all that.
Are we talking about Ambessa level 6 again?
All the stats that Ambessa gets just from leveling the ult up. So, yeah, definitely we saw Keen have
got that helm
in the 1v1, and now it gets a bit trickier, I feel like, in that matchup, especially, as you said, when she hits that one item. And really Keen is looking and thinking, how can I impact the map when my lane is a lot harder to win at this point?
Well, pressing R is probably going to be the start here. Does have that Stand United up and available. We'll see where it's going to be used first, as Showmaker and Chovy just been trading back and forth here in this mid lane. Slight advantage for Chovy, but nothing really to write home about.
Lucid hasn't made any appearances in the bottom lane, obviously getting that dragon early, but hasn't, really ganked directly, nor has he tried to get the flash out of Chovy. So it's been a pretty quiet game for him outside that really
كارير انا كديناي ريسيت ديال دورو.
before, but the lanes have just been left to their own devices here as we do see him now coming down to try to wrap
لوسيد
around
غيحاول
here, push
يغانكي
them off of this turret.
البوت لين.
Yeah, Korea gonna be able to get in here, takes down that captain
دورو
as
هنا
well as Lucid trying to stay
خاصو
out
يهرب.
of vision. Duro spots him moving in, but now Ruler is possibly in
و
trouble.
التي ديال تاليا حتى هي. رولر هنا ما يقدرش يهرب.
Seismic shot pushes him back. The Shen arrives.
و شان كي التي.
Lucid gonna try and
لوسيد
escape
خاصو
here.
يهرب.
Does create some distance as the true shot barrage.
إسرائيل التي.
But I don't think Lucid's getting out of this one.
لوسيد ما يقدرش يهرب وشان يقدر يتريديه.
Here for Gen G.
في نفس الوقت نفيري خذ الجروبس.
It's Smash getting a kill, and it's Shiwo getting a lone time top to get plates. And
وغياخذ الويف ديال الميد.
D+K getting a pretty sizable lead.
Look at how far Showmaker already
هنا دي بلاص لعبوا مزيانة. ولكن شان فيري جود التي هنا يقدر يتريدي.
And Duro just left, unfortunately,
كيل
ruled by the
اللي
late
كانت
side.
على الجين.
And look at what's happening in the top lane at the same time. You know, the Ambessa's getting free farm here, so sure, you have Stand United, but it's just way too slow here to really get the impact he was hoping for.
It's also, if you're using Stand United to trade 1-for-1 in kills, like that's a big investment in terms of tools, and they still got loads of extra gold in the map, so now Gen G they don't have that tool available to make a counterplay, and it puts DK in a really solid spot for this early game. 700 gold lead already for Smash, and really with Jin, you're looking at 3-4 items, whereas Ezreal, 2 items is that massive power point, and he's very much accelerated towards that.
Yeah, also feels pretty good when you get to 3 and 4 on the Ezreal at the same time. So I think that definitely a good game state here for D+. As Keen finally makes his way back towards his top side. The Shen can be very frustrating as this game goes on, building towards that Titanic Hydra for item number 1. But Shiu going to be getting closer and closer to the Eclipse, where I don't know whether Keen will be able to do too much about it. Does have double buffs, though, from that initial kill going over his way, and that may help for at least a little bit.
So you can see the gold here and where it is. Lucid, Shiu, and Smash having the advantages. One thing I do want to point out that even though Shiu has that massive CS lead because Keen did go down there, he got the kill, so he's not that far behind. You see the lead for Smash is 2 waves there too at 800 gold. But because Showmaker spent so much time trying to threaten those roams, did commit the weave as well, Chovy is doing just fine, right? He is the one who we haven't talked about too much, but this Cassiopeia is right now feeling pretty good. We'll see if he can do much with this.
You'd say he's Chovying a little bit.
He is Chovying. I mean, he's top CS in the game, as you guys could see, as he often basically always is.
I feel like it's the first time that we've
اوه هنا شايوا يحاول يدخل على كين.
Chovy that much. In a
كين
Gen G
كين.
game. So I'm really proud
يقدر يهرب.
of us, just as a team.
He lasted 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes of game without only talking about Chovy is incredible, I would say. So yeah, I'm proud of all of this. Okay, Keen moving up here towards his top side, and yeah, the reason we haven't been talking about him is because it hasn't really been about the mid lane outside of Showmaker cruising on a wall to get towards other lanes and influencing them instead. But
also, Shiu has teleport advantage here from the earlier play since it had to be a TP back from Keen, so that tempo matters here. It means that Canyon, because he's low on health, isn't going to be able to do anything. They just back, or he just backs rather, and TP's back in, and now he's at full health, and he's got back control of the lane.
And he's got the Eclipse, so it's kind of in a very rough position here for Keen right now.
I mean, Eclipse, Sundered Sky for Lucid, Triforce for Smash, a lot of big item spikes coming in for D+K, and they're in a great spot to leverage. Even the Exohelia for Karma makes a big difference in those early skirmishes for that extra
That's annoying.
التواء انا من عند اسرائيل ديلا الريسيت ديال الشوفي. ديبلس غياخذوا الدريك الثاني.
Yeah, Canyon now going to move over and look for career as Lucid dashes in. Magical Journey gets Duro out of the way. Bit of a 1v1 between these 80 carries on the bottom side of the map as Canyon is going to give up the ground as Showmaker moves his way over. And Duro looking for another wraparound here. Korea might be in a little bit of trouble as he does get the heal out of the Karma.
Flash out of Duro off the chain as well.
Okay, having a look now towards his top side though. Keen feeling a little worse for wear. We mentioned the Eclipse spike and my goodness.
Also level 11, I don't know if you know this, but Ambessa gets to skill up her ult again and gets more free sustain and armor pen. Just thought I'd mention that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that.
You got the wheeze. You got the wheeze out of Atlas.
You did.
You got the LCK TriCast wheezing in game 1. All right.
We got Jin, we got
I was hoping to
Ambessa.
save the Wies for game 2.
Zeri's falling out of the meta. I don't even have a job here anymore. I don't even have a thing.
No. Showmaker played Zoe again. Remember, you can have your old job back.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Let's talk about mid out of turrets. It'll be fine.
Look at the CS advantage here for Chovy. It's still growing, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything just yet. I mean, it's an early rod purchase for Chovy, which isn't a spike in terms of damage, so I don't think D+ really care that much about it. As Ruler here is going to have some help from Duro, but he is flashless. Be very careful. And it's just going to be a back to come through here for Smash.
Oh, he got the minion and he stopped Smash's recoil. That's efficient.
That was clever. Both 80 carries really maximizing their annoyance capabilities. You're going to get this wave crashed in one more time. 350 gold to lead here for the Ambessa, but expecting that Shu is going to have a bit more of an impact as this game continues. 3 minutes on the Dragon, and it's going to be a Mountain Soul this game as well. Man, Mountain Soul, I think, could really disrupt the game on either side. If Gen G manages to get some control, stacks up a few of those, a squishy composition like this plus a Shen could then just become absolutely impossible to deal with. The Shen always makes his way in, as the burst would not be enough to take him down before that Stand United comes through. And on the other side, I mean, D+ will just be even more bruisery.
Yeah, I mean, it makes their dive so much more threatening, so much more frustrating to deal with. You can't burst those targets down before they get on top of you. And, you know, I'm concerned right now, if D+ gets Soul Point, they have so much freedom to play the map with their global Taliyah and the Taliyah Vi setup there. Get one piece of CC, like you said earlier, Ox, in the draft, you get all the CCs. Speaking of CC,
هنا لوسيد كان very patient ولكن ما قدرش يشد لوسيد ما قدرش يشد كانيون بليتو كانيون هنا قدر ياخذ
Judge. Too much joy moving up towards these Raptors as well. Ruler will finally get poked out here by Smash. And the D+ 80 carry having a very, very good time here in this mid lane for the moment.
There's so much pressure and control from D+ gear. They have the control wood line in the river near the Dragon. They have the extra vision in front. Having the Ezreal set up in mid, just able to
Rift
push out,
spawner.
push him away from the wave is such a powerful position to be in. And a minute 45.
So هنا يقدر ياخذ بليت ديال البوت.
Get vision access. Because if you're face checking into this D+ gear composition, you're just going to get exploded.
absolutely, that vision is so important. And that turret with it is Showmaker maybe under threat here. Magical Journey.
جي هنا كيبريباريو الريفت لكن شوميكر يقدر يهرب.
I do think the ult into Magical Journey combo looked slick, but it just have to hit.
Yeah. We'll work on that coming into the next one.
جنجي هنا
Kelly is going to get a little bit frustrated here.
حاولوا يبداو الريفت ولكن يلعبوا سيف شوية حيت كارما وفاي قرابين ليهم.
Dawn comes in, Shiu taking the rough end of that trade for the moment. Titanic Hydra done. Kane is feeling a little bit better in the matchup now.
So much vision control and so much space control over this Herald right now, D+ do, and they have the mid prio. I mean, there's bottom lane control for Shiu. He has a free teleport whenever he wants to use it. I think this Herald is likely going to eventually go over to D+ here. There's just no challenging it. There's no Tempered Fate just yet here for Duro since he just used it on that previous play. They aren't going to set up for it. We're going to see Lucid back and reset first, but they had so much control of the top side right now.
Yeah, Pickaxe just going to be picked up here by Lucid as he's now moving towards his bottom side jungle. Rift Herald just going to kind of be given up for the minute as you're going to have
هنا
to
كاين خلاص صايبو ولكن
Kane is pushing him away. Duro and
صايبو متانكي مزيان.
He's going to turn up and protect his top laner alongside Lucid. There's the Vault Breaker flash looking for Duro, but they don't quite find the target. Keen now able
كاين
to
يقدر يدير فلاش اوت ويهرب.
unable to get on top of Canyon.
يشد كيحاول يشد كانيون. اوه كانيون فيري جود.
And the seismic shove will
يقدر يهرب من الالتي ديال اسرائيل. اوه نشوف يبقى بوحدو. مشان حاول يعاونو إلتا لكن ما يقدرش يهرب. شوفي صعيب يهرب. الشين كيموت. كاسيوبيا كتموت حتى هي. دي بلاس كيافونسيو في الجولد ديفرنس اللي عندهم كيوصلوا 3000 جولد ديفرنس دابا.
Across the board as Gen G scramble to get away, they still lose 2 though, and they're gonna lose this dragon.
I think the reason they didn't start Herald
دي بلاس غياخدوا الدراجون وغيوصلوا للسول بوينت. اوه هنا كارير ما انتبهش. لهدنا فيري لكن شو ميكر معاه سايمون معاه ولوسيد معاه ما يقدروش يكوميتيو تيم جنجي.
So this is the catch here on the Chovy, just trying to clear up some vision. Kind of greedy, to be honest, considering how many friends of D+ are on the way down. And Keen comes up here to try to wrestle away this push.
هنا شوف يخسر فلاش كين إلتا وما قدرش ياخذ حتى حاجه من ديك الكيل. إسرائيل قدر يهرب 1 HP.
Chovy was going to die 100%, but I think thinking you could save him there is unrealistic. Trying to kill Smash was a good turn, but he's not successful. But man, Lucid going to that bottom side play to cover instead of doing Herald was so huge. It got them. There was the first domino of a set of dominoes here as Showmaker will get out of the ult. And
برضه هنا ما قدرش يلتي.
this game he's been everywhere he needs to be.
تاليا ضيع الالتي ديالو.
Herald is next on the cards.
Oh dear. I think Ruler might be a bit dead.
رولر هنا صعيب يبقى حي.
But he doesn't exactly exhaust the target that was about to kill him. Needs 2 of those, perhaps, is now smashed between these turrets, feeling a little bit awkward. Clears out the way very comfortably, though. The rest of Genji not there to defend the Jin.
And now Smash, 2,300 gold ahead, has that 2-item spike, the fully stacked Mermana, has both summoners. And you look at the side of Genji, there are no flashes available. You're already so far behind. The enemy Ezreal is already so strong.
جنجي هنا غيحاولوا يبداو الريفت. ولكن دي بلاس عندهم الفيجن يقدروا يكونتيستيو. لوسيد هنا غيدخل على دورو. كانيون كينيوري الريفت. تحياتي حسام.
Towards bottom side of the map, but Genji still do not feel strong enough to go for this fight.
A bold flank coming out here from Genji,
and I think it's just simply not going to accomplish all too much.
Big rotation هنايا.
A bit of defensive vision, but they have skirted it for the moment. That's an arcade
ما سبوتاهمش دي بلاس هنا يقدروا يدخلوا في الفايت. سماش 1 اتش بي قدروا يجيبوا الكيل على 1 اتش بي شات داون.
Target, but at what cost? As the outer turret fell in mid, another one falls in the bottom lane, and deep
سايبوا هنا افونس بزاف في البوت لين.
Crazy that they committed
وغالبا غياخد تورت. خدا ديجا التورت.
They weren't aware. You see obviously a shift like that. The reaction time with the instant flash was good. If you get caught there, you were going to die immediately. He was able to buy space there. But that was such a risk for Genji. Had they been caught out or had they stepped on a ward that they didn't know was there, they might have lost the game in that moment. That's the kind of desperation they're finding themselves in this early in the game. 4,000 gold down. At least they're able to get the shutdown, but they wanted so much more.
Yeah, not able to get enough to really give you sort of favor at this point, but I think getting the flash from the Ezreal when you're looking towards that dragon, the next one, which will be Soul, any little incremental advantages that you can get, it's not going to put you in a favorable spot, but it can make things a bit softer because they are in a big deficit and you have to be bold in this position. And you got to remember, it's a best of 3 as well. You don't have that much wiggle room. If we end up losing this game 1, you don't have a ton of space to turn things around. So Genji playing with fire there, they do manage to make it work in that play, but they need to do a lot more to get this to even close to parity.
All right, and we do have a little bit of a pause here, not entirely sure what has happened. We are going to take this opportunity to have a little bit of a look at what's been going on around EWC as well. Of course, there are so many games being played and so many finals that we are getting to as well, as we only have one more day left after this for League of Legends as well.
Yeah.
And here it is.
Are huge.
This is Lion winning in Free Fire on the other stage here. An absolutely huge moment.
Free Fire
and hoisting the
Lion ربحوا التورنوا.
The 3 remaining
$300,000 اللي ربحوا.
Look at how much there is still left to be played at Esports World Cup 2026. We're still so early in it.
And I was actually having a look at the club race as well, and I realized looking at it right now is not really all that helpful because there's so many games yet to play.
I will say though, obviously a lot of these organizations have teams across multiple games. Getting a win so instrumental in moving up those club rankings.
Especially this early. You know you're locked into having that requirement off the table, and so your placements across every other game are really what you're focused on. It won't be as bad if you lose a finals in another game. You'll still get all those points. You're still really in the running. As we'll give you guys an update as soon as we have one about what is going on in this game. We don't have a very clear picture of a referee or any peripheral issues, so it seems to be something a little bit more complex. So thank you for your patience at home.
Yep, Maddox just left the stage, so that might mean that translation successfully happened, and now some fixing of stuff is going to come on through. It's on Genji's side of the rift that we did have that pause to come in, but no information as to what actually happened there as well. Hopefully just another peripheral issue or something like that. We're gonna unplug it, plug it back in again, and then hopefully everything's gonna be okay. But it looks like no refs, and we're back.
I guess they did it. The unplug, plug it back in.
رجعنا للماتش.
Yeah. I mean,
وهنا البارون كيسبونا.
and that was 99.9998% of my job.
Wow, I kind of do miss the old Windows XP when you. My favorite esports sound snafu is when a peripheral gets plugged in or out of the observer computer, and we get to hear it.
هذا الريبلاي ديال الجانك اللي دارو جينجي ميد لين وقدروا يقتلوا سماش.
Wanted a ton more.
Also, they had to get the fourth shot from the Jin and that last little dagger from the Fury. Imagine if they'd missed one of those two and they hadn't even got that kill. So it was down to the last little bits of HP to get up that kill. Otherwise, it would have just been a pretty dud play other than getting the flash from Smash. So.
2 minutes left until this soul. Kobe's gonna have his rod complete. He's built defensively here on this Cassiopeia with the rocket belt, which isn't necessarily going to be a lot of big damage in this fight. The Jin is far from relevance.
Far behind.
And I think Genji, they were hoping they were going to get so much from that fight that they were going to get prio. They were going to actually be in control of this upcoming dragon, but instead, it's going to be another miracle.
لو 1v1 بين شاي وكين كين خاصو يهرب. شاي ما يكوميتيش. دريك بقالو دقيقة. دي بلاس خاصهم يبريباريو ليه. البريوريتي دابا عندهم هي دريك باش ياخدو السول.
Not having that rapid fire for Ruler, not having that Dusk and Dawn for Keen is such a big issue. Because I feel like gold leads, if you're just enough to get some extra components, doesn't swing it that much. But completed items are such a spike, and that's really where Genji are behind. And 45 seconds, we do see both Ruler and Keen recalling, so I'm hoping they're going to be able to finish those items off. Rapid fire comes in. Does Keen have the Dusk and Dawn?
It's got to be close.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Looks like he wasn't able to finish it.
Not exactly the greatest here, but we'll have that Stand United in order to join a fight. Teleport in from
تنتني هنا الدريك.
20 seconds early.
تاليا كتليبورتا.
They're trying to get some prio here, but the dragon is so tanky. It's Mountain Dragon. It's not like they can rush it. They're going to have to force a fight here. Rod completes for Chovy, but he's not 16. This whiffs.
Yeah, Tempered Fate is just going to go wide. D+ with control of mid for now.
Shomek with a thumbs up.
Oh man, they're feeling themselves. Candy going to get slowed down here.
لوسيد هنا غاي اونجاجي دخل فيه تسايوجي من اللور. شوفي وان شوت يقدر يجيب كيل. جين التي كارير يقدر يهرب كارير. جنجي عندهم لافونتاج هنا ولكن البارز الهيل ديالهم لو بزاف. يوسف ما قدرش يكونتيستي الدريك ودي بلاصه تكون عندهم فرصه واحده اخرى. برافو كاسيوبيا كريزي دامج هنايا يقدر يهرب.
wins them the fight and gets them their first dragon of the game. It's still a long way to go for Genji to come back in this game, but this is step one.
That was absurd timing.
It was crazy. I mean, he was just dead. If he was just a split second earlier or later in any way, catches Smash off guard. And also, in terms of the window to get the dragon, Shiwu had TP. He was resetting the TP back in at full HP with that shield, and he would have just ran rampant with no cooldowns available. So Genji, I feel like everything aligned perfectly. They did exactly what they needed to get that dragon and get out now. They're not out of the woods, but they have bought themselves time.
Now, I think we're going to go back to talking about Chovy the whole time because that was an unbelievable play to save the game here for Genji. Canyon flips on out. Let's have to deal with all those rocks strewn on the ground as it looks
في الريفر قرابين
Scuttle for the moment. Smash
الجنجل ديال جنجي كانيون غياخد السكاتل لوسيد هنا غيكوميتي وشوفي غيموت لوسيد غيموت تا هو غيتريديوه تيليبورت غنتشايو تيليبورت من كين
With the one-for-one trade, and feeling okay here for Genji, especially when Shiu gets turned on here at the top side.
شيو هنا مشدود خاصو يهرب.
Only one here to support outside of Korea, who finally gets on over. Smash now gets on in, and there is a public execution. Duro is going to die on the backside of the fight.
دورو كيموت كانيون وان شوت سماش.
The shutdown comes in for Keen though. Korea so incredibly
close. سماش قدر يقتل جين. كانيون كان قريب مع انه يموت بالولتي ديال سماش ولكن يقدر يهرب.
And we get to see his point of view. He's just skirting around the fight flawlessly, mystic shot after mystic shot connected.
دي بلاص هنايا
And for a bit of time it felt like
كيفاصيو مزيان.
but Smash is just advancing.
يمكنش سماش شحال كيدمجي بزاف. تريبل كيل عنده هنا وزقل الكوادرا كيل.
And there was a moment you could see Korea realize this fight is won. We're no longer focused on the fight, we're focused on the chase down. He went
4000 جولد ادفانتج عند سماش دابا.
because you knew we're looking to clean up. We're not trying to fight to anymore. I don't need to defend anybody. Smash doesn't need my help. And D+ incredibly confident in that moment.
And I have to say, after Smash gets caught out like in the most pristine moment by Chovy, still playing that like fast and loose in the very next fight. I mean, that is pretty impressive.
Oh, they might be looking for Showmaker here. We've seen a lot of bottles, tempered fate.
Showmaker هنا عنده vision.
Not so many actually hitting, but
Showmaker's aware.
Wouldn't back off.
Yeah, he's aware something is going on. He's going to play defensively. He's going to get Lucid to come up.
Max, I'm going to have to point something out of you, and I'm sorry about this. Take a look at Rula's.
Oh no 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 no. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it.
I thought you were gonna mention that Shiu's got level 3 of his ult.
I was gonna say like he's level 17. I haven't heard about level 16 yet from you, Daniel.
Yeah, it's pretty broken. But you know, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure Collected Jin has it in to cut through him.
Smash has doubled nearly the damage of Ruler in this game. And when you're accelerated on that Israel, you have those 3 items, and the Jin is behind, and the team is struggling. You just aren't going to be able to do a whole lot. Chovy's the one who has to do the big damage. He has to do the heavy lifting.
And Smash just got his 4th item.
Yeah.
Cyrilus is just done.
Yeah.
He's 4,200 ahead.
That is a lot of money ahead. I'm looking at the gold lead, and yeah, that is 80% Smash. And that's exactly where you want the money on at this stage of the game. 5 kills on this Ezreal as we have a look at him right now. Just, yeah, printing money on the Rift. 30 seconds until this next Drake, and that is Soul once again an opportunity for DK.
Chovy has the arm guard. Again, just itemizing defensively, hoping for another big play here, hoping to pull another rabbit out of the hat. I mean, the last time his play was cinematic, it was almost like an anime. You know, that he was able to predict exactly what was going to happen there. But I don't know if he's going to be able to make
دريك بقرا 10 ثواني هنا دي بلاص كيحاولوا يبريباريو دريك ديالهم.
Yeah, and the thing is, they can't just play front to back and let Smash free hit. He does so much damage now.
توب لينرز بعاد على هذا الفايت هذا. جنجي قد يبداو دريك.
Smash is such a massive threat right now. If Genji don't shut him down, he will dominate.
أنا كنا تيليبورت من عند شايوو. ديرو هنا غي يحاول يدمج شوية شيوو ولكن ما يقدرش. هنا تاليا كي ألتي. جنجي قدروا يشفرط دريك ويحرموا دي بلاص المرة الثانية من السود. كريزي جنجي هنا كيداروا قلبوا الماتش ولكن سماش هنا. لا يمكن هذا إزرائيل هذا.
Smash shifts left
لا يمكن الدامج ديال إسرائيل. ايس ودي بلس هنا غيحاولوا يمشيو ياخذوا البارون. سووا كبوشي البوت لين. سماش غادي ياخذ تورت ديال الميد يمشي يعاون صحابو في البارون. هنا جنجي قدروا ياخذوا دريك. ولكن ما قدروش يهربوا. يقدر ياخذ الفيرست كيل. لكن سماش لا يمكن. دمج رهيب.
Okay, the Fed Israel's on the left side. Guess we'll push towards the enemies on the right. The Ambess is just flying through. They're in the blender. And I think this game is now all but done. Genji had that one Hail Mary fight. Chobi had that amazing ultimate, but that's all they've had in this one. And I think that was their final chance to win something big and get the gold back. And now 10,000 gold behind. I think they're thinking about game 2.
I have to say, we were watching Smash's perspective the first time around. Looking at it again, though, like, Chobi getting caught by that seismic shove. The coordination's still there from the rest of D+ to make sure that Smash has all the space in the world to dance around the battlefield. It's beautiful to see here from a D+ that had some difficulties in some of these games, right? Like they had, you know, the 0-10 top lane situation. You know, like there are a few moments here that have been a little shaky. This time around, though, D+ looking fantastic. Another shot connect as Chobi.
لو بزاف خصو يرجع. دي بلس غياخدو تورت ديال التوب.
Getting this push into the mid lane, really pulling Genji around the map. They are going to lose a lot.
He's just trying to get bounty go on the bottom side.
مكملين البوش ديالهم. دي بلس وغياخدو التورت ديال الانهب اللي في التوب.
If the fight does break out, but he just knows, I mean, he can't do much good here sitting back.
غياخدو حتى الانهب ديال التوب. دي بلس كياخدو اي حاجه قدامهم.
The problem is, I don't know whether it really even helps them enough. As D+ will take down the inhibitor on the top side of the map. Now looking for this mid lane.
يدوزو الميد دابا.
Break 2 of them. It will mean that the Soul should become pretty comfortable.
سالت لهم الويف خاصهم يرجعوا. شن بوشا البوت لين وغادي ياخذ تورت الاولى في البوت.
Wait, we've got a BF as well.
Yeah, he's half a GA.
Wow, 5 and a bit. Yeah. And as well, Shu has the death stance now.
أول تورت.
I just think they don't have the damage.
ياخذوها جنجي.
They just don't have the space to breathe when he's bearing down. Chobi is really providing the DPS in his composition for the most part, but you know, a lot of his itemization, as we said before, has been defensive, which, you know, it makes sense. I'm not going to criticize that.
I mean, for real.
But it just means you don't have the same level of damage output that can cut through Shiwu quick enough. Death Dance buying so much time. Now, Canyon has found a bit of a flank position, but looks like they're not pulling the trigger yet.
Yeah, Genji wants to play against T1. Well, I mean, if they do lose here, that is exactly where they're going to be. I don't think we have any bad matchups the rest of this tournament at all. Like, everything is a banger, no matter what we get. The Cinderella story of KC versus DK would be unbelievable. But then, alongside it, in the third place match, we get Genji versus T1, one of the all-time classics of South Korean League of Legends. So we are kind of spoiled towards the end of EWC here, but obviously it is very early days. This is still game number 1 of this best of 3. D+ are in a great position. They still need to destroy the Nexus. Genji have been tenacious in the past.
So much push power here. 15 seconds until what may be, on the third time of asking, is Soul here.
Yeah, looking for the Shen
قلتي هنا ديالنا فيري إسرائيل مازال عنده الدمج رهيب. قدروا يقتلوا التاليا. شت داون جين وسيد هنا ما يقدرش يهرب. جنجي هنا قدروا يجيبوا بزاف الكيلز. كيل ثانيه شت داون اخرى على فاي. دي بلاس ما يقدروش ياخذوا السول دابا. ضيعوا الجنجلر ديالهم.
Dragon, and it's a ult on the Smash. They can't kill the Ezreal, but they win the fight, and now Smash's life is a lot tougher. There's no vision here for Gen G.
اوه ديرو نقدر يهرب. شايو مات هكا عند الجارديان انجل غيرجع دابا. اوه شايو لا يمكن الدمج اللي كيدير. اوه كيقدر يقتلو الشان. جين دابا كيولتي. اوه سماش غيموت. كارير بقى بوحدو. جنجي غياخدو الدريك. اوه كارير وشو ميكر رجعوا في الوقت. جنجي ما يقدروش ياخذوا الدريك مالوغوزمون. دي بلاس غياخذوا السول. لوسيد رجع في الوقت. دي بلاس خسروا الفايت ولكن ربحوا. دريك مهم بزاف.
They had the GA to play through.
The fact that they ended up taking down, and a big thing here is so Keen's waiting for the arcane shift, but unfortunately doesn't wait out long enough. Then Chovy looks for the mid jungle, finds them, and then Lucid does his best to escape, but walks on a trap that slows him down. The thing is, this is a great start for Gen G. They've really found an impossible situation and kind of made it possible. But the problem is the members still alive, importantly, are Smash and Shiwu, who are just so strong. Smash with all the damage, and Shiwu just so survivable in this situation. He goes in, and even though eventually he goes down to his GA, we see Keen try and go for a taunt as he comes back up, but he dashes immediately, and then just cannot handle the fresh set of cooldowns. He causes so much chaos.
Yeah, and there's just no way to get to Smash. They don't have the Nafiri ult anymore. It's about to come back up, but it isn't there, so they just cannot close the gap. And finally, they take him down, but so much damage has been done.
If Shiu had one extra damage item, Ruler would have been dead in that fight, and I think Shiu would have just straight up won.
اوه هنا عاوتاني الالتي ديال تاليا. جنجي كيدخلوا كيكومنتيو كاملين. شايو واش غيقدر يبقى حي؟ شايو كيقدر يبقى حي. كاين فاي كتموت.
I mean, Gen G are just trying to fight their way through this. I mean, they're trying to outplay and out-team fight D+, and they have a lot of tools. They're trying to set that up, and this Cassiopeia...
جنجي بداو يرجعوا في الماتش صراحة.
So they are able to, for the moment, win a small battle gear, killing Lucid. They will be able to get this inhibitor respawn.
بعد ما كانوا وراء خاسرين بكثر من 10,000 الجولد ديفرنس.
We're getting later and later into the game. Elder spawns in 4 minutes.
ولاو دابا خاسرين ب 5,000.
Threat of hope here for Gen G.
And Max, all I can think about is a 10,000 gold lead at a certain haircut bet you made a long time ago.
Yes, my least favorite haircut is a result of these two teams. Absolutely true. Thankfully, no bets were made in this game, but it has been
أنا الألتي ديال بارد ما شدت حتى شي واحد.
This peel was so good. Keen putting down the shroud to block the auto attacks. And then when Lucid goes in, a great stun from the Bard to keep Ruler alive. The peel, you look how low Ruler was, even with that phenomenal peel. He could have died so easily there if it wasn't perfect play from Gen G to get him out.
And now you've got full items for Smash. The GA has now been completed. Ruler is only one behind though. He has his Infinity Edge done. He has the Mortal Reminder completed. He is doing some damage, even with that Serpent's Fang, to help deal with a whole bunch of these shields that are going to be coming in, especially with the Mountain Soul on top of D+ Kia.
And, I mean, Keen's been behind this whole game, but he's so difficult to kill now. With his ultimate as well, it makes such a big impact, but with Jack Show's running, you know, it takes about, 2,000 Ezreal Qs to actually kill this guy.
That's a lot of Ezreal Qs.
And he has the MR for Showmaker as well, so he's built accordingly here, and it means that it buys a lot of time for Chovy, who's eventually now starting to get some of these damage items online. Bloodletter's curse is completed, and then longer fights, which every fight has gone incredibly long. He is going to do so much. As they're actually looking to start the Baron.
I mean, they do it so quickly with Chovy.
جنجي دابا بداو البارون ولكن غيوليو يرجعوا.
Really cuts through that Baron extremely quickly. But they're not going to be able to stay on top of it. D+ understanding, getting that vision where they need to.
يسيد كيكليري شوية الفيجن.
But this game feels like it could go either way. I really do feel
اللي عند جنجي في
Gen G
البارون.
have righted the ship and created such an even game state between these two squads. We've got 2 minutes until the Elder Dragon And I mean, it wouldn't be Gen G versus D Plus without a little bit of Elder.
لوسيد هنا كيبدا دريك كيبدا البارون. عندهم الدمج الكافي باش يقتلوه في الوقت، ولكن كانيون قريب بزاف. كاينه تيليبورت من عند الشان.
True shot barrage going to be avoided there by Chovy as D+. They just pull off the Baron. Man, Mountain Soul kind of broken for that. As now Smash moving forward.
Yeah, they get the TPF team, which is big, but he still has to stand united. Now they're potentially looking.
اوه هنا لوسيد كوميتي كيدخل على لوسيد. لوسيد هنا كيموت. مقدرش يهرب.
It's Lucid taking a nap.
Push in mid though. Push in mid. They're gonna get this inhibitor at least. So even though they end up getting the
أمبيسا كتبوشي. الانهب ديال الميد.
Let's see whether D+ can actually keep them.
يقدر ياخذ الانهب. برافو شايو.
As that inhibitor does go down, Showmaker looking for Duro. He takes a magical journey to get out. But
شو هنا صعيب يهرب، غادي يموت. فلاش اوت، ولكن غيموت وغتمشي له جارديان انجل.
Now letting the rest of his teammates move towards that top side. In the meantime, it is going to be Shiu going down. Keen able to pick that one up for his 4th in a row. And the curtains have been called. Maybe Showmaker's in trouble now as he does get a nice shove back. But the flash forward from Duro comes in. And Showmaker will
شوميكر كيموت. جنجي كيرجعوا في الماتش 5v2. غياخذوا البارون وغيمشيو يساليو الجيم بوتونسيالمون. ولكن ما عندهمش بزاف ديال التوريتس دونك ما غاديش يقدروا يساليو.
But he got them the Baron. It succeeded in the heist, and now Elder up in 15.
He lost his GA too, so he doesn't have GA. We'll be able to TP back to this fight, but this is going to be the game-defining moment. So many turrets to go.
جنجي دابا غيحاولوا يفايتيو على الالدر.
They need 20 seconds before these solo lanes can come in, and I don't think they've got it. As Gen G will start off this dragon. Lucy going to try and make it a 50-50 smash, trying to get in there with these mystic shots.
تيليبورت هنا ديال امبيسا. جنجي كوميتاو. اوه قدرات جنجي قدروا ياخذوا الالدر. دابا عندهم بارون، عندهم الدر. جنجي قدروا يقلبوا الماتش كامل. كريزي جنجي كريزي، برافو عليهم.
42-minute game. This is absolutely insane, the turnaround here. The resilience, how much they held on. An absolutely bonkers game now without Lucid here. It's very difficult to look for an engage. Shiu's on the flank to try to stop
جينا غيبوشيو.
but he's going to get fouled.
التورت الثانية شايوو كان من ورا، ولكن سبوتاه كانيان غيدخلوا على شايوو. يقدر يهرب. جينا غيزيدوا يبوشيو. غياخذ التورت، غياخذ الانهب. بزاف ديال الدامج من جنجي.
Might get them a 5v5 in their base. The problem is the stats are just ridiculous on Gen G. Chovy going forward, looking to try and lock down Showmaker.
جنجي هنا يقدروا يبوشيو وياخذوا الانهب الاول، ولكن دابا كيرجعوا. ما يقدروش يبوشيو اكثر، مازالهم دقيقة في الالدر. 40 ثانية على البارون. برافو جنجي. خاسرين، كانوا خاسرين بأكثر من 10,000 جولد ديفرنس. دي بلاس عندهم السول، وخا كيقدروا يرجعوا في الماتش. دي بلس ضيعوا الالدر على 2 HP. جنجي دابا هما اللي فايتين دي بلس في الجولد. كريزي المومنتوم ديال هذا الماتش والجولد ديفرنس كيفاش دازت من 11000 لدي بلس. دابا 1500 عند جنجي.
And it feels like the stuff we've seen after that is just almost comparable, almost even in terms of how difficult it is to pull off, how challenging this game has been to play. Gen G did not lose control of their mindset, right? I mean, it's crazy, crazy stuff here.
My hair feels uncomfortable, and I didn't make a bet. So.
Do you want to?
No.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
It's a bit late at this point anyway.
Smash had a 6,000 gold advantage, and now gold is entirely irrelevant because they all have like 7 items, both of these 80 carries, but that is already down to only 1.5k. Like, this game is entirely stabilized, and it's neck and neck.
If you think about the mental fortitude of Gen G in this game, is absolutely crazy, right? But consider that this series might be ruined. This is what I'm afraid of. If D+ lose this game, which right now they're not in control, if they are currently losing this game, how can they recover in this mess if they're going into game 2?
If you lose this game, I think it is almost too much for Ruler.
هنا تيم عند تاليا.
There is Keen there for the defense, though. The deadly flourish comes down, and Lucid once again in a
جنجي عندهم دمج رهيب ومتنكين مزيان.
looking for Chovy, who goes down to 50%, but will be all right for now. Shiu trying to dash his way out as Canning with the ulti is distance, but I believe D+ have made it out. The problem is they're the ones that started it.
But they got the flash from Ruler, and that's the fact that the state of the game didn't really change, but they got Ruler's flash. You take that. Definitely a delicate spot, but they disengaged from the situation, and now we look, Baron in a minute 15, Elder in 2 minutes. The Jhin is a much more vulnerable target now.
Absolutely. And when you look at I think part of why D+ have lost control of this game is both 80 carries can't do traditional 80 carry jobs in this game because it's an Ezreal who can't break through this Shen's health bar and get access to Chovy and a Jhin, right? So which of these mid laners do more damage? It's the Cassiopeia that's fully scaled up into this late game. Showmaker can get a pick, and I think D+ need to play for pick like they just did to try to get Ruler, because in a straight up 5v5 team fight when no one has a real true advantage, I think the longer fight always favors Gen G.
They did just complete the Rabadon's death cap though on Showmaker, so that is a big deal. Yes, he's only got 4 items, but at least one of them is a pretty dangerous one.
Chovy also got his Rabadons just now as well.
Okay, well, never mind.
And with an extra item.
He exchanged that, like that was a 7-stack Dark Seal that has now become a Rabadon's death cap. So
that's a good trade.
Yeah, I would say that is a pretty good trade.
Plus have a Vi, Talia, and Bessa comp. I think they have to do something crazy, like, you know, start a Baron early and look for a turn. They're looking for picks right now. She was surfing on the edge.
Yeah, trying to play side lanes with this Ambessa is kind of what they're looking at the moment. 6 items, he's very scary at level 20. And now just going to be dashing forward towards Duro and Chovy. Kind of difficult with the miasma there, but it does get skirted by Shiu, at least for the moment. It's Gen G taking control of these waves.
Vision control here for D+. This is where it gets scary for Gen G because they do not know exactly what D+ is doing. Now, obviously, Smash poking out here a little bit more. We're 30 seconds until Elder, and Gen G like to play for priming towards the Elder pit, the more relevant objective in this case.
It's going to have to be played so intelligently by D+ if they do want to win this. I feel like Gen G have gotten over that mid-game hump and are just deadly in these 5v5s, especially if Keen finds the right target. He's so good at protecting his carries.
The Elder's now
moving forward.
They bought time. Elder's 10 seconds away, and Gen G are towards the Dragon Kid.
Yeah, Duro now down to about 50%.
شو هناك
They
ulti.
are softening them up. D+, utilizing a bit of a range advantage here, landing some extra skill shots, but there is Korea getting taken down by some of this bleed damage out of the Nefiri. Duro getting pushed out though.
جنجي غيبداو الإلدر.
Chovy looking for a wraparound here.
Yeah, he can weave his wall to make his way in though, can Showmaker. So Chovy might find himself a little bit alone and not with the rest of his teammates. This Weaver's wall is going to be pivotal.
He's just outpacing him with his passive, Showmaker is. He's able to get back to the team. He can set up that wall.
شو ندخل على الدورو.
There's a taunt. He does have a GA. Tries to get himself out with that one available. And a snipe from Ruler comes in.
اوه شيبو كيموت. بقلو جارديان انجل. شوميكر فيري لو. كيفلاشي كيخرج. كارير كيموت. شوفي كيموت تريد. كريزي. دي بلس قدروا يربحوا الفايت وغادي يربحوا الماتش. كريزي دي بلس كيضرب الجو. برافو دي بلس، لا يمكن هذا الماتش هذا. كريزي كريزي كريزي.
Ladies and gentlemen, is Genji versus D plus Kia.
جنجي مساكن تقاتلوا باش يرجعوا لك في التالي. فايت وحده خسروها، خسرتهم الماتش. دوماج. برافو دي بلس.
Game 1 of this series, only game 1, but what an absolute marathon that game was.
I mean, that was. Let's watch it again here. Look at this.
جو بونس هذا هو اطول ماتش تفرجنا فيه هذا النهار.
Backing away 4 seconds on the
التورنوا كامله.
The timing of this on the canyon.
ulti دي إسرائيل أسطورية.
To deny the smite. He wants to kill Canyon, but he gets so much more than that.
Oh man, goosebumps, you're exactly right there, Wolf. It is now time to throw it over to the desk to see what they made of that unbelievable game 1.
I think I broke Jack's arm while yelling because I saw Smash back up, miss one mystic shot. I'm like, he's dead. He doesn't have cooldowns. And then lands that massive, massive true shot barrage and stops the improbable comeback by Gen G. It is D plus Kia with a massive, massive victory here in game 1.
The damage bars are on top of each other for both ADCs here. I feel like DK versus Gen G. They looked at T1 versus KC
دامج
and
ليدر
said,
سماش
this was a
أسطوري.
banger. We'll do one better though, because what the hell was this? It
Crazy.
was so back and forth. I thought Gen G was going to win it after they clawed back a 10,000
جنجي كان قراب بزاف صراحة.
in the last moment, smash.
Oh man, that was a lot of back and forth. I think from the beginning, D plus Kia had such a great lead in the early game with their early game draft, but Gen G somehow, they managed to stop their Drakes and managed to stop their Nasher, and they got the Nasher and Elder. But at some point, D plus Kia back again, they tried to stall the game, and now we had another Elder, which was crazy teamfight we just witnessed.
This has been an absolutely speechless day of League of Legends. Again, everyone at home, in the same meta that we saw for MSI for the last month, they are continuing to evolve the picks and the play. Almost a double Elder day. I guess 2 Elders spawned anyways. Let's try to take a look at some of these highlights. It starts with the man that ended it early on. How did they get to that point in that 10,000 gold lead? It's plays like this from Smash.
Well, it's 24 minutes in the game. It was a D plus Kia leading the game, and I think we want to spotlight this one as your pick on the bot side.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Smash this game on the S-roll, having so much impact in every single fight. And normally when you play this S-roll, it's for the early game, it's for the mid game. So the fact that he was able to have such great team fighting in the early mid game, and then also carry the last team fight of the game, you cannot understate how impressive that is.
And you could see the awareness from him as well, trying to get that last second snipe down on the top side of the map near tier 2, while still poking up the final kill there on Shen. It was a fantastic performance from this AD carry from the LCK that we know can do this, has the potential to do this, and now, very much like Carmine Corp, achieving some of that potential against a title winner in Gen G.
I mean, but Gen G was champion for a reason. I mean, they were stalling out the game for 20 minutes after that. I mean, I thought D plus Kia could just take the Naxos after that one because Azure was too fat. But we're going to have another highlights with the Gen G having such a great focus in the game because I think it was just really that one-sided, you know. I think the lead that they had was just insane, but Gen G here now, they're still in the game, still willing to win the game with the caught out here from Lucid. It was great usage of Portal from Duro here, so they managed to kill the jungle on the top side, and somehow they again managed to kill the Ambessa here, and that makes them having a Nasher and Elder here.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G, the way they held on was admirable. Like, you see Lucid going for that play, it makes sense that he's going on to Ruler, the immobile Jhin, but then with the Bard portal, it takes him all the way into the base, and then another Elder fight that was so damn close off of the picks. Lucid tries to get the smite, but Chovy actually ends up securing it, and it was this moment that it kind of felt like, wait a minute,
it's over.
Yeah, Gen G might be the ones winning this one, but both teams were not willing to give up, fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah, Jack, for those of you at home that don't watch the LCK, this is what happens to D plus Kia. They put out a fantastic performance. They make great plays. They get the soul and do everything right. And then there's a moment when everything starts to go wrong with Did. We're like, oh no, not again.
I mean, this is the fight that they just finished. And here we go again. Look at Diploski. Now they're in a really bad situation. CU got forced GA, and there's no options. They need to go into the pit. And now look at Ezra here. He somehow finds his position back, repositioned himself on top of Ruler, and he shipped back. And this is the moment. This is the right action that he took.
It's an absolute hero play from Smash. If he doesn't make this, Shiwu was already popped into the GA as you said what did, and Showmaker had to flash over the wall. The fight looked dire for DK, but a hero play from Smash saves it all.
We're going to replay that so many times because I didn't notice it until we just saw it again. He had no mana until Chovy died.
Low mana, yeah.
That was able to get it back from Presence of Mind. Just insane. Just insane fighting here. Maybe D plus Kia could close it out with a 10,000 gold lead. Maybe not. We'll find out in just a little bit. And actually, standing by right now as we are getting closer and closer to crowning champions is Ginny with an update from Free Fire.
And Stage 2 has crowned their second winner of a game. This time around, Free Fire ready to lock in that name, put it down in history. Who won and what happened?
All right, so very unexpected, actually. Lion Esports, okay, is the team that takes home the title in the single best performance of an EWC match that we've ever seen in Free Fire of the history of this entire event. 45 points, 33 elims, and they're not a CC team.
Again,
I don't know what's going on our stage, but this is huge because that means that that big chunk of points is not going to any of the heavy hitters we've been talking about. So it's almost like a point denial in a way, which is honestly going to set up for such a tight leaderboard as we get into the further weeks down the line.
Yeah, and it's also crazy to be down here while they're getting to put their key in the totem for the rest of history. The fans are enjoying that as well. Everybody coming out for the celebration. But from your perspective individually, Lauren, would you say that this is a bit of an L for the CC teams?
I think so. I mean, AGAL was up there at the top. They were doing really well. Definitely got some points for themselves along the way. But once again, not what Falcons was expecting, you know, not what Twisted Minds were expecting. I mean, like, Twisted Minds, we thought at one point were going to win. They were one of the first two teams on match point, and they weren't able to close it out. So it was a tough, well-fought finals. Just means everybody's have to step up next week.
Exactly. Sometimes it do be like that, but for the side of Lyon, congratulations to them on winning here over on Free Fire. Unfortunately, they did not even make it to the top 8 in League of Legends, so Club Championships there dodged a little bit. That's it from us. We'll keep you updated as things go on. Bye. We found her walking around. T1 just lost. Let's start there. How are you feeling right now?
I'm so bummed, but also I actually think it might be a good thing because this means that T1 Worlds is loading. So this is usually what we do. We have to tank in the summer just to come back and win it in Worlds. So fingers crossed.
I appreciate the hopium, you know? That's great.
Also, everyone loves a hometown hero. So it would be very fun for Carmine Corp to win.
Speaking of the hometown heroes, how has it been sitting around seeing and experiencing the KC crowd?
I mean, it's awesome. French fans are always the best. I've played in France so many times, and they are always so much fun. They love to party. They never let the energy drop. So it's very cool being here for a League event. I got to perform here for Worlds in 2019, and the crowd was unbelievable. So I love being back here.
Happy to hear that. And I also want to talk about you performing for League and making music for League especially. What's the process like? Where do you draw inspiration to be able to bridge the two worlds?
I love reading, I love fantasy books, and I feel like League of Legends characters and lore have a lot of that same kind of hero's journey trope. So everyone loves a hero's journey story, everyone loves a redemption arc and a climb from the bottom to the top. So a lot of the kind of gaming songs, League of Legends type songs draw from that hero's journey motif.
That's pretty cool. Well, we also have an underdog now in the finals, KC. Any chance that you're going to be cheering for them?
I mean, the options are either Gen.G, Dom1, or Carmine Corp. So I can't cheer as a T1 fan. I cannot cheer for Gen.G or Dom1. So I will be cheering for Carmine Corp. Yeah.
That's what I love to hear. And to wrap it all up, EWC is like, there's so many different stages, right? So many different games. What has been the experience like, and maybe the most notable one that you've had so far?
I haven't been here that long yet, to be fair, so I'm very excited to go around and see all of the stuff here, because this place is massive, first of all. I didn't expect it to be very massive, but I'm really hoping that my most notable experience is going to be watching something get crushed myself. Watching one of the... Yeah, I like that.
I like that too. A little BM though.
Yeah, I love the BM. You have to have a little BM, just a little bit. Yeah,
I agree, but it's been fun having you. The fun has been fun as well. That's it from now. Bye, guys.
Stumbled on a reaction test. You already know I'm taking that.
Woo. All right, let's go. Let's see what he got. 5 seconds on the clock. 3, 2, 1. Oh, damn. No way. Come on. You got this. What is going on? Yo.
Staring at him. No, it wasn't. No, I messed up my technique. I wasn't staring at him. I got 3. That's pretty good, actually, right?
No, that was horrible.
It's fine.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. It's the semifinals. It's our second one of the day, and I cannot believe there is another game at least in this series, because that first one was absolutely bonkers. D+ able to get over the line in the very end, and now we have to load up again.
You know, something we were saying during that game is how much you would hurt D+ Kia mentally to have gone from that 10K gold lead to lose that game 1, but the mental resilience to hold on through the game, slipping away, slipping out of their hands, and come back in that final moment. They must be on Cloud9 right now. Well, not the team Cloud9, but like...
Cloud9's not quite here.
Yeah, they must feel really good about game 1.
Now, obviously, they weren't on the floor like Carmine Corp was a few.
They haven't won the series yet.
You could see it on their faces. Showmaker and Smash, especially, just the relief, the ecstasy of that moment, I would say, almost. As
yeah.
We're jumping into the draft for game 2 here. It is a fearless best of 3, of course, but those mage bans will persist here. Victor and Orianna.
And the Galio ban is an interesting one to come through here from D+ Kia. Getting rid of that one. Of course, Chovy is deadly on the champ, but it's not something we've seen in ban lists so far. The Orianna taken away. The Syndra is notably still available, at least for
اوكي دونك الماتش الثاني في السيري غيبدا.
Will it be the Syndra next, or will they leave that one up?
Yeah, Jace also has been left available, which we've seen a good amount of success, good amount of bans as well towards that pick. So will Gen.G take the Jace away, or Risky getting his hands on it? Obviously, Keen is a player who's got a wide pool of things he can play into the Jace, but often doesn't get that early prio.
I think blinding Jace into Keen sounds very dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with that, especially with everything that's left up. You know, there's no Yorick ban, obviously, in the first 3.
اوكي 3 البانز الاولين بانوا لنا نوكتورن غاليو بوبي جارفان اوريانا وفيكتور دي بلس
This was in like his trio of champions that he
هما اللي كيبيكو الاولين واختاروا ليسين
especially in Challenger. but then afterwards when he first joined the LCK. So a big one, and taking it away from Canyon, who is one of the greatest Lee Sin players to ever pick up an arm.
And if you think of some of the picks that have been removed, Poppy banned, Talia gone for the previous draft, Neferi as well, whose doggos blocked the Sonic Wave, I think there's a lot more freedom for this Lee Sin pick, and you feel pretty good about it in this game too.
Ooh, Ziggs Camille. Could just lock that one in right now if they would like to. Hovering the Jace there as well. Just a bit of a nod, but they do not decide to go that way. We'll see that Ziggs.
There's not a strong Leona response
in terms of
a pairing here to answer, with that Talia being banned away. Cassiopeia also gone. Victor is banned. So I do think it's a really strong position for that setup in the bottom lane. I expect this will be a Camille pick to come with it.
Would be strong, and that is what they're going to go towards in the end, or at least hovering it. There it is, locked away, and now D+, what is going to be the first 3 locked in for
Ziggs Camille.
Bottom lane to answer this if they would like to. They could also just focus on getting their solo lanes in order. A Kali Lee Sin combo here from Showmaker Lucid could be a lot of power in the mid game.
They're going to lock Leona, right? We just don't know what they're going to play with it.
Yeah, especially with the Shen already gone, I think it makes sense. It feels weird to say this because Smash just had this phenomenal game on Ezreal, but I feel like in terms of mages,
Leona
would work pretty
that's
well.
The one I'm thinking.
But it just feels like Smash popped off so hard in Ezreal. It's like, oh, you're on Seraphine. Syndra, another option as well. But we know Showmaker also phenomenal on that pick.
I think keeping the flex open is like a very good idea.
I'm not a huge fan of Syndra in this meta, but when you do have the Leona with it, it works really well. It can be a great deterrent to Camille engages, as we've seen so many times. So both of these picks very strong into Camille specifically, but the flexibility the Syndra holds, I think, is the greatest power that D+ have right now in this draft.
All right, one more pick
Syndra
on through here
locked
as Chovy thinking about what he wants to
for
take
D+.
away. Canyons lock in. I mean, feels like a Skarner angle looks pretty good for Gen G if they would like to go that way, but instead the Jace will be locked in and they can protect it with some bans here in the second round.
Yeah, this feels like a great spot for the Jace, and especially as despite having the Camille who can go in and set up those big powerful poke tools, you can just sit back and fire off from a distance. So far the D+ composition doesn't have nearly the range to match this Ziggs Jace.
I wonder if the bans here for D+ are just going to be targeting Canyon, since the pool's thinned out a little bit here, and that's the matchup we know that they have are missing. I don't think any of these Gen G champions will be flexed, but you don't want to necessarily try to figure out what's going on in solo lanes because you want to hold your flex as well on this Syndra.
Well, the Jace could theoretically be flexed into the mid lane.
Or jungle, we've seen before.
Yeah, or bot lane, if, you know, Paze's solo queue is anything to go by.
But unlikely.
Or Deft in 2015, but we'd prefer not to think about that.
That's a telling Olaf ban.
Yeah, Showmaker and
Silas
Chovy have both played a fair bit of Jace in the mid lane, actually.
Wanna
There
tell
will
what?
be the Silas taken away here. Just trying to get rid of it. Maybe feeling like that could have been one of the mid lane options. I was kind of expecting them to go more towards Canyon bans, though. It's interesting.
I felt the same, like a Skarner ban, like you mentioned, would have felt really strong here. See what this final ban does end up being. The Sivir, I think, is a great pick, which would pivot this draft completely, but works really well with Leona. Very strong into the Camille Ziggs lane. We've seen it a lot.
Yep, really good for dealing with the Camille making her way in as well.
Sivir tbanat.
Hextech Ultimatum can be spell shielded.
Rise
really
tban.
help keep the Sivir alive as long as you're not hit by the wall dive.
Yeah, and Canyon's suffering no extra bans here, just focused in on Chovy with the Rise and the Silas. So trying to make his lane phase a little bit more uncomfortable here. And I think it would make sense to take jungle here and leave Chovy to kind of see what the flex is, and they are just going to go for that
Skarner.
Skarner. I mean, when you have the Camille diving in, if you can hold them still as well, you have skill shot based damage already in your composition.
It's just such an immobile Syndra that you have on the table here, and Leona can't peel very well against Skarner, and struggles sometimes into Camille depending on the game state, as it's going to be Miss Fortune lock here, it looks like, in this bottom lane. Strong lane power and decent setup in this draft thus far, and can be very good in that
neutral. كيف كروف Miss Fortune وش غيلوكيوا.
I'm a bit scared about it though.
Yes.
I feel like it doesn't
لوكاوا.
have the range
أول مرة
toe to toe with Gen G with what they have represented
ونتفرجوا
right
في Miss
now.
Fortune.
Kasante as well is going to
التورنوا
fall into
ديال
that trap just a
EWC.
little bit. We've seen Kasante into Jace
D+.
actually be a decent lane, but if you look at these compositions
اوكي
holistically,
لوكيو
it's
توب
not
لين
necessarily going to give you a lot of hope.
اوكي لوكيو كاسانتي في توب
moving into a
لين
mid to late game as far as these skirmishes
شي هو
and fights
يلعب
are going to look.
I'm
كاسانتي
pretty surprised. I thought if they were going to lock something like Gasante, we'd see a little bit more of a scaling AD carry.
دونك عندهم ميس فورتشن ليونا في البوت لين جنجي كيف كروف لوك ولكن لوك مازال ما يمكنش تلعب به في التورنو جنجي غادي لوكيو اكالي جي جي
A little bit off theme with the rest of the draft, but the follow-up, if that poke does land,
Akali
is going to be absolutely deadly from this guy.
The one thing that does sync up with
Ziggs
Akali
Kami
and
contra
like
Miss
Ziggs
Fortune
and
Leona.
Jace is that I just can't see a scenario where Smash can comfortably ult when you have the
والله يكون هذا
Akali
الماتش بحال الماتش اللي
Ziggs
داز
can ult you whenever you try and channel it, the shock blast as well. That bullet time is going to be hard to find the time to fully channel that into this Genji composition.
Yeah, and it doesn't break through the Skarner. It's only in one direction. The Akali has so much ability to circumvent. I mean, Akali into Leona is really hard. Is it going to be able to easily break through the Cassante? Killing the Cassante is the hard part of this draft. But everything else seems relatively straightforward here for Genji. I don't like the misfortune that much. You know, I think if you wanted to play this, there were different ways you could have approached it. You could have looked for a better top lane for setup. But like Yorick, for example, could have even been better, I think, in that situation, but they didn't. So I walk away from this draft favoring Genji.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. But now let's hear from Doublelift as Ian's got him alongside to take us through the draft.
Thank you, guys. It's time to get some more big brain thoughts here as our co-streamers who are watching all the action live here in the arena have their thoughts. Jankos and Doublelift, let's start with you. What are your key thoughts and takeaways from Champ Selector?
Well, I felt like Genji actually made a really good draft. I love the Scanner pick on 4. I feel like he was super good for either dive comp, but also he can peel for the carries, and he can follow up Camille. I was struggling to see a champion that's good against Lee Sin and Leona in the same team, but I think Scanner was just the champ.
Talk to me, Double.
Yeah, I mean, I think Genji's going for something a little crazy. They gave last pick to Chovy. He's playing Akali with like kind of like not the best dive, but I think they put a lot of the effort of the like they put a lot of the ball into his hands basically because he's playing an assassin against a pretty squishy team comp. I think he's the best player on the team last game. I'm interested to see how he performs. And then DK has a more standard front to back.
Do we get a game 3, yes or no?
I think it's going to be 1-1.
Yeah, I think after this draft for sure, 1-1.
Let's find out.
اوكي دونك الدرافت كيف فافوريزا جنجي
breakdown, I believe, basically on a similar wavelength to
نتفرجوا
what's
نشوفوا
coming
شنو
out of
وقع
that draft, but I honestly feel like in game number 1, draft didn't necessarily mean that much, and you were talking about it, the mental and emotional bounce back that needs to happen here, especially for Genji after getting so close to clutching that game 1, will be the thing that's going to mean the most as we load up here. Game number 2 onto the Rift. See whether it's Genji evening out the series or whether D+ Kia can get a clean sweep and then a date with KC in the final.
What an unexpected finals. We were going to have either way, but I mean, especially D+, right? Crazy, crazy stuff. This tournament is so fun. Career, not going to like this exchange.
Yeah, Smash is going to move on over, but Genji are going to back away before anything really happens, even takes that last bouncing bomb or the water balloon, as Arula has decided to go for the best possible Ziggs skin.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Just the correct call on that skin. It's the rubber ducky on the satchel.
It's so good. It also just looks like he'd be so safe in the water as well, which is very, very important. We're down to 50%.
Really well. The aftershock was already down in Korea from the earlier trade, and he just goes for a quick short trade, doesn't let him get a stun back. That's some heavy poke on a Korea, and I feel like you're playing this MF Leona into the Ziggs. Camille, you want to win lane.
Yes, you want to be oppressive. You want to be using the early stats. I mean, she has really good base stats at level 1, and those first few levels will just be able to damage through auto attacks. If Ruler misses a Q, for example, you always outwin those exchanges because you can continue to do damage as an AD carry. Showmaker wants to, in this lane, continue to poke. We've seen this matchup a few times here at EWC 2026. You just
عنده افونتاج في الايرلي جيم كونتر شوفي.
gets her ultimate, becomes a larger threat. Showmaker is doing a great job of it so far.
Yeah, but this is expected. This is what he has to do. We're going to have to see whether he can keep it up, because Chovy, if he's good at anything, making sure that he can get the CS in a melee versus range matchup. And so far, so good. Does get the backflip here. I was half expecting him to go back in on that one, but decides not to.
I feel like so many of the Akali matchups just look so uncomfortable and you're constantly under pressure, but then you just sustain up from Doran Shield, second wind, and you're actually fine. You're just kind of like the limping dog meme.
Yeah.
But eventually, you get to a point where you just are able to out-move and out-position the skill shot-based Syndra, and it makes it very difficult for her to defend herself. See Chovy dodging some of those cues with his backflip. We saw Faker do the same thing in this matchup yesterday. It's very tricky, but if you can minimize the damage, heal up with that Doran Shield, you can get out of the laning phase just fine. It's a tightrope of how well can Chovy defend and how much pressure can Showmaker apply.
Well, right now, Lucid is going to find Duro making his way over towards this mid lane, actually trying to get on over towards him as the wall dive does come on down.
اوه لوسيد هنا كليرة وقدر يشد دورو قبل ما يغانكي. شوفي في الميد يرجع ياخد السكوتل ديالو. شو ميكر هنا كانين هنا غانكا كان شي وقدر ما قدرش يهرب. First blood on Skarner.
And here's the cost of Lucid showing up in the bot side river. It's like Canyon knows you can
Very good gank,
there's no real recourse. And the fact they kill Shiwu with his flash being burnt and don't commit
Shiwu ضيع flash ومات.
Genji very happy with that early play.
So difficult to kill a Cassante early, especially with the Skarner, but he was up in the lane pretty far there. Keen maximized the damage on that rotation. He was able to buy a cull as well as that tier here on first back. So he is really loving the game state. We'll watch this from Canyon's perspective here as his E comes up. And see, there's just not much that can be done here. Sidestep is there, but it means the damage comes through from Keen. Clean.
Yeah, not too bad at all. So Canyon able to lock down first blood. And Korea moving alongside Duro back down towards this bottom side of the map. Smash will show up once again, does have a Vampiric Septant now in his back pocket. Should help with these bouncing bombs that are going to be thrown around the lane.
That's one thing with playing the Misfortune into mages is so often when the mages are one-item spike, you're just pushed out, they're going to poke you, it's really frustrating, but MF, the build path is blood distances, so you can sustain up the wave pretty effectively, the poke is less threatening, and you can often challenge for mid-cryo quite effectively as a result. You can walk up, and if you dodge a bouncing bomb, you just auto-attack Ziggs. So I think that might have been the thought process of D+K and going for this pick. But we'll have to see if you can smoothly get to that point in the game.
شيوونك يعاني.
Now off to the races here towards the top side. Didn't manage to get that first blood, but still gets an advantage from it. You can see 10 CS in advantage, close to a 600 gold lead, as it will be an Ocean Dragon first up in this game, meaning that the souls are going to look better and better.
Lucid هنا.
On that one already being out of the pool. And she,
غياخد شوية الفارم الكانيون.
It's not looking like that right now as Duro finds Lucid doing the Drake. I don't know whether he's
Lucid هنا كيدير دريك. كانيون ما يقدرش كونتستي حيت بعيد بزاف. أول دريك الدي بلس.
Take that one away. We have Ocean and the Cloud to start as Canyon's looking for a gank here onto this immobile Syndra. Does have flash. Showmaker is playing very respectfully of that possibility despite not having a topside ward.
Could be all right here.
هنا ليونا كتبوشي.
Will be able to keep himself alive. Does take
مازال ما عندهاش الدامج. كانيون هنا. حاول يغانكي الشوفي. سندرا فلاش اوت تقدر تهرب.
For the play bottom side, Lucid was heading down there, and I thought if Canyon shows, this could be a problem, right? Because he could look for a dive, the Lee Sin dive on that bottom lane, but they don't opt for it, so there's no cross map here for Lucid. It's just a free flash.
And now Canyon looking for level 6 on this Crab as well. Might be able to immediately use that as he is towards his top side shoe without his flash, but I think it can make things annoying.
Yeah, it makes it a bit scary. I think it was the patience of Canyon in that mid lane play. I assumed from Showmaker not using the Scout of the Week, he was just waiting for him to burn it, and then he has no way to stop the charge from the... And now that Chovy has that level 6 available, also a few more points in his queue as well, that 5-point strike, he is a much more real threat. This mid-jungle of the Skarner Akali, a lot harder to tangle with, especially for Showmaker on that mobile mage.
Shiu heading to the bottom lane. We're going to swap top side here for Smash. Try to get some additional farm there and also give Shiu the opportunity to play the game a little bit. It's a top lane swap to bottom to avoid that Jay's pressure. Career coming up here as well. Duro will deny him entry. Yep. And Genji have a really strong early game, and that's problematic considering what this draft is going to do later on.
Yeah, it's always a worry when the team with theoretically a
شو
better
هنا
late game
كيحاول
setup is also looking
يفارمني
much
في
better in the
البوت.
early game. There is the mid game to worry about though. D+ certainly going to be a lot more powerful there with the Lee Sin Syndra combinations, grabbing picks around the map, but they need to make that happen. And it's looking like Gen G understand where to be throughout the majority of this game. Has certainly been something that they've been known for many, many years so far. 25 seconds until the grubs do pop up though, and right now D+ are in the area.
It's so frustrating to play Syndra into this comp. The Akali has ult, you're playing into a Skarner, you're playing into a Camille support, and you can see it when they keep panning into mid lane. Showmaker's just always like, there's a lot of things that can kill me right now and I don't have flash.
Yep.
And I want to harass this Akali, but I need help. It's going to always be resources required to get this Syndra off the ground right now, which opens up the rest of the map for Gen G.
ناس ماش خاصو يرد باله عنده فيجن.
Getting a lot of value as it spots Canyon moving on.
Canyon دابا غيبدا جروبس.
Let's see whether Lucy can actually grab any of these. Does finally
Lucy
come out
هنا
of the fog of war. First one will go over
يحاول
Canyon, but can they claim the rest?
ياخذ شي جروب من 3 جروبس.
Biding their time. Smash trying to get in here as well, but he isn't quite going to be able to commit. So 3
ما
grubs
يقدرش
going
يكون
over to Gen G without too much contest.
And I feel like this is the weird
3 جروبس
scenario
Gen G.
for D+K that you're just there to watch, but you don't get anything from it. Now looking for
اوه هنا جانك
good
كونتر
side
الشوفي
step
ولكن
into the shroud, gets them out.
يقدروش
They put their resources towards the top of the
execute
map. They can't contest the
الجانكس
grubs. They
ديالهم
can't get Chovy.
efficiently.
It's just time wasted essentially at this point.
Yeah, not really anything going their way, unfortunately, as Chovy now moving on over towards this battle around the crab. Korea trying to hold his position, is slammed into the wall, does have that aftershock.
كارير هنا
Is taking down so
ما
incredibly
يقدرش
low.
يهرب.
They look for Chovy, but they lose their Leona. The kick goes back. There's the scatter.
شوفي هنا فلاش اوت يقدر يهرب.
Out of the way. Sonic Wave doesn't land. She is going to pick up Canyon.
كانيان يحاول يهرب ما يقدرش يهرب. شت داون كاسانتي كين يقدر يموت غيموت كين كيتيليبورتا كيفوكسيو على لوسيد ولكن كيخليو شي هو كيموت. نايس جي جي. يقدروا يتريديو سكارنر.
You can see what D+K are going for, but it just keeps escaping them ever so slightly, and Gen G able to get the edge on the back of that play. Smash still going to be able to pick up some plates on the bot side.
Frustrating thing about how this all starts off here is that they don't have the Cassante here that they want to play through. TP's in super late. Career's just like, I can buy time. I can buy time on the Leon. I got clips. I got aftershock, but he just isn't able to offer anything. He just solar flares as he dies, and then Chovy escaping here is a disaster. But like, watch the Sonic Wave. He's so close to getting caught by it, and then Shio's like, well, I got to make something out of this. He gets the focus on the cannon because he's the closest to the wall. So he's able to get the Skarner despite how tanky he is, because that pushes him into the teammate.
I do find that funny that Canyon's like, I want to go through the wall, and she was like, oh, you want to go through the wall? I'll put you through the wall.
Let me help you. I'll take you with me. A bit of an escort.
Yeah, Shio does ultimately end up fighting the dust here, though, at the end of the play, as Gen G commit to punish, and now we're starting to see a pretty significant gold lead here. Not just in this Jace, but Canyon's pulled ahead. Rula has a slight advantage as well.
كيديروا شي ديفيجن في الريفر. كانيون ما غيدخلش على الدريك.
Started, but there is a whole lot of vision here for Gen G, so they will be able to contest if D+ do decide to go over there.
And Rula now with the Ludens, so he can just demolish waves pretty comfortably. And obviously Ziggs is able to be on his own earlier than this, but once you have the Ludens, it's so hard to ever have pressure. It gives Kuro so much freedom, and he's looking around the top side of the map.
Actually taking a bit of damage, but should be alright for the moment.
Dragon being taken by Gen G at the same time on the bottom side of the map. As being secondary jungler here. We do have a rotation up of Smash looking to swap back down, but that's going to be some time in the meanwhile that Ruler gets alone with this bottom side turret.
Gen G يقدروا ياخذوا دريك.
Ziggs with 3 grubs. D+'s return is getting these raptors, but I just don't know if this is really an equivalent exchange here for them.
توب سايد ديال الجنجل ديال جين جي. كارير هنا وليسيت غيحاولوا يغانكيو. سماش توب.
There should be a crash coming through from Smash, but I mean, just
جنجي كانت عندهم فيجن.
crashed into the turret is no cross
قدروا يهربوا.
that you would be proud of, and Canyon spots everyone out moving back through his jungle. And at least Shu gets down towards that bottom side, does have his Thornmail now completed, but if he's laning against the Ziggs, that is not going to do all that much.
Yeah, he's really suffering for the fact that he has the heavy arm itemization for the Jace. He just hasn't been matching into him the last while, to be honest. And Thornmail not giving a ton of value into this team anyway, in terms of the healing reduction.
He's played into a Ziggs Akali.
I mean, yeah, I mean, the armor is not having value there, but even the healing reduction, I mean, if Canyon auto-attacks you, I guess, the protoplasm gets reduced. But,
really grasping at straws.
Yeah, I was going to say, not as much protoplasm harness value, so
yeah,
checkmate.
It's frustrating, though, for Shu, who's been trying to find relevance on this map. He did pick up that kill earlier because the Syndra ult didn't actually secure the kill, so that's part of why he's not massively like he is the furthest behind on the Rift by far, but he could be even worse, is really what I'm getting at here on this Cassante. And you're the front line for a composition that isn't really trying to front to back. And I think that the identity issues that this draft has for D+ are a little bit on display here, but with a deficit like this early, 2K behind at 13.5 minutes, I don't know if you can get out of the hole. At least there are pick tools here if Gen G make mistakes, but I think we were all in agreement that we like Gen G's draft better, and I think the game state likes it as well.
Yeah, nice little scatter here from Showmaker, but Chovy is going to be absolutely fine. Does have those upgraded Merc Treads right now, and is getting closer and closer to the Hextech Gunblade. Canyon just going to drive on over towards this mid lane, move towards the top side of the map. Dura coming on over, will be able to clear out this control ward. And I feel like D+, like, they've had ideas, you know, they're trying to go for picks, but Gen G just move out of the way of where they're trying to attack and just kill someone on the other side.
I mean, look at bot lane. They've all moved to try and collapse in on the Ziggs, and Willa just leaves and walks away. Now, though, Chovy's moving in. He might be under fire, but we see Shiwu targeted on the top side of the map.
Yeah, let's see whether this all-out is actually going to be able to help him here as he pulls Canyon.
جينا حاولوا يجانكيو كين وكين شيو قدر يهرب في نفس الوقت ليسين جانكا مس فورشن لتحت قدر يقتله أكالي.
And this is really huge for D+. They get the win on the bottom side. They're rushing to grab first turret. It's down to one plate here. And this is what Gen G want.
برافو دي بلس هنا.
Still so healthy.
مازال كيبوشيو على شيو، غالبا غياخدو التيرس ديال الطوب وغياخدو حتى الكيل على شيو. شيو هنا كيلتي لوسيد هنا كيجي كيعاونو شيو كيموت. لوسيد يقدر يتريديه. برافو ليسين.
Do you see the trade of turrets as well? Obviously, Gen G got theirs first, but considering D+, we're a little bit behind, struggling a bit. They're okay with how the trades have panned out, and now Herald up and available.
ليسين غادي يبدا هنا الريفت. كانيون يحاول يكونتيستي، كاين تيليبورت زيغز، كاين تيليبورت من دي بلاس. كاسانتي كيجي تا هو ما يقدروش يكونتيستيو هاد الريفت. برافو ميس فورشن هنا اولتي. كارير هنا خصو يهرب ما يقدرش. جيس قدر يموت. جيس قدر يجيب كيل هنا على ليونا.
And that's really all you can ask for in this type of game state. Showmaker hits the double scatter to slow the advance. You can see how this composition has some issues, right? And that Smash is like, I'm ready to use my ultimate, but the scatter only lasts so long, and there isn't anything with it except delay and give them the retreat. So there's the secure. Career has to really sacrifice himself to help get them out. The solar flare completely avoided, unfortunately, because of that scatter angle. Good unstoppable, you mentioned in the play-by-play there for Shiva to make sure he gets out, and ends up being worth for the side of D+. The gold lead has basically stayed the same, so things haven't gotten worse for D+, but their woes still continue.
Dragon up and available now.
اوه دورو هنا كيدمج بزاف.
I think the Herald in pocket for D+K can give them an edge here. Use it as a combat Herald into this. Lucid is very strong. 2-0-1. Could maybe find an angle in on the back of that. He's going to throw it down.
Yeah, all out is going to be coming up
لوسيد هنا كي لوح الريفت وليسين قدر ياخذ. اوه سكارنا راه ياخذ الدريك. دي بلس جابوا جوج الكيلز هنا وغيحاولوا ياخذوا الكيل الثالثه هنا. كانيان تانك بزاف ولكن واخا كيقدروا يقتلوه. برافو دي بلس هنا قدروا يربحوا هاد الفايت.
Cleaning up the kills, forcing them away, and picking up target after target. Chovy limping away on just sliver of HP.
They get the gold lead back. They have a gold lead now in this game. They shrunk it a little bit, then it went down to 2K, and now they have a slight advantage here. It does even up at the end of the day, but the gold lead is gone for Gen G. Shiu with some really incredible plays here in this fight. Has his Q stacked here, gets the double knock fight here, forces the flash out of Ruler. Career follows, now the Ziggs out of the fight. Lucid's looking for a threatening angle, finds Jovi here, but look at this. The second knockback into the scatter. This team is working together like a well-oiled machine. Every aspect of the first part of the setup instantly has the follow-up it needs, and Lucid is able to chase and run down another scattered Canyon.
And it's crazy, it's into Gen G, the team that we have praised so often for their tight team fighting as a unit, their coordination, their synergy. And D+ Kia this series has just found the advantages in that regard when it's come down to those big moments.
I think it's so hard to pilot this comp when your CC has to be so set up so well to get that chain. It's not like the previous draft where it's super simple. You hit a shove, the Ambessa goes in. This is Cassante has to stack 3 Qs, get into the right position, and get that pullback to then set up the scatter. They have the Leona to follow. And D+ are playing it very well as Jovi may be caught here.
Yeah, Lucid going to move up towards this top side, but looks like Chovy getting wind of it will be able to move himself out of the way. And so a little bit of respite for the minute. 400 gold in it between these two squads. Showmaker going to try and grab some of this crystalline overgrowth towards this top side and should have some free time with this outer turret. Shiu down towards the bottom side playing defense, but Keen just eats through these turrets so quickly.
شيو هنايا مقنكي بثلاثة لعابة صعيب يهرب.
Okay, let's see whether he can get out of this one. Not with a Q like that, unfortunately, as he goes all out, but unfortunately, Duro's got an ultimatum for him, and down he will go. DK traded for the mid outer turret, though. I don't know whether that's necessarily worth, but it's something.
He was so ready to be dove, and then they just killed
ويمكن غياخذوا حتى التورت ديال الطوب.
Didn't even approach hitting him until it was down, and it meant he was fortunately not able to get out of that situation.
التورت الثالثة
answer back really
ديال
well,
دي
taking
بلس.
2 turrets in the top side of the map, and just cutting through these
جيس هنا كيبوشي التورت ديال البوت لين.
He does have a massive lead right
Baron.
now over the Cassante.
I do think though, based on what we saw in the last fight, for
سبونا دابا
and we've talked about this so
دريك باقي له 2 دقائق.
behind Cassante is still incredibly relevant. He's going to get so many resistances from that Jack shows as well in a longer team fight, and he is the answer to a lot of shock blasts and poke here. So I like how D+ have this set up. They keep him on the weak side, and they get more value elsewhere, and that has been the game plan here for the last 10 minutes, really, in this one. So if they could do it long enough and keep fighting well in these big 5v5s, there is a path to victory in this game. You can see the damage here is incredibly high for the poke champions here on the side of Gen G, but not all of that poke is leading to elimination.
Yeah, Gen G also just don't have sustained DPS in that composition, so she will just feel a bit immortal, especially before, you know, Ruler has his pen, has his Rabadons, but their composition is not designed to kill Shiwu, and he was such a big presence in that last team fight around behind. Oh,
this is a bit of a cute one as Chovy does flash his way out of there. Scatter would have connected otherwise. It was a good idea, but now a big cooldown no longer there for the Akali, as Lucid really does want to kill Chovy in this game.
Leeson is so good into Akali. If you could find these angles and get on top of her, and he has just been trying to do it on repeat in this game.
Duro biding his time.
It's just like a standoff.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy.
Oh no, don't.
Oh dear.
It's just a ward, let it go.
Oh dear. Okay, Q doesn't come out. Ruler moves over. There is the Sonic Wave connecting onto Duro.
دي بلس هنايا بوشين بزاف في الجنجل ديال جين جي. كارير هنا غيقدر يهرب ليسيد حتى هو غيقدر يهرب. جين جي عندهم دابا لا بريوريتي باش ياخذوا دريك وياخذوا السول بوينت. تيليبورت زوين هنا من سندرا اللي كانت مزيرة. كاسانتي هنا بوش الويف ديال الطوب وتيليبورتا باش يعاون صحابو
get this fight
Fed-
started quickly enough though, because otherwise
Drake.
this poke will rain down, and then Chovy just last hit everyone.
They put a controller in the banana brush. Not going to be the same sort of outplay opportunity for Shiu this time around, and Gen G have complete control. That Skarner still got impaled.
Well, Korea dives in, but I don't know whether he really
Canyon
wants
هنا.
to. As the Dragon now going to get forfeit for the moment. There is the
ترى
scatter.
بلاصة صعبة فاش دخل على
So
كارير.
incredibly tanky, and Korea down incredibly low. Solar Flare still up and available though. We'll see where it does go. Shock Blast avoided by DK for the moment. And Chovy still biding his time off to the side. Keen throwing Shock Blast. Gen G playing it well, keeping them at arm's length as they're taking damage after damage.
دي بلاص نقصهم يرجعوا ما يقدروش ياخذوا حتى حاجه من الفايت هذا. كارير يقدر يهرب. فلاش اوت هرب من الالتي ديال رولر.
And not giving a route in for D plus Kia. So hard to push through the likes of this Skarner who already has that protoplasm harness, that unending.
جينجي يقدروا ياخذوا الدريك الثالث وانا دابا السول بوينت.
So successful to get them that third dragon of the game.
They just didn't give an in to D+. They had the controller in the banana brush. They just held their ground. Jovi's flank was never punished because he was so far back that they couldn't get on top of him. But if they wanted to be the aggressors, they would have been flanked by him. They wouldn't have been able to lock him down. And Korea has to be the one to actually set that up if Chovy goes through. But he was constantly threatening the front line. And once he got chipped down, D+ either had to walk away or hard commit and sacrifice him. And they just could not find the right angle. Gen G with such a phalanx set up there. And now IE is done for Smash here. 3 items on this MF, but doesn't matter if they can't get the team fight set up to use it.
And killing Canyon's going to be really hard this game if they do manage to lock down a Mountain Soul. It'll be kind of ridiculous. Yes, Smash is theoretically an AD carry, but MF is not exactly the poster child for tank killing.
Well, he does have a collector, and that deals percentage HP damage, right? If you're under 5%, it just...
That's a really good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah, 5%'s really big for Canyon. It's a big collector.
Has built the best possible item.
The issue, though, is getting him to 5%.
However, if you do, genius. It's fine. Might have a Lord Doms coming through as item number 4, but we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Lucid just searching for some angles here as Ruler doesn't quite land the water balloon.
Do have the Soreldas for Keen, which is going to be really, really helpful dealing with even 3,000 gold behind this Cassante in front-to-back fights, because the damage throughput is not there, as you mentioned, Ox, earlier on this Gen G composition, so that's a big item to have. Baron really not on the cards for the side of D+, even if they have control with this MF. Even with 3 items, they can't do it quickly, and their turn is shaky at best at this game state.
Oh, Duro possibly in a little bit of trouble here as the Solar Flare gets Flash. Canyon looking to drive his way over as Chovy gets scattered. He ults his way out.
اوه هنا شوف يقدر يهرب. سكرنا كي يقدر يقتل ليونا. سكرنا متركي بزاف. اوه هنا يلتي ديال ميس فورشن ولكن كانيون فلاشة وهرب.
Gen G, they win the fight and they get themselves out. Only a couple of kills to come on through though, and I was kind of expecting that one to be a little bit more than that for Gen G.
The Canyon is just a brick wall, so hard to deal with.
Gen G مسيطرين.
You're Leona, who's a tanky champion, but you don't have the same stats as the Skarner, so when you go aggressive, you get shredded down. Canyon's never really under threat, and he's just having such a field day playing into this matchup.
It's almost as if Chovy calculated that
شوفي كيهرب بزاف اكالي موفمنتس عندها رهيبة وكان ينتنكي بزاف.
But unfortunately, Career went in earlier, didn't have his cooldowns quickly, is just burst down, and Chovy survives. And unfortunately for D+, there is just nothing left in this anymore. Had they killed Chovy initially, they could have played the fight a lot slower, but they were of 2 minds. Career's engaged, didn't go well. Chovy goes in, and whether he was intending to or not, gets, you know, he thinks he's going to escape. He is able to escape there, and D+ has been caught in this position where they don't have buttons anymore. There's a Akali is too slippery, so he didn't even need to flash. And it just feels like Gen G are running circles around them at this point.
Yeah, Keen especially, man. I feel like this Jace has been so incredibly pivotal. He does have the largest lead in the game, but also in the team fights. He is the DPS. And we were thinking, like, where is the consistent damage going to come from? And I guess maybe a Jace that's sitting on, like, 3.5 items is going to be the one to be able to do it. And and he is just tearing them to shreds here in this game. 45 seconds on this Mountain Drake, and that will be sold for Gen G if they're able to pick it up.
Canyon's already basically unkillable. He actually flashed out of the end of the MF ult, but his protoplasm hadn't kicked in yet. To be honest, he could have just tanked it. But if you give him a Mountain Soul as well, I just think he becomes too much of a brick wall. Neither of these team compositions great at dealing with tanks, but Gen G at the moment definitely having the edge with how fed Keen is and how tanky Canyon is. So they have to find a way to get in. It's often being Korea leading the charge, and that's just not worked out for them.
TP to come through here from the Jace as the Dragon spawns. There's no flanks. There's no way to wrap around. Look at the ward coverage to the left of the pit, to the right of the pit here.
Oh dear, Chovy finds a backflip onto Shiu. He takes too much damage. There is the perfect execution. And it was the perfect play to make sure that they have the man advantage for this Dragon, the pivotal Mountain Soul to come through from Gen G. And man, they have a stranglehold on this game now. 3,000 gold the advantage. D+, I mean, they want to go for a last-ditch effort. They want to try and deny this Soul that will make the game so hard. Gen G just going to say absolutely not. There's the perfect smite from Canyon, and they will lock that one down. Next Dragon going to be an Elder in 6 minutes.
They're just going straight up.
Gen G هنا خداو سول
They had so much vision control over that Dragon.
وقربوا من انهم يربحوا هذا الماتش هذا.
You know, there wasn't a way for Showmaker to look for a prio target, and Shiu, if he wasn't 4,000 gold behind, might have been able to last long enough to let D+ make a play there, but they just killed him so fast.
Oh, but guys, you gotta be careful.
Okay.
It's the Hunting Baron.
Aha!
The one that does all the damage, so they can't just start it up without any chance of recourse. Gotta be careful of that one. We've been learning all about the different Baron types recently.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad that we have you here to tell us which Baron it's going to be every single game, because it's very, very important to understand what you're dealing with in that Baron pit. I thought it was going to be Baron, but it could be Baron or Baron or Baron that you could be up against.
In some senses, you could call this unlucky for Shiu because he's trying to push the sandwich while that TP is coming through, and he ends up being the one that's sandwiched and caught there.
What kind of sandwich was it?
It's the coverage. I think it was part of roast beef. But it's the coverage that they had there that allows that play to happen, and the desperation there from Shiu looking for that flank angle in the first place is why he ends up getting caught. This game has really just been, it hasn't been that bloody, right? It's 6 kills to 9 here. Gen G, the favor with 3,000 gold, but they have the Soul. And their comp, we've talked about it since the draft. Double Lift agreed, Yankos agreed. It just has so much more in it. And so even though this isn't the 10,000 gold lead we had from D+ in game 1, it feels almost in some ways worse. There's just no way to crack the Mountain Soul here that Gen G have. And so it's just one of these slow burns where there's less kills because D+ know they can't kill anybody, they can't find any picks, they can't flank anybody. It's a slow Gen G macro game that D+ are getting ground out of very quickly.
This is sort of their bread and butter, right? Go back to the sandwich analogy just a little bit. There's a scatter onto Canyon, but I don't think it's named correctly when this Skarner is pretty much impossible to move.
That health bar just looks wonderful right now.
Yeah, and it just keeps getting a little shield thrown back on top of it
over
and over again.
At them, and he's part of the poke too.
Doesn't actually find Showmaker with that one, but he's able to drive his way over. There is a scatter onto him once again. Oh,
did he take damage? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
No. Drew's still out, but I'm pretty sure that we can confirm that it's no. Smash going to catch that wave. As there is a bit of a battle.
Gen G نبداو البارون.
And there is that Baron that you were talking about, Canyon. Beware of the hunting Baron. But I think Canyon is hunting the Baron himself.
Even the hunting Baron's not enough for Canyon.
Yeah, no. Lucid coming on over though. Let's see who's going to be able to get this smite. Maybe this is the way the DK can get them back into it. As Smash trying to have a good position here in this
Lucid
fight.
دار هنا الرومبوان.
Does have the all out to
اوه غيدخل على كين قدر يقتلوه. اوه دي بلاص هنا قدروا يجيبوا جوج الكيلز. إلا قتلوا كانيان غتكون هيوج ادفانتج ليهم. برافو عليهم، قدروا يقتلوا كانيان وغادي ياخذوا البارون. دي بلاص عاوتاني كيقلبوا الماتش، غادي ياخذوا البارون. دي بلاص crazy play.
The target selection, finding Keen in the offset. So many times they struggled in these fights.
لوسيد لعبها مزيان، دار واحد الرومبون رهيبة ودخل إلتا فلاشة. اوه الإلتي ديال
too late. Too much damage has been done here. And they go on
Miss Fortune توا دمج بزاف جنجي وهنا فاش قتلو كانيان ايزي بارون.
I mean, the Jace had so much of that gold, so much of their damage. Even after that fight,
برافو دي
still
بلاس
2,800 ahead and just
تعادلوا
wiping him off
في الجولد دابا
at the
مع
start of the fight.
جنجي
That sick angle from Lucid
معادلين معاهم
made all the
في
difference.
تورتس.
Everybody was so focused. You could see Showmaker was heading in
رجعوا
that
للماتش
direction. Career was ready with the solar flare.
ودابا غيولي عندهم هما
This is the kind of
لافونتاج.
coordination a lot of D+ fans have been asking for years.
Oh yeah.
In team fights, especially objective team fights in the late game, that D+ has been missing since they won the World Championship, and maybe it's finally starting to come together.
واحدة أخرى الخامسة ديال دي بلاس.
2020 was a very long time, and they were favorites in 2021 as well, but EDG pipped them at the post, and since then they have not been the same organization. When we got into the T1 era in 2023, and it was all kind of a wash from there. DRX happened at some point. Don't know why we're doing a history lesson, but D+ now
دقيقة
showing us that they
باقية
can
باش
actually win fights, and with the
يتسبوني
soul going over to
الإلدر
GNG,
دراجون.
it means that in 45 seconds time, it's a fight for the Elder.
And
this is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, when a team is far ahead and has control of the game, you never want to flip the Elder because it puts so much variance into the game. But the game is so close, so it may just end up being that flip. That being said, especially D+K, if they just keep the Elder healthy for a while, it allows Gen G to poke them down. So they may want to just rush it.
Mountain Soul here is so valuable for Gen G. They have the comp that we all agree is better, but what they don't have towards Baron right now, even slightly, is Prio or Control. So this means D+ can actually, for the first time, put Lucid on a big flank angle. They have
دي بلاس عندهم بزاف ديال الكونترول هنا.
It's very difficult for Gen G to approach.
بارابور
They need to be
لدريك.
very careful as to how they play this, because if they mess this up, they may just find themselves in that third place match tomorrow.
Up against T1 as well. It's a dangerous opponent. Try and lock down that third place. Showmaker with that blast going, looking for the scatter angle as Shiu trying to place himself there as a target. Chovy goes into the shroud. The rest of D+ now ready for a fight, as you can see.
الفايت هو اللي يقدر يحدد الماتش كامل. دي بلاس الهيلث بار ديالهم ناقصة شوية، خصهم يردوا بالهم بزاف في هاد الفايت، كيزيدوا ياخدوا بزاف ديال الدامج. كاينين هنا كي اونجاجي كيشد الكارير. كارير هنا كيموت. ulti ديال ميس فورشن. ديروا هنا ulti. برافو زيكز هنا قدر يقتل كامي. شيو صعيب يهرب، قدر يهرب شيو. برافو جنجي ربحوا الفايت، ولكن ما يقدروش ياخذوا دريك حيت لوسيد مازال حي. جيس كيتيليبورتا وكيبداو الالدر. لوسيد غيحاول يشفر هاد دريك. شوفي هنا كي اونجاجي على لوسيد، شو ميكر معاه يقدر يقتلو. شوفي زونيا غيولي يهرب، ولكن خدا لوبورتونيتي وغادي يقدروا ياخذوا الالدر. كريزي زيكز هنا قدر يقتل ساندرا.
Taking the targets one at a time, able to get the advantage in the fight. It still felt delicate, but the control was there, and now
أكالي هنا باكات وغادي تيليبورت في الميد. جنجي غيبوشيو، يحاولوا يبروفيتيو من هذا الإلدر دراجون اللي عندهم. جنجي متانكين بزاف حيت عندهم كانيان في الفرونت كيابسوربي كاع الدامج وكيعطي بزاف ديال الكراود كنترول لجنجي.
as Elise
ليسين هنا كيموت.
has a health bar here, but they only have one Nexus turret left available. In goes Dura to try and find the angle. He gets taken out, but so does Showmaker. Smash.
شو هنا قدر يقتل. اوه كريزي. شو قدر يقتل شوفي ويعطل جنجي بعد ما كانوا قرب بزاف من انهم يساليو الماتش. اذا بقى له دقيقه جنجي ضيعوا الفرصه انهم يساليو صراحه. دي بلاس ما خصهمش يغامروا هنا، حتى خسروا هاد الفايت هذا يخسروا الماتش 100%.
Now still with that solar flare available.
Yeah, you need to force this Baron while the Elder's still there and you have that major edge. And Smash
جينا غيمشيو للبارون.
try to deny this. If they let the Baron go, they already lost their inhibitor. They're not going to be able to get this. We're going back to this fight.
وبالبارون
really critical.
غيكون صعيب على دي بلاس انهم يدافعوا على النكسس. ديجا طاحت لهم التورت الاولى ديال النكسس.
Get to those backline carries, he cannot get to Lula, he pivots over here, gets the kick on the Chovy, but the fight is lost, the support is down. Here gets on top of Smash. Duro did so much in this fight. He basically turned it into a 5v3 by keeping the Lee Sin out and killing the AD carry.
And then here Chovy
هنا الشوفي ربح بزاف د الوقت.
The rest of the team just hitting the Elder. As soon as the Elder's secured, D+K just can't do anything. The tip of the impale just grabs him as he tries to rocket belt away.
That was absolutely absurd from Canyon.
GG the Baron.
Lock down the dragon, but they also manage to secure the kill onto Showmaker. And now Baron has been secured as well.
حاولوا يبوشوا اللينز الاخرين يمشوا من الطوب.
In the mid lane, they're looking to lock down the last remaining turrets, just make it impossible for D+ to defend. Smash still so important for this squad. Does have his Guardian Angel now completed.
Duro's just been playing with Lucid on the flanks, constantly just being annoying, and Lucid can't really do anything to him.
Oh man, this poke on the Smash is kind of ridiculous. He cannot actually get to minions in order to get his health bar back with his Bloodthirster either. Now finally has a wave moving in. But Genji with a whole bunch of space and two of these siege minions just blowing up the turret. There's the satchel for the execute.
جنجي خداو تورت
should not be defended by
ثانية ديال الانهب وياخذوا حتى الانهب الثاني.
That's the only good news here for D+. Second inhibitor down. The first is still down for 2 more minutes. And that's when the Elder spawns. They have so much control, but they may just end this game right now if they can find the angle.
Yeah, looking to continue pushing this one forward. That Baron's still running, and 3 siege minions now. They called their friends. Another one going to join.
Oh, the super minion coming up mid.
Yeah, this is just getting too much.
جنجي هنا غالبا غيساليو الماتش دابا.
And that is not what they want to use that bullet time for. There is the all out though.
غياخذ التورت الاولى غياخذ التورت الثانية.
But there is no follow up for it. They do get the Camille. Chovy goes golden. The base is now exposed as Chovy gets himself out of the way. There's a killing spree for Kino. He's at full health. And he can
كريزي دي بلاس كيفاش قدروا
if he gets close enough. The
كريزي دي بلاس برافو عليهم.
Chovy finds Shiu. Shiu's still pretty tanky. The flash out of the way from the to the skies as he goes down to the Guardian Angel.
برافو دي بلاس. برافو جنجي قدروا يربحوا. ودي بلاس كانوا قرابين انهم يدنايو هذا الاند جيم.
And this was a game where Genji tried to slow it down, play a controlled manner. There was that moment where D+K made them struggle, but for the most part, this was Genji's slower macro game to tie up the series.
Even this final push was very hard to earn here for Genji with the flash that came through there.
برافو جنجي 1-1.
He was able to survive, buy some space, but there was just too much Genji. There were too
خصهم شي ماتش ديسايدر باش نشوف شكون اللي يربح في هذا الماتش.
Unbelievable performance here for Genji throughout the entirety of the game. That's the kind of control that we've been used to from this squad, and now it's time to throw it over to Digon to see what the gentleman made of that performance.
Thank you very much, guys, as yes, it will go all 3 between our 2 LCK competitors, Genji and D+. And yes, we're kind of used to it, but still, 40 minutes here, Elder required. I feel like we're going backwards in time here, Wadid, as it is more of a a slow LCK. We'll dive into this match in just a second, but we have an update with Janiro standing by right now at the Alliance Vault on the MLBB Women's Invitational.
Things wrapped over for
Vitality ربحوا شامبيون ديال الموبايل ليجندز.
Yeah, Team Vitality have just come out on top,
برافو ليهم.
stopping Na'Vi from
4-2 كونتر نافي.
would have put them flying high on the leaderboard, but Team Vitality managed to get that upset and are starting to bring that.
They're the title defenders as well, I assume, here?
They absolutely are, yeah. Na'Vi won in 2024, Vitality won in 2025, and now Vitality have done it again in 2026.
All right, well, thank you so much for that rundown. That's over for Stage 4. Back to you guys.
Yeah, one of the great parts of the Esports World Cup, the connectivity between organizations that have multiple teams and multiple titles. Na'Vi getting the points, but Vitality getting the championship victory, 1,000 points to them. For these squads, Gen G has a heavy investment with a bunch of other teams as well. And as reigning title defenders, there is a heavy expectation that this squad will be a force to reckon with in the club championship, where a lot of the lion's share of the money lay. But to do so, they have to overcome D+, as they did in this game number 2.
Yes, the game 2 was also a lot of chaotic plays. And you mentioned that this is kind of LCK slow gameplay, but I felt like it was just the slow, like it was really short game because like there are so many actions in between. And I think even though it was like chaotic, we gotta talk about the draft here.
40 minutes is short in LCK. For me, it's kind of long. But yeah, I want to talk a bit about the draft. I think I have a hard time seeing Smash play MF this game. He has very little setup. When I think of MF, I think of Rel, Amumu, Jarvan, champions that get everybody in a circle, you get a big MF ult. Well, I feel like in this game, it was really hard for him to play because he's up against so much range in the Sigs and the Jace. And then he also has to play into Camille, Skarner, Akali, while having very little peel. So I feel like both carries in this game, Showmaker and Smash, you could see how difficult it was for DK to play the fights because Gen G had drafted such a smart composition with so much damage, so much range, and so much engage as well.
I mean, the main reason why he picked up MF is, I think, because of the early game prior. I think, obviously, it's really hard to play Miss Fortune here against Camille, which is our first highlight in the 25 minutes in Gen G team fight, because they can just lock you down, and you have no escape tool to, like, just get away from it.
Yeah, I mean, quite frankly, with the Camille up, it feels like it serves the same purpose that a Jarvan would, punishing immobile AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, it was Chovy just avoiding the engage as well. I think you've seen so many characters just jumping around from Gen G, and here is why you cannot really play Misfortune into it, because there's no target is locked it down. So like you gotta just move around, and you can't just shoot the bullets here.
Yeah, the longest CC that Smash had to ulti was 0.5 seconds on Canyon, and he immediately flashed out anyways. So it was really, really difficult for Smash to play. But I feel like you could tell as well that both teams were like not willing to give an inch, you know? Like any pivotal CC was always flashed or dashed away from, and it was came down to the smallest details in every single fight.
But we weren't done yet. D+ found a way back right before Baron that, again, kept this game close, and wondering, is another Gen G heartbreak going to happen in this series? And it was just a fantastic play by D+.
I mean, I feel like it was, again, the Showmaker making insane play on the Syndra. Just keep eyes on him, by the way. I think here, again, D+, didn't start up really well because Duro was just guiding down. Career's already half HP in the beginning of the fight. But here is the bullet time, finally, with the Misfortune. But yeah, the Showmaker was guiding it down as well. So even though Genji tried to target down Smash, Showmaker was up, and Shiu and Career was just sitting down the front line. So it was clean team fight from DK here once again.
And a really nice kick by Lucid as well. And incredible that DK up against the Mountain Soul, able to find that Nash, able to make us go to Elder. And just the resilience shown by both squads here. Gen G in game number 1, DK now in game number 2. The fact that they continue fighting no matter what, you can see what's at stake for these teams.
And I feel like a big learning lesson that I've taken from the last month is that the disrespect against having a soul is real. Usually getting soul means the end of the game, but now we're at yet another Elder, and that is our third highlight here. Another Elder Drake fight. where a Skarner ult makes the big difference here.
Yeah, I mean, they just got Elder here, and this is the final fight that we have in front of the Nexus. I mean, Gen.G had such a great focus in the late game because they had such a criminal Skarner ulti on the Syndra, so that managed to get the Elder for them. And now at the Nexus, even though they have Elder and Nashor, it looked really hard till the end because DK was trying their best to defend the Nexus. But as I said, Soul Drake, the Nashor, Elder gives so much advantage for Gen.G, and that kind of secures game 2 for Gen.G. But again, this series and today's series in these semifinals has been chaotic, and all the games are just game of inches here.
Yeah, you can see the resilience on both squads. You can see how they're truly giving it them all. And I would be very surprised if game number 3 does not end up going towards 40 minutes as well, because neither of these teams are willing to give up. So I think it's all going to go down for me to the draft. The team that has the better team fighting comp later on in the game and executes that comp better is going to be the team that takes it in game number 3.
Wadid, I think we need to educate this poor sweet soul, Mr. Jack Spectra, on what happens when Gen.G and D+ play. It's always a close game, an upset game number 1, a close, heartbreaking game number 2, and then what happens with Wadid in game 3?
I mean, normally D+ just falls out.
It gets stopped
in 20 minutes. But the thing is, we didn't expect them to make it out, you know? That's the point. And this is the moment where they can just prove themselves in the international tournament. And I think D+ Gia, there is something that we can't explain right now. I think I'm gonna call it DK magic at this point. Like, there's momentum that they're having with Lucid and Showmaker. They are making so many good plays in between, and I feel like them having a great matchup in the mid jungle is gonna help them so much. And I think that's all. I don't think you're gonna go for like 4 or 5 on the draft. You should just pick the strongest top side in 1 to 3, and I think that's gonna make the game so much easier.
Yeah, I feel like some teams in this tournament have just shown up with a different version of themselves, and for me those two teams have been KC and DK, and that's why I'm doubling down. I think it's still gonna be DK 2-1ing Gen.G. Gen.G has shown phenomenal team fighting, phenomenal gameplay, but I just feel like DK, they got that magic.
We just saw the reigning title defenders in Team Vitality over at Mobile Legends Women's Invitational go back-to-back. There's a reason why Gen.G has been so good for so long and are the reigning title holders here in League of Legends. Let's see how it all shakes up after this. Before we check in with Tyler 1 at the Riftbound booth, we'll have that final conclusion.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We're here at the Riftbound booth at EWC. Now they have a brand new Vendetta package featuring Renekton. Guys, if you come here, you actually get one package for free. Let's go check one out right now. I think this is a good card. It's really shiny, so yeah, guys, come check it out.
I mean, I think it's always fun to watch anime, especially when you watch as like a team, to just like see the stories. Especially I like a lot of like sports anime, and just seeing like the fighting against the odds, overcoming like challenges.
막 애니를 그렇게 막 좋아하는 편은 아닌데 그래도 어렸을 때부터 많이 보면서 자랐고 그리고 지금도 꾸준히 재밌는 애니들이 많이 나오고 있다 생각해서 그래서 좀 좋아하는 것 같습니다.
I mean, I watch kind of just whichever way. Like I don't really mind subtitles or dub or anything. I think usually we watch together as a team. So if someone has a strong preference for for anything, I think I will kind of go with it as well.
我觉得这肯定也是会有的，就是动漫也会传递很多很有价值的东西嘛，也让我感觉到可以为了一个目标去很努力的去做，我觉得就很好。
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to EWC 2026. I'm still Atlas, joined by Orcs and Wolf, and we are ready for the final game of our final semi-final. I said final too many times, but that's all right. Between Gen G and D+ Kia. It's now neck and neck. It's 1-1, and we cannot wait to see what is going to happen in this last game, because normally, as they said on the desk, this is a blowout. It's often just a 20-minute stomp. You know, Gen G just rock on through. But against BLG, D+ Kia showed us that they can do it.
They showed resilience in game one. When Gen G took back control, they were able to make the clutch final Elder fight happen. And it's been really good team fights from D+ all around, and just good coordination. I cannot stress enough, this has been this team's biggest weakness post the golden era, right? Where they were the best LCK team. It has been 5 years since D+ Kia could end a tournament and look down at Gen G saying, we finished higher. That has just not happened since their dominant era, since Canyon himself was on this team.
See whether they can do it now, as we are so close to champion select for this last game. I do think that this draft is going to be incredibly pivotal. We're in there now. We are going to see that Galio ban is remaining on the list here for D+ Kia, as well as the Nocturne that we saw last time. The Victor also needing to be banned away, as both Showmaker and Smash have shown that they're brilliant on the pick.
Yeah, and obviously Fearless at Play starting to thin down the champion pools a good amount. We've already had, you know, the Ziggs come through, the Cassiopeia, the Syndra, the Taliyah, a lot of these options you can play in the bot lane, and we've had these consistent Victor bans, so I feel like we're at the point where you're getting to the less played mages, or you're just going back to 80 carries, which both these players very proficient on.
Yes.
They'd be fine with that, but does change up how things are going to be played.
And the Seraphine, still up and available. I think that's sort of the last one that's at sort of the higher tier of these bot lane mages. See whether that does get a look in as far as the bans are concerned, or whether anyone is going to be able to pick them up.
Camille and Leona are gone. Nautilus is your premier engage support. Whoever gets that has the potential to control how fights start.
Yeah, we haven't seen that much Mel during this tournament.
Yeah, true.
Together, but that's still an option, still available.
And the Rise going to be taken away, as well as that Anivia. I think the Anivia really gave it away that they wanted to play this with the Cassiopeia fearlessly banned already. The Blue Man was going to be off to a pretty good start, but an Annie first pick here from Showmaker is going to mean that we might be a bit heading towards more of the Rise group flavor, you know?
The Poppy gets left open, which was banned in both the previous games, so
that's a scary one. Duro and Canyon are both incredibly good at the pick as well.
It creates, we're expecting the Wukong from Lucid in this situation, but if you get the Poppy early in the draft, it means that you can control the early game before Wukong has level 6. And it could be a fairly strong matchup into the Wukong itself, but you get to make the early impact, and it means that D+ Kia's choice of looking for that big combo with Annie will come at a heavy early game cost, if that Poppy is to come through.
I also think the Rumble in this situation, you know, some of the picks we've seen into the Rumble are like the Ambessa and Cassante, which are gone, but also when there's less mages bot available, I feel like the Rumble value goes up, because you're not just going to be oversaturated in AP across your team composition.
Well, Canyon waiting a long time before he decides to even hover anything. 1 second to go. See what that lock-in is going to be. We were expecting the Poppy, but instead the Xin Zhao will come on through from Gen G. Will D+ decide to lock in the Poppy themselves? It is actually decent denial for the Audacious Charge coming out from the Xin that is already represented, and opens the door for you to be able to play something like the Rakan towards the bottom side of the map that we've seen work so well with the Annie, or a potential Wukong that is coming in.
Could also be a Lucian lane. that they lock in here first, and that is what is looking to be the case. Taking a page out of KC's book with this one. See if the Emilio comes. It does so. Not necessarily looking for that Wukong here, but having great burst follow-up to the easy stun setup here from Showmaker is going to be the name of the game for now, and we'll find out what this Chovy counter pick is going to be right here.
I think this puts you in an awkward spot because I feel like when you have compositions that can lock down the Lucian, you're going to feel great about it, but you only have one pick here to respond with. You probably don't want to pick part of your bot lane unless you really want the Nautilus here. You're probably going to go mid instead, and they do end up going for that Sylas, but there's not much to check smashing this Lucian right now compared to other drafts we've seen things like Vi, Nautilus into it that can really shut down.
Let's go. آخر ماتش اليوم.
Plus are probably thinking about now, obviously the Nautilus, but potentially also
آخر درافت.
to shut down any of those Lulu lanes that could outscale this D plus composition with the Xin Sylas frontline they have. In terms of jungle for
Genji Bano, Victor, Oriana, Rise.
Genji put their approach.
Yeah, I also think
Pick
that
a
the
Rumble.
is worth a look in as well.
Shinzo,
Right
Sylas.
you will be able to pick up there. Already, Genji have just melee champs,
The
right?
plus
So
Bano,
getting a little bit of
Nocturne,
range to
Galio,
augment this
Anivia.
composition could be important, but the Yorick going to be taken away as one of the
Pick
premier
out
options into the Rumble, as well as
Annie,
that Khan, who is going to
Lucian,
be removed, could have been very
Emilio.
powerful in the hands of Duro.
Also, I just have to say, Chovy's ult options so far kind of suck. In terms of like...
What do you mean? He can drop his own bear.
Yeah, but without the stun, not as intimidating.
Oh, it's still intimidating. You can just walk away.
Carry potentially as they will lose the Wukong here. So they took away one pseudo counter pick, I would say, in the Yorick into the Rumble, and then they took away that pairing of the Annie Wukong.
There's that Lulu band, so you're onto something there.
So I think it's got to be some type of Nautilus lane, right? You've got setup, otherwise you can lock down this Lucian. You always want to punish the Lucian when he wants to follow up on something or put that poke in the mid lane. He has to go very far forward to deal that damage, and that's when the punish has to come through. So that's my expectation for Duro here, but he might have other ideas.
Yeah, Ruler being pretty vocal in comms right now, possibly an 80 carry pick to be locked away first, and then save that counter pick for the support. But instead, the Senna is going to be locked in, theoretically both, which is kind of cute. And now, what are we going to see out of Lucid and Xiu in this game? If they go into a game 3 and they play Alawi on the top side of the map, then this might just be the greatest best of 3 of all time. But you know, sometimes you have to be careful about what you wish for, and it is into the
Genji
Rumble
Pico
this time
Senna.
around. What is the choice? Jarvan's
made it
first.
this deep
Support.
into this best of 3.
Ooh, and Aatrox is kind of a scary one as well. Will mean a very early Oblivion Orb out of Keen if it is going to be locked in, and there
The
it
plus
is. Could be
lockout,
a jungle,
Aatrox.
I guess.
We don't have the full information yet. I'm still
likely top.
I'm not feeling fantastic for Chovy in the ult selection. I feel like D+K is purposely trying to think, how can we limit the tools that this pick has? Well, if they go for Jarvan, the Cataclysm is pretty good.
Yeah, Cataclysm is a decent option. Otherwise, it's not necessarily looking the greatest. We've seen a lot of Sylas is stealing away Emilio ults as well. So that might have been why he decided
ودي
to
plus
pick it
lockout
up the way
Jarvan.
he did. But there is that Jarvan coming in.
Trying to play both Senna but also Sylas in this draft feels really, really tough. Obviously the Senna eventually have a lot of long range, but you're still so vulnerable, you're still so squishy, and it's going to take a long time to get there. We knew this was going to be the final answer. We talked about it much earlier on in the draft here with everything else we've seen. It was really the only option. Senna doesn't pair well with Enchanters right now in this meta, and you need more engage with this draft. Need something to set up those equalizers. I think Genji have a draft that's flexible, but again, execution is going to be very difficult.
Yeah, I'm also a bit concerned because even though I think the Senna with these bulkier targets to kind of facilitate and back them up makes sense, the Senna struggled massively at MSI because it got hit with heavy nerfs. You're getting a lot less souls if you are farming. The optimal tech is you're not farming any of the caster minions, but we haven't seen that many pros do that. And it just means we had games like the Pays game where we had like 20 souls at 20 minutes, and it was just dire.
To offer an alternative, I think a lot of teams in this meta right now probably would have built a Seraphine lane here because you're playing into so much aggressive front push. You know that the Annie is going to be paired with something that wants to go in. The Lucian is low range. Feels very punishing there as long as you can get out of the laning phase, but they went for a very different approach here.
And now it is time for us, as we load onto the Rift, to throw it over to Lou in the crowd.
Thank you guys. We have indeed a full Korean matchup between Genji and DK as I'm standing by with the fans, Shuran and Kailet. I'm going to ask you first, Kylan, because I heard you come from a long way here to Paris. So what is the thing that you've been enjoying the most about your trip, EWC? Why should fans come, basically?
Paris is just an awesome city to be in. The fans here are super passionate. The fans are super loud. It's a great environment for the Esports World Cup. I'm having a blast watching all these high-level games. It's just awesome all around.
I'm glad to hear that, of course. Donc, première question, pourquoi est-ce qu'il faut venir à Paris? Qu'est-ce que tu kiffes de ton voyage puisqu'il vient de Hawaï? Et ben, moi, je kiffe de fou. La ville est incroyable et les fans donnent aussi énormément d'énergie. And I want to ask you now, can you give me one reason why your team is going to win this game 3 and make it to finals?
I know that I'm a fan of DK. I know we didn't have a very glorious history against Genji, but we did it once this year, and I surely think we can do it twice. And I think every DK fans know the reason why we need this victory desperately at the moment. So I would say DK champion.
DK champion, let's see if they can take it, of course. Donc effectivement, ça a été un petit peu difficile pour DK historiquement contre Genji, mais je pense qu'on peut le faire une deuxième fois et que ça peut être différent. And what about you? Why is Genji going to win this game?
Because we're going to be the first team to go back-to-back for League of Legends. Easy win!
Easy win, back to the game. Let's see if he's right.
I absolutely love that response, and yes, I imagine that D plus Kia certainly have a little bit of fire in their bellies moving into this game number 3. And we are there, on to the
Let's go. آخر
We'll
ماتش.
see whether this composition is going to work out. I actually believe that these drafts are a whole lot closer and a little bit teetering towards the D plus Kia direction as well, and we'll see whether the play is going to reflect that.
I think this draft is really volatile for D+, even though I favor it, just simply because if it doesn't get ahead, if it doesn't actually find those early leads, the draft does become a lot simpler to play for Genji, and the Senna gets a free early game from ahead to then scale up and start to outrange. And it makes it really hard for example, the Aatrox and the Jarvan to come in and punish.
To me, I think Shu, if he can get a lead here on the Aatrox, you're playing into 4 melee champions at a Senna who's not going to offer the most
Aatrox.
DPS with the
أول مرة
nerf
نشوف
he has,
Aatrox
so you can just thrive and survive in these team fights. You'll get a
tournoi.
lot done. But if you fall behind an Aatrox, you kind of just die before any.
لوشان ميليو عاوتاني.
Yeah, you're mentioning the power of the
حل
Aatrox,
ماتش
but
ديال
also I think that this Lucian is going to be pretty problematic if Ruler is not going to be in a position
ديال
where he
تي
can
1
threaten a fair bit of
وكارمين
damage,
كور.
as you were saying before, just because with low range comes you know, a lot of advantages that you can pick up
لوشان
with a champion like
وميليو عاناو صراحة في ذاك الماتش ولكن واخا هكاك قدروا يربحوا.
This is a pretty
necessarily into this comp.
It's a pretty unique pick of the Aatrox in this matchup. It suits the bruiser, or not the bruiser, but the early game nature of how
سنة هي اللي لعبة
online.
في البوت لين نوتشيليس.
And we have so many iconic Aatrox players in our region, champions of the Worlds tournament that have played it very well.
Yep.
And Shiu is not one of them. It's a little bit surprising to see him pull out, but I think it's an evolution of his career,
هنا
his
جرفان
confidence that he thinks he
يحاول
can go
انفيدي.
with Keen of all players here in this matchup in the Rumble, and he's picked up an early lead here. Not even opting for
شينزا
that
هو هنا
we sometimes see in the
ياخذ
Aatrox in
البلو.
the Rumble matchup to just add some additional
كانيون.
poke. He's actually leading the charge right now.
غيدير معاه نفس البلان.
Yeah, and homework has been done here by Genji. They spot that the Jarvan went over and picked off their red buff, their blue buff, and now Canyon immediately going over towards the enemy blue to make sure that one does happen as Smash going to get exhausted here as Duro going in aggressively.
Aatrox كيدير بروكسي.
Going to connect onto Korea, but he is there to keep Smash safe as they
شينزاو
back away.
هنا غيحاول يغانكي.
D plus
كارير.
getting wind of it, understanding that that might be a bit of a danger
No.
here, and Korea is going to confirm it.
Yeah, actually got
غادي يرجع.
before the lightning.
Ah, yeah.
جرفان هنا
Definitely felt like it's quiet.
غيفارمي
Too quiet.
الجنجل كاملة.
With that push up there, there's often
توب سايد كاملة.
happens in lanes like this where a push comes through is that level 3 gank will catch you, but they are able to realize it, know
يدير
the plan,
شينزاو.
and back away just in
شينزاو ما غيلقى والو مسكين.
Yeah, the wave also did a decent spot just to bounce back towards them.
جرفان غياخد السكتل. كانيون هنا غيتصدم. كاين والو. قضية خاوية.
Keen hasn't gone for a TP himself yet. So at the end of the world, if he takes
جرفان فايت شينزاو بالدوبل ديال الفارم.
help him a lot in this matchup, but doesn't want to, like you say, be trading really anything if he can help it.
He is Aatrox, will be able to heal up just a little bit, but does want
شينزاو هنا غيحاول يهبط ياخد السكتل اللي في البوط.
Chovy now moving back towards this mid lane once again on
ويمشي السكند كلير ديالو.
greatest time in the very early stages, but
اتمنى حتى شي تشويس
forward and he is not necessarily
ما يقدرش يغانكي
massively lane
سينا دونك غادي يمشي
later on in the game as Genji they move Canyon
for
down towards his
a second full clear.
for his Krugs before anything else. Smash grabbed a little careful.
جارفان خصو يريكولي يريكولي انستنتلي.
A really nice spike once that finishes in the mid game, right when D+ want to be getting into the
ويمشي الكامبس ديالو.
Dragon on Herald. Those are the really big ones for this comp. They want to dominate. They need to have leads on so that they force Genji into uncomfortable fights. If Genji get even one of those first two dragons, it means the Senna can just buy time and avoid fighting and continue to scale and get additional range.
Keen doing pretty decently here towards his top side, even though that trade didn't necessarily go his way. He now teleports back with some Swifties in hand, and breaking the Infernal Chains becomes so much easier with those shoes. Just don't tell Huni about it. Very upset.
That's the thing, is that Aatrox is a skill shot-based champion, even if you don't think about it often that way, but if you have the extra movement speed, mobility can really help in terms of avoiding those sweet spots and keeping safe. We've consistently seen D+Kia's bot lane have pressure in the 2v2, but Ruler's been able to keep even in farm, has 11 souls, you know, over halfway to 20, and well before 20 minutes, so...
دراجون دابا سبونا.
Yeah, very nicely done. Definitely on track to beat what you were talking about prior.
Canyon spent a lot of time trying to find angles here in this early game against these losing lanes, right? They have 3 losing lanes, and so Canyon tried to patch the holes, but didn't find any ganks. You can see Lucid is massively ahead in farm as a result of that.
يصير هنا يقدر يبدا دريك.
Starting to look good that we'll have another impactful soul here in this third and final game. But it's
كانين
you know we have 3 winning lanes and now obviously
خسر بزاف اللين ديالو وبعيد بزاف على دريك دونك فري دريك فور دي بلس. دي بلس بداو الماتش مزيان برافو عليهم.
There is that first dragon going down, picked up here by the Jarvan. We're looking for a reset towards the bottom side of the map as well. See how D+ are looking.
شينزاو هنا يحاول يبوشي
time or something like that, but otherwise I think things are going to be a little bit
يشوف شنو كاين في
the immediate future.
That first Chovy
jungle.
There it is. Throw that bear down.
So annoying laning into Annie.
ديال دي بلس ما نلقى والو.
And Chovy's bear isn't really going to make the same impact.
No. You could like hit the abduct abscond chain, you know, as you land the bear to give it the vibe that it's the same.
Yeah.
But you do need to hit the skill shot in order to make that one work. Showmaker going to send the Tibbers away. And there it is! The Tibbers battle. They should actually have like a Pokemon battle here in the mid lane. Make the Tibbers fight each other. Come on, guys.
سايلس هناخذ الالتي ديال اني.
Not the trainer taking on the... Okay, never mind.
It's a new take on it, honestly. I've not seen it.
Okay,
just seems like a good strategy because...
Yeah.
The
like
trainers
a cheating game.
The trainers do seem a lot easier to take out than the Pokemon.
Well, the other thing about dropping a bear onto Annie
جارفان وياخذ الريد. كانين بغى يعذبو.
Everyone gets the extra 50 gold. Alright, Lucid just going to take Canyon's red buff away. Right under his nose. As Canyon
Lucid is
cancel his back.
Lucid is just running this early game. He has
كانين دار راسو ميت.
350 gold up from the 20 CS he has, several camps ahead.
I swear Canyon is the best at using that Yumio mode, by the way. He is so good at it.
But it's a sizable lead in the mid and in the jungle right now for D+Kia. Even bot lane has a bit of CS lead as well, so it's nothing crazy so far, but just starting to build up an advantage in this game.
Yeah, control what I think is going to be found here by Lucid around his red buff, but should be able to steal away the enemy one and grab a new one here, as that's a lot of damage onto Duro. Does find the wall as the aftershock is going to wear off. There is the culling. Duro is able to get off at least for the moment. Doesn't have to use the flash, but did have to invest the heal for the movement speed in order to get out of the way.
Now, Jarvan is topside. Lucid isn't going to be able to set up a dive while the Nautilus is away here, so we'll be fine. Yeah, that does.
Grub spawn out.
He's just got a Warhammer and a Cull in his inventory.
And a Doran's Bow.
Yeah, there you go. There's a little bit of extra something.
And a potion.
Snare comes down onto Smash. He does need to be a little bit careful. Might need to drink said potion there, Wolf, perhaps. As there is a plate going over to Keen. And the teleport will
شينزاو هنا غياخذ جروبس. دي بلس ما عندهمش فيجن ما يقدروش يكونتيستيوهم.
And that is going to help them in these side lanes. Silas and Rumble pretty happy to get waves shoved in and try and do some damage to some turrets, especially the Silas in this particular game. So grabbing those 3 grubs is going to be very, very important.
Absolutely.
Be able to do so.
In 2 minutes' time, we'll have that dragon set up. And unless something goes really wrong for D+, they should be able to maintain prio and secure it. And that's when things start to get more interesting, is what happens on next dragon in 6 minutes' time when the Herald goes. The fact that nothing has happened, that nothing has happened, but no kills have happened, no team fights or real big skirmishes have happened, is exactly how Gen G like it in this game.
Oh yeah.
Sit back, survive this early game, and playing it slow like they did in the previous game is exactly what they want.
Yeah, let the center scale up.
لحد الان جرب نفيت بزاف كانيون بالفارم ولكن مازال ما كيغانكي ما كيدير والو الصراحه ما كيستغلش هاد لافونس اللي عنده. هنا يقدر يكون غانك على سايلاس ما عندوش فيجن سايلاس. شوف يقدر ياخذ الالتي ديال لوسيد.
by Showmaker there, so big tool to be unavailable going into that dragon fight in 45 seconds. Chovy has TP, so he's going to be able to reset at some point, get back with full mana. But Showmaker not having the flash not only means he doesn't have that playmaking tool, but more of a target as well.
And with this reset timing here too, people are going to have to rush back over, so they might get that control back. They should be able to do so. They have vision in the pit with control ward as well as the crab controlled. And the entry from mid is also warded. We have a lot of
10 دقائق دازت ومازال ما شفناش الفيرست بلاد.
to get that prio and secure this dragon. It's up to Gen G to decide what they want to do, either make a topside play, which is looking a little more likely, or contest dragon. So looking for that equalizer drop here to poke. Jovi's coming over, still has that
لكن تيليبورت من عند سايلاس يحاول ياخذ شي ولكن كانت عنده فيجن يقدر يهرب من شوفي.
Certainly helps him get out of the shop and able to escape. Still getting the flash down and also giving Keen some time with this outer turret is a big deal.
Now Lucid is getting the dragon.
That
was the opt-in
for free
for their top side. As they know they can't win the dragon fight, but the jungler is doing said dragon and make that top side play. But because she was able to react so quickly there, they don't get the kill. They will get plate money, which is still valuable.
Yeah, so this dragon going to be secured by the Jarvan. We have the bottom lane moving towards that turret as well. 1 stack left on that cull here for Smash, who is going to be very, very powerful.
جنجي هنا غيقدروا ياخذوا تيرت الاولى ديال التوب.
Yeah, the grubs in Genji's hands, and also just like the attack speed from the passive from Rumble, the autos from the Xin Zhao, giving them the big edge when it came to taking down that tower. Still down in gold overall.
Ruler losing a lot of farm there because, you know, they see that dragon kill feed announcement and they're like, you know, I don't think I really want to try to get to that turret. They let that wave go by the wayside and do eventually get over here, but very close. Smash has his Essence Reaver. They have the 2 dragons start. It's Ocean Soul, which is great for Gen G, but it's not something more.
هنا لوسيد غيدخل على الديرو ولكن خصو يهرب لقى الجايين 4 اللعابة ديال جنجي عليه يقدر يهرب.
It's an Ocean Soul this game as well. A lot of extra brushes here on the rift, but not exactly the most optimal dragon. But it does mean that these Oblivion Orbs, the Mortal Reminders, are going to really need to come out from everyone who can buy one.
A lot of healing already, only going to be amplified now. Keen had top lane pushed pretty deeply, so he's trying to make use of the time because Q is just catching up, farming by his lonesome. And Keen
شوف هنا غياخذ الالتي ديال اني.
Achieve too much other than that flash they got from Lucid, and now just has to head up to the top lane.
دي بلس هنا غياخذوا بليت الرابعة ديال البوت لين.
For the most part, according to plan, it's a very late first blood in this game. I mean, it's getting later by the second. We have this turret survives. They got the top turret. You know, they're very stabilized in terms of early game. But now Ruler's got to go to the mid lane, and now he's got to be careful about potential ganks. As we're going to see.
Oh, هنا غيبوشيو دي بلس. ونتيليس تانكي ما يقدروش يدمجيوه بزاف.
At least for the moment, still holding on to the heel, but looking a little worse for wear. Good trade for Gen G.
Ruler just not doing that much damage. Keen though doing a bit more. Yeah, just felt like even with the CC laid on a Smash,
there just wasn't that much follow-up from the center to really cut through, especially with the healing being there from Korea, having that Echoes of Helia.
He has caught up a lot in CS, Ruler has. He was a lot more behind till that moment. Will have his Cullen 4 minions time. Is stacking up a little bit, sitting at 26 currently.
الريفت بقى له دقيقة.
Relevance in this game. And I think when you look at the mid lane where he's about to head, right? He needs to be very careful. He needs to be, there needs to be defensive vision that Jarvan can engage from so far away, even when this turret is up, this is where he is most vulnerable. And if they lose this turret, this is why Herald is so important. If they lose this turret, it becomes incredibly difficult for the Senate to farm into this Lucian comp of D+. So this is where things get a little tricky.
And this is where Lucian has always shined, whether it was Lucian Nami back in the day or Lucian Milio, is playing for that mid-cryo. You're trying to walk up and contest the wave, he can just dash on you and load a combo, chunk you out. And Senna at least has the assistance from the Shiv wave clear, but it's still not a comfortable position to be in.
You got Chovy moving up this river right now, was actually the one matching Shiu there towards the bottom side of the map. You've got Showmaker dealing with the Rumble. And Smash wanting to play aggressively, as you can see, moving towards Ruler here. He slinks into the mist for the moment. We do check in with this Aatrox. But Chovy, anytime he moves into the fog of war, you have to be a little bit frightened as to what could come in as a result. So D+ playing defensively.
A lot of money on Keen. He itemized defensively, has that Oblivion Orb, has Cryo for top side. Could be a big deal. His career.
هنا كارير.
Very, very careful. Does get the fire kick, but the root does come on down. Needs to use the ulti to keep himself safe. There's the combo.
كان تليبورت من رامبل فيرست بلود على لوسيد.
Finally, first blood comes in at 15 minutes, and it goes to Canyon.
15 دقيقة.
Beautiful combo from Duro there. Knows Lucid
باش نشوف الفيرست بلود.
CC layers and interrupts the flag and drag. Doesn't give him a chance.
لوسيد صراحة ما استغلش كاع لافونتاج اللي كان عنده في الفارم. ودابا كان جاب الكيل فيرست بلاد ولا هو اللي عنده لافونتاج.
But most importantly, the Herald goes over. That means your turret in the mid lane is not
جنجي يقدروا ياخذوا الريفت وكانيون رد كاع ديك الروتار اللي كان عنده في الاول ديال الماتش.
And Herald goes over in the post of that fight. And Genji are now in such a comfortable position here.
Yeah, and they are always the ones that can breathe easy if things are just moving forward, right? As the Senna begins to stack things up, she's going to have such a range advantage as this game goes on. Currently 38 stacks as well, and so getting more and more of that range and damage. Feeling much, much better. The static shiv is done. Looks like he's going for the Black Cleaver build as well. We've seen
دريك تاني الثالث سبونا.
the Black Cleaver in this one, but
جي عندهم لا بريوريتي.
as that interaction was nerfed somewhat.
Showmaker could try to collapse here, but Genji's their formation.
كاين تيليبورت من اتروكس يدخلوا يكونتيستيو تعطلوا شينزاو يقدر ياخذ دريك. كاين هنا فلاش اوت. جي خصهم يهربوا. ديرو هنا غيموت.
But a one for a dragon is not exactly optimal here for DK as they're unable to get that soul point.
They wanted so much more there. They know this game is slipping away from them a little bit here in terms of the hourglass ticking because this Senna is getting more and more relevant. The Cataclysm there from Lucid caught two, but the follow-up just wasn't in range. They got a few flashes here out of Genji. They got Keens, they got Canyons, they got the kill onto Duro, but I don't think that alone is enough here for D+ to feel good about that play.
Especially with the position Smash is in. Keen didn't get a huge amount of value here with the equalizer. Smash had his 2-item spike. He had the Essence Reaver and the Navori. He wants to be able to push forward and challenge, but they're just kiting away slowly. And even though in the end they do get that one kill, Duro manages to buy so much time with the ultimate, forces Smash to chase him over here, and he's now to follow in on the rest of the fight where they've already disengaged.
Well, now back into some normalcy, and The beautiful thing about this is the fact that that one kill just evens up the kill score. The Dragon moves us back towards Drake parity as well, with the third one going towards Gen G. This could not be closer.
تليبورت هنا ديال اني غيحاولوا يشدوا كين ما عندوش فيجن. شيو هنا غيقدر يدامجي كين ويبريباري الكيل وياخذ الكيل. شوميكر كياخذ اول كيل كي افونسي في اللين ديالو بارابور لتشوفي.
There's Prio in mid here for D+. I think there's a really good opportunity seized by D+ to just use that TP, knowing that there isn't really heavy cost of the Silas pushing top side there with the control they have elsewhere on the map. So really nice pinch puts D+ back into the gold lead here.
Yeah, nicely done, but you can see it's a bit of a heart monitor there towards the bottom side of the screen. No one really pulling out to a very large lead in this game on either side. You have to remember that scaling that we were talking about before, the center getting stronger and stronger. It is good for Gen G, but I don't think that D+ have necessarily hit their power spike just yet, as Chovy, is barely unable to grab Shiu. Smash probably wanting 3 items before D+ are really feeling strong.
Yeah, even with the late game scaling center, you are playing into a Jarvan Annie composition, so you have to position well. You do have to play the late game well. You don't just win by default if you get that extra range, but it makes it so much easier. And that's the real thing here that Ruler is trying to play around right now. As you can already start to feel as he's getting closer to that second item that he's ready to actually start autoing the enemy champions.
Yeah. Smash's going to need some warm hugs if he's going to be okay here. As Shiu
possibly
in trouble, doesn't get hit by those chains, but Canyon is booking towards this Aatrox on the bottom side of the map. Does get that World Ender out. Chovy steals one away himself. The rest of Gen G trying to chase the remainder of D+ gear back towards this mid lane as there is Showmaker and Keen battling it out.
أنا غيدخلوا
It's a fantastic cataclysm.
D+.
Ruler and Canyon in a little bit of a cage, but where is the follow-up? That is the question. Keen, he
لوسيد هنا
to stop Smash from culling and stopping Lucid from escaping.
مات.
That is going to be the kill under the Jarvan, and Gen G even it out once more.
I just don't understand the thought process there.
جنجي كيديروا الريفت في الميد.
It's like he wanted to hold him still, but he just gets locked down next to him. This gives such a good opportunity to use his herald.
عندهم الويف ولكن غيديسيدو انهم يرجعوا. عندهم فيجن وشافوا شو ميكر جاي من اللور.
Make some sort of counter push and get this enemy mid turret here in the mid lane. It would feel huge for them, but they use so many tools. Showmaker though finds Keen again.
رامبل هنا ما كانش عنده الفيجن وسربرايز هو. سماش وميليو لوشان وميليو.
But I'm with you on that Jarvan call, Ox, because there's no follow-up there. It's an angle where he's going to hit 2, and he hits the immediate push away and get double knockup. There's just no follow-up damage, so he lost some critical tools there. A bit puzzling on that one, and now Gen G pushing this wave through. The Dragon spawns here in 30 seconds would be their second of the game to even us up 2-2, and right now, they have Prio, they have the setup for Ruler.
Yeah, they have control despite the fact that
Gen G هنا كيبريباريو الدريك قبل 15 ثانية. شيو غيحاول يبوشي توب لين.
Just shows the control Gen G have right now of the river that even with a player not on the map, they still feel confident to press forward.
Yeah, that is really nice from Shiu. They're able to take down that turret. Mortal Reminder is completed, third item here for Smash as well. Very much respect that decision.
مازالين كيبريباريو الدريك. شيو كيزيد يبوشي توب لين. جنجي فريمون خلاو التوب لين خاوية وما قدروش ياخذوا الدريك بالزربة. دي بلاس غياخذوا التورت حتى ديال الميد. اتروكس تيليبورتا البوت بروتيكتا تورت ديال البوت. كريزي هنا لوشان الدمج اللي كيدير. غياخذ دبل كيل. جارفان غياخذ كيل حتى هو والايس هنا. ايس جنجي دي بلاس بليتو. لا شوفي مازال حي. شيو هنا غيحاول يقتل شوفي. دي بلاس هنا غياخدو البارون. جنجي ما خداوش الدريك. خسروا جوج ديال التورتس وخسروا 4. ديال تيم ميتس كاتاستروفيك. كريزي لوشان والدامج اللي كيدير.
And then Canyon gets on top of Smash and has to redirect to the Milio knowing he doesn't have the damage. He needs more time.
دبل كيل وجوج الاسيست.
Jovi was so late to the play, he couldn't impact it at all. He just had to watch as the rest of his team was obliterated. A double for the Jarvan, a double for the Lucian, and suddenly D+ in so much control.
Jarvan was looking for an angle, not quite able to get there, but this is
Genji مشاو لدريك.
second dragon available for Genji. Shu on a flank angle, the rest of D+ moving on over as Keen.
شيو هنا بقى بوحدو ولكن جاو 10 هنا يعاونوه. كريزي عاوتاني دبل كيل لوشان. شينزاو يقدر ياخذ كيل على جارفان وغيهرب ولكن اني قد تشدو. لوشان تريبل كيل. كريزي لوشان 4 الكيلز. دي بلس غادي يربحوا هذا الماتش.
And Smash is just skating around these fights. 6-0 for 3,000 gold lead over.
هنا ياخذ السول بوينت
decimating Genji in this game.
وكيطلعوا على فونتاج الجولد 4000.
Take the fight to the left of the pit. They want to set up the equalizer and the choke, and it is a high value equalizer, but they leave Ruler alone.
هنا شيو قب وحده. جنجي كوميتو كاملين على شيو ولكن لوشيان هنا جا وإلتا على الزمر كامل وقدر ياخذ دبل كيل عاوتاني.
No one can touch him. And Ruler, like Chovy in the previous disaster, can only watch until he's the next one to.
شينزاو هو اللي خذ الدبل كيل. لوشان هنا خذ كيل واني كيل 4-0.
In an incredible position. It is not over just yet, but it really did feel like that was the beginning of the backbreaking here. And imagine it. The Cinderella story has already happened today. KC have already done it. If D+ Kia managed to do another one afterwards, it would just be ridiculous. That might be what we're witnessing here. Still, Genji are a terrifying team, and we remember game number 1 of
كان كيوه رولر وكانيون. واش غيقدر يهرب؟ نو فلاشة ولكن ما يقدرش يهرب.
wanting to get that umbral dash to get over this wall. The healing is kind of ridiculous, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Still, D+ should be able to put a dent.
D+ غياخذ الثلث الثانية ديال الميد.
For the next little while.
Yeah, it's a good move from Genji when they're making that siege to get a pick. Really just kills any momentum for the side of D+ Kia. It's not going to drastically change the position of the game, but it buys you a bit more time. Right now, Ruler on the stack check, he's at 66, and this is the problem with the center that got changed, is that you're just never hitting the same numbers that you used to. You're not getting that same level of range that you would with the old center back in the days. You get like 120 at 30 minutes. Takes a lot longer to come online.
Oh, there's that power spike. It's a little bit of lag there on that one, as that was his first item, but he's got 4.
He's got IE.
It was the right time for the power spike to come in, because the Infinity Edge is now done, and Smash, like, this is the strongest he's going to be this game.
Oh, absolutely.
He is absolutely absurdly powerful.
And he is running this game. Saw that the damage numbers were much higher than Ruler's, but the point is fairly low for Smash even, because he's only done damage in those really critical moments, and that he's been able to turn every damage he puts out into these critical 6 kills. He has half of his teams right now. You can see he is sitting on a ton of gold. He is massively fed, and Genji just can't step up with him with anybody right now. Not even Canyon can really walk up to this guy at this point.
Yeah, his short range, especially when you're playing into Nautilus, into Rumble, into Zinzao, it's really difficult, and it puts a lot of burden on you, especially when you're relying on the Milio W to be up. But the damage when he does find access is massive. He's been so patient with finding those windows.
Not to mention he's also got Swifty.
D+ هنا غيبوشيو البوت لين يحاولوا ياخذوا التورت الثانية.
Equalizer used in desperation just to get them away from this inner turret. Does give Chovy some time on that top side. Yeah, Smash Ban here in the arena. And you could imagine some smiles on the faces of the Smash fans here in Paris as well.
I mean,
as he's had such a good showing so far today.
This is a game that is not finished. It's a 4,000 gold lead at 28 minutes. There are angles back into this game. Genji have great scaling, but I cannot stress, so we've talked about it a little bit here, how much of an upset I think most people see this as. I mean, I came into this series predicting D+ just because of their meta reads, but the growth of this team that's happened over such a short period in Esports World Cup specifically, across the qualifiers as well, cannot be overstated. This is not the same team we commentated a month ago. It just is not.
This is a team that was just celebrating out of their minds because they
دريك باقي له دقيقة دي بلس. هنا غيحاولوا يبريباريو دريك باش ياخذوا السول. في نفس الوقت كاين بارون اللي غيجي من هنا 15 ثانية. دي بلس عندهم لا بريوريتي على البارون إلا بغاو يبداوه، ولكن جو بونس غايبريوريزيو دريك.
Oh, yes, it did.
And that's, I think we're all winners as LCK commentators here today.
100%. And LCK watchers and LCK enthusiasts and anything that's LCK based.
20 seconds until that ocean.
So much control to D+. Genji just trying to bide their time, just trying to sit back at scale.
Yep, that is a very happy guy right there, even if he didn't have a smile on his face. I imagine was pretty psyched about how things are going.
They just don't get access to any portion of the river or their own jungle. Genji trying to force up mid.
Oh dear, Genji gonna have to stare down the barrel of an Aatrox maybe with an Ocean Soul. Yeah, good luck.
البلاصة هنا غيبداو
Yeah, they are gonna have to
دريك.
walk forward here. Showmaker does have that stun prepped and ready, but things
جنجي ما
are
عندهمش
very
كاع
hard
الفيجن.
on the rift for Genji. Showmaker wanting to get that flash over the wall if he can as Lucid
لوسيد
goes
هنا
in.
كيكوميتي. لوشن هنا كيضيع الأولتي على والو.
Off to the side, flashes over the
لوشن
wall.
ضيع الأولتي ديالو.
Backline access as well. Genji are split and they're in trouble.
جنجي هنا سبليتاو مع شوفي.
Managed to back away far enough in order for Chovy to wrap around.
So tense.
So much jostling for position right now. Showmaker moving back to try and take down that wave as Duro has to flash over the wall. Smash is so deadly. If he gets in there now, it is the Crescent Guard out.
دي بلاصة هنا كيكوميتيو على كانيون.
And they get the Dawning Shadow out of
الأولتي ديال
They're running out of ultimates here on the side of Genji.
She was going to recall on TP.
سينا عونات.
The only one really chunked out on D+ here. They got to feel good about the positioning they have now. But the scuttle does get cleared by Genji to provide some permanent vision.
He still has flash ult here. It needs to be respected. Ruler has to be so careful. He has positioned really well in this fight, but it means he also has not been able to put out any damage. Shield on the flank. He knows his target. He's marked Ruler here, and the dragon is under
دي بلاصة هنا
fire.
غيبداو دريك.
Shio has a massive shield from that teleport as well. Look at this flank angle. It is absolutely ridiculous. They spot him out. He's not pulling the trigger just yet. And now, D+, now moving in. It's going to be a smite fight. Canyon!
اوه جي جي شينزاو قدر ياخذ دريك الجنجي. شوميكر هنا قرب يموت. شوفي هنا كيفوكسي شوميكر ولكن ما كيقدرش. هنا غيموت. شوفي سماش هنا كيبوشي باش يحاول يقتل لعب اللي قوم جنجي. دي بلاص دابا 5 فيتو يحاولوا يبوشيو باش يساليو الجيم. نقدروا نقولوا جي جي. دي بلاص لعبوا 3 الماتشات واعرين بزاف صراحه. هنا لوسيد كيكوميتي كيموت باقي الجوارديان انجل. شيوو هنا كيكوميتي على كين كيموت شيوو. كانيون كيحاول يربح شويه الوقت لعشرانو. دي بلوس كيديزانجاجاو ما يقدروش يأنديو الجيم هنا. ميمكنش شحال انتنس اند جيمز
not going
اللي
to
شفنا اليوم.
happen. All they can at least rest on is that they are still alive in this game. As Canyon goes incredibly low in this fight, has to go in and lose his GA to take the Dragon, so he's isolated. Look at Ruler. One auto is all he gets in this fight. He can't do anything. There's too many threats. And then they just turn back onto the Xin Zhao. They kill Canyon. It's a really nice snap restun there from Showmaker on the turn, and Ruler has to tuck tail and run.
I feel like Smash is like a kid in a candy shop. It's just deciding who do I want to kill. They're all good options. Spoiled for choice there. In this base end though, Lucid had ult available, but uses all of his mana going in. Doesn't have that to threaten Ruler. The route that comes out onto Showmaker allows Canyon to get the kill. Little moments in that final push that allows Gen G to hold on to the game for now, but D+K is still very much in control of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, that extra turret shot to Showmaker helps out as well.
7,000 gold lead at this point in time, and that build from Smash has been augmented by a GA of his own, has that cheeky BF sword as well. And now looking at this Baron that has just respawned. 2 minutes on another attempt at Soul. Let's see whether Gen G can manage to fight back once again. Imagine if they did it. It would be ridiculous. This series is already
شوفوا هنا جاي من النور عندهم فيجن يقدروا يشوفوه.
to try and break that dream. Chovy pushed towards the Baron pit right now.
شوفي دابا
He's pretty mobile on this Silas, but Lucid might be able to find the angle to get on in here. He's got that shield.
مقرصوا بوحدو واش يقدر يهرب.
The T+, they are just going to chase him till the ends of the
دي
earth.
بلس التيم ديالهم كامله يحاولوا يشيسيو هاد الشوفي. فلاش اوت هنا عند الشوفي.
Yeah, Cataclysm Flash to get Chovy out of there. Smash though is able to
Smash
pass through this wall and look
يحاول يدخل.
Chovy is still very scary.
او كريزي لوشان دامج رهيب يقدر يقتل سايلاس. دي بلس غياخدوا دابا البارون.
Create massive control for themselves in this final game.
Super minions are stacking in the bottom wave. Keen has TP, has to defend those, but there is just no way they can get anywhere near this pit. Not a chance. And this Baron should allow D+ to open up what's left on the base. They've already gotten 8 of the turrets. There's only 2
ماتش واعرات مان.
turrets already taking some damage. They are looking
خاصك تشوف الماتش اللي داز كي كان.
reset and walk down the red carpet.
صراحة الماتشات كاملين كانوا انتنس.
In the finals to meet KC.
لكن دابا دي بلس غالبا غيربحوا. جن جي صعيب يربح.
D+ in a great position to get us that topsy-turvy final. Still hasn't happened.
في الأول كانوا خاسرين الماتش دي بلس.
On the Dragon, they have a whole lot of control. They have a good inhibitor taken on the bottom side as well to create that extra.
بقى 20 ثانية لدريك والدريك غادي يكون سول دريك إلا قدروا ياخذوا دي بلس.
Can fight them off this dragon, deny the soul and wipe the Baron. That would be the winning play. That would be so high value. It's such a hard task to ask. And if they let D+ push the waves in,
that's what's happening.
دي بلس كيبوشيو الميد.
I mean, when Chovy can't walk up to a side,
بغاو ياخذوا الانهب بالبارون اللي عنده. وياخذوا الانهب. ودابا غادي يمشيو للدريك. سماش هنا حاول بوشي. دمج رهيب انا عند لوشن. هذا اخر ماتش. تعادلوا في الماتشات الاولين 1-1. والدمج ديال لوشن. رولر كيموت. كين. جي جي كلشي كيتوفى. دي بلس هنايا باغتو جين جي وقدروا يربحوا الماتش ويتأهلوا للفينال. فينال غير متوقع. كلشي كان كيظن بان جين جي غادي يلعب ماتشي وان في الفينال. بالتالي كارمين كورب هي اللي تأهلات وهنا دي بلس هي اللي تأهلات. والفينال غيكون دي بلس وكارمين كورب. برافو دي بلس. ماتشات واعرين لعبوا.
A tough one, but one that meant so much for these players right now. one that very few predicted they would win. They pull it off. They were resilient. They were decisive. Something that we can't always say about D+. We haven't for the last half decade, but today they win the upset. And we are not going to see Gen G defend their EWC title.
They are going to be facing off against T1 for that third place match tomorrow. And it's kind of ridiculous. But now we've got Ian standing alongside with the man of the hour in Smash.
What a performance from this man, right? Paris, make some noise for Smash and
Crazy Smash.
Smash, wow, you were incredible in that series. And to think that you spent nearly your entire development in this game as part of the T1 system. You left to join this roster to be a starter, to be a main eventer, to be a big-time player. Does this feel like a validating moment, this win?
일단 스매시 선수 정말 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 커리어의 대부분을 이제 T1의 아카데미에서 이제 연습생으로 보내시다가 이제 D+를 이적을 해서 정말 선발 선수로 드디어 뛰게 되셨습니다. 지금 이 순간 그리고 이 승리의 순간이 좀 그동안의 노력과 그동안 노력에 대한 좀 보상이 될 수 있을지.
일단 이렇게
غتشبك غدا والجمهور بعدا
첫 국제전인데 일단
حمقيات.
젠지 상대로 이렇게 좋은 모습으로 승리해서 지금 너무 기쁘고 말씀하신 대로 이렇게 좀 노력한 거에 보답받는 느낌이라 좀 되게 행복한 것 같습니다.
Yeah, this is my first international LAN. And yeah, I'm really excited to beat Gen G here to head to the finals. Yeah, I'm really excited and I feel really validated. I'm feeling really compensated about all those years' effort.
Fantastic. And it's actually your birthday in 2 days. You turn 20 on Monday. How much would winning that trophy be the ultimate early birthday present?
사실 이틀 뒤인 월요일에 이제 20살 생일을 또 맞으시잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 내일 결승 무대에 올라서 저 트로피를 들어 올리게 된다면 정말 최고의 생일 선물이 될 것 같은데 어떠십니까?
저도 이제 내일 결승하기 때문에 내일 결승의 트로피를 제 생일 선물로 자신한테 주고 싶고 이렇게 또 해외에서 생일 맞이하면 너무 행복할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I definitely want to give myself a trophy tomorrow as my birthday gift. So yeah, I really want to win. I really want to show the best performance tomorrow.
Well, there's one last thing we need to do here on the stage, and that is, as you can see behind us, the Key Crusher has been revealed. Smash, are you ready to crush?
준비되셨나요?
جنجي هما اللي ربحوا ال EWC العام اللي داز ودابا تقساو دومي فينال. دابا غيهرسوا لهم الكي ديالهم كيكون فيه اللوغو ديالهم جو بونس لحقاش كيكونوا هما التايتل كونتندرز زعما.
But in particular, this one. As Smash steps into position. Paris, are we ready to crush the key?
شكون اللي غيديها؟ هم فرا صعيب صعيب. انا كنظن كارمين كوربي يديوها لحقاش عندهم الجمهور. مشالك يا وليدي. زي برافو عليهم.
First time winners here in Paris. Smash, come with me. Let's just stand in front of your adoring fans. You've got a lot of them down here, that's for sure. And you're going to need them tomorrow. I get that feeling. Because as you look out into the crowd right now, tomorrow you will have your support, but it will also be a sea of blue as you take on Carmine Corp and this home favoritism in the grand final. Do you think you can handle them?
사실 스매시쇼 선수를 응원하러 봐주신 또 많은 팬분들이 여기 앞에 있으신데 내일은 좀 다를 수 있거든요. 내일은 홈팀인 카마인 코프의 응원단들이 푸르게 이 경기석을 물들일 건데 그런 관중들과 그런 홈팀 버프를 받는 KC를 상대로 결승에서 자신이 있으신지 궁금합니다.
또 저희 D+ 기어가 홈팀 잡기 전문이기 때문에 내일 홈팀인 카르민 코프 잡고 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
Well, we D+ Kia is actually specialized for killing the home team. So we will kill off the home team and we will lift the trophy.
That's the kind of confidence that we like to hear Smash come and stand here in front of these fans one more time. Make some noise for our grand finalists, Smash and his team, D plus Kia!
The perfect player to crush the key of our title defenders here at EWC 2026. And we are guaranteed a new winner this year once again. The first time it was T1. Then Gen.G hoisted the trophy. We thought maybe they could be back-to-back winners. Not to be the case. It'll be either KC or D+ in our grand final best of 5 tomorrow.
Suppose there's a curse? We've had no repeat finalists either here at EWC.
Yeah. And we've had so many established veterans at this tournament. But
Nice. GG.
one of the highlights of today, the other one being Cleese.
نساليو هنا اللايف نشوفوا السيمانة الجاية غدا ما نقدرش ندير اللايف حاجة نمشي نتفرج في الفينال ان شاء الله. السيمانة الجاية نشوفوا ونتفرجوا في بابجي تاعو. تحياتي.